Oh, don't worry, I have plenty of good videos, Kaname-kun. Anyway, hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. I hope you're all doing all right today. So, what's up, system admin? We got a lot to cover, guys. Today is going to be primarily on the global protest movement, the global revolt, the uprising, the revolution. But we're gonna have to touch on some of the other stuff as well. What's up, Latino Mifune? So we're gonna start off with what is currently breaking news right this minute, and that's why I've asked if one of you could possibly update the link that I sent in Twitch chat. I'll send it over in YouTube as well, and let me know if something comes in, because it's really difficult to get constant updates while streaming, and this is a pretty fucking big deal. So right now, there are several drones from Russia in Polish airspace, about 6 last I saw. We have seen jets scrambled, NATO jets. I know Italy sent some. I know that Lithuania has sent some. Just this week has been insane. Yesterday, a Russian military helicopter crossed into Lithuania's airspace. Or was that 2 days ago? It's hard to remember whether it was yesterday or not. But yeah, there's plenty of them. Jesus, there's a lot of drones over Ukraine right now. Anyway, on top of that, pronounced Mifune. Okay, cool. Thank you for that one. Bulletproof bullet. Holy hell, what have I missed? World War III. Bulletproof bullet. That's what you seem to have missed. I mean, it's not like, I've been saying exactly this was going to happen for ages. What's up, Mobius? So, yeah, we got the Russian drones in Polish airspace as of an hour ago, but we're getting constant updates now. The Ukrainian Air Force officially confirmed that Russian drones had entered Polish airspace and are moving west towards the city of Zamosk. At the moment, reports indicate there are even more drones that might be entering. There's also mention of an impact, but yet to be confirmed. Now, a couple of those drones have been shot down, so that might be the impact that they're talking about, but, I mean, who knows? Ukrainian Telegram channels reporting NATO planes in the air and Russian drones in the airspace. Oh, it's about 11 Russian drones inside of Poland now. F-35s have intercepted a couple of the Shaheds. Jesus Christ, it's getting bad. We're kicking off, right now. What's up, Long Homo Sapien? Perfect Freedom Paka. That sounds bad? Yeah, it's pretty bad, yeah. Italian Air Force airborne early warning aircraft up from Estonia, moving south as Russian drones reportedly cross the Polish border. En masse entering. So we got at least 6 Geron 2 drones. These are the ones that don't come with a munition. These are essentially just like a Shahed without a bomb on them. But it's also hard to tell because they look very similar. So, again, it's been about 2 months where Russia's been doing this. We've had Russian drones cross into Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, Romania, Moldova, pretty much every country around them, as well as Germany and France and the UK. Germany specifically, I covered this last week, has had about 500 drones enter their airspace in the last, month and a half, specifically flying over military infrastructure. So this is being reported by Sky News right now, which, for all their faults, they are actually at the very least very hateful of Russia, so they do decent reporting with this. Motherfuckers just flying drones over everyone? Yeah, I mean, that's how hybrid warfare works. See, you start by doing that, and then people become desensitized to the Russian drones flying in your airspace. And then you drop a bomb one day, and then people get a little mad, but then they forget about it because they're so used to getting mad and then forgetting about it the next day. I was heading to Wuppertal, and the tracks had been sabotaged. They'd set them on fire. They've been doing that a lot. Also, look at the UK. I mean, Russia single-handedly might result in reform taking over the UK and the UK falling because of the protests for Palestine action that are being cracked down on by the government because they're declared as a terrorist organization, but the general public has not had it explained to them why that it is that way. See, because the pro-Palestine protests are often real protests. But the reason Palestine Action is declared as a foreign terrorist organization is because it's funded by a guy who supports Russia's war against Ukraine, who has been to the Donbass since the war has started, since the occupation of the Donbass has begun, and is also, sabotaging shipments to Ukraine under the guise of, well, these are going to Israel to kill children. Some of them are, and the ones that are, I'm fine with that one. But obviously there's an intentional hiding of true intentions. I had at least 4 hours to my travels that day, assholes. Well, that's the best option that you could have gotten. Could have been worse.
Bit of breaking news that the Reuters news agency is quoting. They are quoting the Ukrainian Air Force in a Telegram messaging app, suggesting that Ukraine's Air Force is warning that Russian drones have entered the airspace of Poland, threatening the city of Zamosk. Drones in Poland, the message said, heading west towards the city of Zamosk. The suggestion is that this is Iran's Iranian-made drones. Some suggest...
Just because they're Iran's does not mean that they're Iranian-made. Like, Iran produced the Shahed, but then also Russia produces them domestically now because they have the capability to do so. Also, the first time I've ever been mildly inconvenienced by war, but that's how it starts before progressing to nightmare. You're in Germany, right, Bulletproof Bullet? Have you seen, where is it? Germany's minister urges the population to build up emergency food supplies, including ready-to-eat meals like canned ravioli and lentils. As part of the broader civil protections measure, this move comes amid growing concerns over possible Russian aggression. Just last week, we covered the French telling their hospitals to be prepared for mass casualty events by March of 2027. So, I can imagine it quickly getting worse. I'm in Germany, luckily. My Canadian instincts make me hoard food, based. Medical supplies, too. Learn how to do first aid if you don't already know how to do first aid, especially if you live in Europe.
Actually, this is unconfirmed that...
2 hours from the Mexico border here, maybe joining you soon. Yes, you will be. I'm pretty sure we're already doing covert ops in Mexico, but we're definitely going to war with Venezuela anyway. We're going to have a third world war where we might see fighting on every single continent, including Antarctica, very soon. I mean, things are getting heated up really fast, and you have to understand why. Because most people have not been taught the fact that both the First and the Second World War were class wars that were co-opted by the imperialists. And World War III will be exactly the same. Because not all of the conflict everywhere in the world, there is at least a couple that are just demons being demons, but the vast majority of the conflicts in the world stem from income inequality, stem from corruption, stem from the wealthy.
5 Gerans were 20 kilometres deep into Polish airspace, heading for the city of Zamosk. That is reported on social media. Reuters, though, just quoting Ukrainian Air Force, suggesting that Russian drones, are in Poland.
All right, moving on from that. And Bulletproof Bullet, German girl made fun of me because I got 3 weeks of food. She won't be making fun of you when she can't afford any food or find any on the store shelves in a couple weeks. What's up, Arverlin? Just when I need a good stream to give me bad news, alright? Well, to be fair, today was supposed to be primarily good news, but looks like this video is fake. There's no video here. And I don't have that video anyway. I wasn't going to show one. So, the Pentagon Pizza Index is off the charts right now, as well. As of, what was it? It's 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so about 45 minutes ago. I've genuinely never learned anything about the class dynamics influencing World War I and II. I've known them, Archduke died in World War I, and then Nazis for World War II. I mean, again, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand was killed because of class conflict. The Nazis existed literally also because of class conflict. The idea of the First World War and the punitive measures that were put on Germany following that, causing economic hardship, is literally how they managed to propagandize people into becoming Nazis. So, like, yeah. Our historian passing that Border Patrol was getting mortar training. They are, and drones too. So, you know, there's that. Hexeth just really likes pizza when he's drunk. Well, I mean, like, they declared war on Chicago as well, and we have the Department of War now. So I hope you understand what that means. Yay, Mobius? Yeah, well, you know, I hope you guys fuck him up. If it makes you feel any better, America's military might have quite a lot of toys to send your way, but if you take out like 3 of our guys, they're all gonna go home because Americans can't deal with any consequences. Not just class issues in World War II, but a huge helping of scientific racism and eugenics. Oh, absolutely. But like a lot of that also tied into the class issues. Like the class structures are what caused both world wars to not necessarily just to exist. Like those wars could have happened. It's just how bad they got and how much the general public in every country in the world lost their minds. A lot of that was because of people trying to maintain power structures where the wealthy are in charge. A lot of the reason why that scientific racism and eugenics was even introduced was because it's easier to maintain control and wealth when you get the stupid people to argue about dumb shit like that. It's hate the immigrants, not the rich. Same thing every time. The Department of renaming shit to look tough. They didn't even rename it. It's a nickname, but you know. So then we had F-35A Lightning 5th generations fighters being refueled over southern Poland. I imagine that these are going to be going around all day. And it was yesterday, actually. Estonia summoned the Russian embassy's charge d'affaires after a Russian Mi-8 helicopter violated its airspace yesterday, staying 4 minutes without a flight plan, transponder, or radio contact. This marks Estonia's 3rd airspace breach by Russia this year, following an incident in June that involved Il-76 transport and a fighter jet, respectively. That's not even including the drones. If you include drones that breached the airspace of Lithuania this year, that would be about 8 or 7, I think. We are being run by a COD lobby? Yes, we are. Absolutely. If they truly renamed it, they would have to do insane amounts of paperwork. No, that they are doing that. They are going to be doing that insane paperwork and reprinting the insignias. It's going to cost about, I think it's $80 billion or something like that. It's just Congress needs to approve it first, and that's why they couldn't actually do that. They are absolutely planning to do so. They want to sell the merch. And by the way, if you thought that, like, maybe this was just the Russians fucking around, well, Medvedev and other officials are repeatedly now accusing Baltic states of plotting to attack Russia. They're saying that Finland is planning to invade Russia. If only fucking Finland would invade Russia. I would support that. Heavily support that. Dmitry Medvedev wrote in TASS that Helsinki is allegedly creating a springboard for an attack on Russia, citing NATO's new land forces HQ in Mikkeli and garrison near the border, which, by the way, the Russians are also very much putting troops all across, like, the Finnish border. So the Dutch have a military plane in a holding pattern over southern Poland right now. Definitely lots of stuff going on. Oh yeah, like we have several F-35s and NATO jets heading over to Poland because there's about 11 Russian drones inside Poland right now. That's why they're there. We've seen Lithuania and Italy at the very least scramble jets. Oh, thanks for the sub, Mobius. I really, really appreciate that. Oh, whoops. I wasn't meant to close that. That was too early. Oopsie. Where were we? Let's just jump right back. Oh, thank you. Latino, no, sorry. Why? I can't read. Thank you again, Mobius, for gifting a sub. Hello, an incorrigible heathen. What's up, Rundo? I wish Poland would do an Article 5, but I have no hope for this anymore. I agree with you. This is the point of Article 5. We've talked about this a bit in that, like, Poland might run out of fuel before a proper war even starts. What other invasion of Poland does this remind us of? The last one, where it was also Russia. It was just Germany too that time. It's a tanker refueling the jets. Yeah, that we are refueling, like, fighter jets in Poland right now. Poland is a screaming mass of pure spite and barely restricted violence, waiting for the chance to defend Ukraine and the rest of Eastern Europe. I mean, true. And to be clear, like, Poland is not exactly doing great. Like, they are pretty right-wing, but they fucking despise the Russians, and I support just allowing them to go invade Russia. Just go take New Kyiv and give it to Ukraine. Have they invaded Poland yet? Well, they invaded the airspace, like several drones in there right now. But take a look at Finland. Finland is probably more at risk. I still think if they were going to invade into actual, like, NATO territory with ground troops, it would be into Latvia. But I seem to be the only person who thinks that they would go into Latvia first. I've seen issues like Finland being the main example, the Suwalki corridor, which we're going to check in a second, for Kaliningrad, and I've seen Poland. I think it'll be Latvia. Finland's entire war plan is to mess up St. Petersburg the second they have an excuse. I support this. This is a terrible time of year for invading anything. Not really. Canada reviewing the Geneva suggestion on which new war crimes they can develop. If it's to be against the Russians, I support it. If it's not already in there, then it doesn't exist. By the way, did you guys notice that we're moving the UN out of the United States now? New Kyiv equals Moscow. Now to think of it, Moscow has never existed. It's always been New Kyiv. Yeah, exactly. I think Poland's prime minister and legislature is cool, but the president is a nutcase, and that being said, I think being that close to Russia is a strong check against the zombie virus to a degree. I suppose, yeah, maybe he's a little vaccinated against the zombies. So, Medvedev wrote in TASS that they are creating a springboard to attack Russia from Finland. In reality, Finland joined NATO in 2023 because Russia invaded Ukraine and has been building up defensive structure along its border, which Russia frames as aggression. Again, Russia can do it, but if we do it, it's aggression. They can have North Korean soldiers come in and fight in Ukraine by the tens of thousands, and if you send anybody into Ukraine, they are valid targets and should be killed, according to the Russians. That's what they've said, you know, even to the coalition of the willing talks. Even after a peace deal, if European troops are in Ukraine, they are considered valid targets. I think that that double standard needs to be thrown back into their face. Here is the head of the Russian State Duma Committee. Yeah, I don't speak Orc, but your self-defense is aggression, essentially. Russia be invading you, and then your neighbors join NATO, and they be like, what the fuck, NATO aggression? Yeah. Warsaw International Airport is closed? Yes, it is. It's on here somewhere. The updates have been, like, coming in constantly, but it just happened, so I'm not actually, like, up to date. So, Finland is becoming a hotbed of fascism bigger than Ukraine, says literally the largest exporter of Nazism in the world. Well, bar America now. The incompetent policy of Finnish leadership can lead to tragic consequences, and it will be on their conscience. We know how to protect our interests, and we're ready for any development events. Sure, whatever. Fuck you. Poland will shut its border crossings with Belarus between September 12th and 16th, including rail links, starting on Thursday night ahead of the Russian-Belarus military drills. Now remember, the last time Russia and Belarus held joint military drills, Russia invaded Ukraine immediately following. So, you know, there's that. Military aircraft are entering Polish airspace, turning off transponders. Definitely a collection of air assets in Polish airspace right now. Have you not been listening? Yeah, it's confirmed. Like, at least 11 drones have been confirmed to be flying inside of Polish airspace. At least 2 were shot down. At least. Ryanair flight inbound from Alicante is currently holding following the closure of Warsaw Airport. I'm just checking to see if there's any, like, proper new updates on the OSINT pages. I'd show you the actual thing, but Twitter is, well, Well, Twitter's Twitter. Oh, cool, I got a video. This one is not a fake video. Can't really see anything, but you can hear it. These be NATO fighter jets. Do you think Russia needs to watch its Chinese border? They already are. The Russians understand that there is risk to them from the Chinese. They can't do anything about it, considering the Chinese own them and prop up their economy. That will be an issue for them later down the line. Now, the Sun seems to think that Putin would invade Europe through the Suwalki corridor, which is literally like straight into Kaliningrad, which is Russian territory. Again, I don't necessarily think that. I mean, it's perfectly possible, but, you know, I didn't think you wanted that one. Saw it when it was first posted. I didn't know what was in it, so I just kind of played it. China about to emerge the world superpower without having to win a war. They already have. In my personal opinion, like from what we saw at that military parade, they are the global superpower now. Their tech has advanced beyond ours. And like, sure, the argument that it is untested in battle is one thing, but those new weapons of theirs are so broad that a third of them could not work and they would still be the global superpower. The ones that do work confirmed are enough, honestly. So, again, Poland's going to be shutting its border crossings with Belarus starting on Thursday. Germany has issued, a message to the population urging them to build up emergency food supplies, including ready-to-eat meals like canned ravioli and lentils. France has told the hospitals of France to be prepared for mass casualties up to between 15 and 50,000 by 2027, like March 2027. Finland is preparing to be attacked by Russia.
We keep hearing about how tensions around the world are ratcheting up. There's war in Europe and superpower.
China developed everything as well. They don't rely on other countries as much as Western nations do for basic shit. That's because China's goal is to be able to sell that shit to other countries, specifically ones that America won't sell to, and even some that do.
Powers are flexing their military muscle. One place where people are very aware of this, here in Finland. Finland shares a 1,300-kilometer-long border with Russia, NATO's longest with Russia since Finland joined the military alliance 2 years ago. Now, 2 years later, Finns are more straightforward than ever about the threat that they see just beyond that fence.
We have to take it very, very seriously, this threat that Russia is posing, and simply I think we owe it to our children and our grandchildren that we step up now significantly.
Something's weird, guys. Something's happening. A notice to airmen has now been issued for Warsaw International Airport. Once again, closure to the airport for an unplanned military activity to ensure state security. Like, that's a big deal. Like, that's probably... Moldova almost definitely got hit as well. Do you have a source on that one? I mean, like, they've been doing stuff in Moldova for a while. In fact, former Moldova Security Directory, Security Intelligence Service deputy was arrested for spying for Russia just the other day. You hear what kind of egg is the streamer? Egg. I'm a good egg. I'm the best egg. I'm the anti-Russian and anti-Nazi egg. Thank you, Buncor. I'm just having a look to see if any thing new has come up, but it's looking pretty bad. The fact that they're even calling it, the reason for the closure of Warsaw Airport is to ensure state security is a big deal.
But in this country, defense and security go far beyond the army and the border. There's a concept here called comprehensive security.
The very foundations of our security are resting on the fact that the individual citizens are keenly aware of the need for security and defense and are prepared to do their share.
One is for water. Every level in this society works with preparedness. We talk about situation disturbances in the society. We don't talk about necessarily the war at all. We talk about power outage, water outage, normal situations that...
We've got 3 airports in eastern Poland now which have had to close their airspace. 3 of them.
Can happen any day.
Finns know where their nearest bomb shelters are. They have enough food and water to survive at home for 72 hours on their own, and many have iodine pills ready to go in case of a nuclear attack.
And when we get the message from the government,
If you can prepare and get your hands on things like iodine, on like water purification tablets, all of that, I would get on that now. Go onto my YouTube, drop a like on the stream and subscribe, but also go and find my video on how to make a bug out bag, how to make a first aid kit. Go and acquire some first aid supplies, because I promise you, if the worst did happen, you're going to need it. You're not going to be able to get to medical care with ease like you would be able to now. Me and my family have an AGI preparedness strategy too. AGI preparedness strategy, I mean, to be fair, makes sense. I think it all ties in together. Like, the whole AI thing is just surveillance apparatus for the surveillance capitalists today, but the techno-feudalist oligarchs in general. Thank you, Hellbound Crisis. NATO leaders have been summoned for an emergency meeting due to rising tensions. It is at 2 a.m. in Western Europe. It is currently 2 a.m. in Western Europe. The meeting may be postponed till morning. If they're going to postpone it, I would say it's probably not that serious, but I would more likely think that they're going to say that and not postpone it, because, like, if you're going to have all of the world leaders in the region meeting for an emergency meeting because the Russians are attacking, well, you're not going to want to tell them that. Hell, the Italians turned off their transponders upon entering Polish airspace. So, like, that's also not normal. Generally, when we're talking about, like, NATO scrambling jets to counter something that, like, Russia's doing in their airspace, they'll keep their transponders on. Turning their transponders off is we about to throw down. They've got AWACS up, Saab 340, the radar's tracking control. Yep, they've had 2 AWACS up. One landed, just refueled, and I think has just taken back off as well. Italian Air Force early warning craft from Estonia as well. They've shot down, I think, about 7 of them. It's hard to tell. This is still happening. Like, it's currently happening. It looks like that might be, like, the actual start. We might be at war. I mean, we are at war. Americans are at war. America declared war on Venezuela's drug cartels and against Chicago, so, you know.
military, like, we really need
Let's get through the war news. I want to talk about the revolution.
to seriously start preparing. Then we just change the message, like, now you really need to have the crab bag and be ready that you know where your shelter is.
Comprehensive security is baked into government legislation, but also deeply embedded in the Finnish mindset, thanks to history and geography. Only a couple of generations ago, next-door neighbor Russia waged war on Finland. But it's that sense that everyone has a role to play, that everyone has a stake in the security of their country, that could be worthwhile for allies like Canada to pay attention to.
The Russian Telegram channels are not reporting any of what's happening right now, which is weird because the Russian Telegram channels generally are incredibly talkative. I'm not seeing anything from them either, and that's pretty weird. Moving on. Again, please consider learning basic first aid, even a little bit. But you could just go and buy, like, a first aid kit, a basic one. You will have instructions included for how to use a lot of that stuff. Stuff like a tourniquet. If you're going to protests, you should have a med kit with you. For one, especially. If you're in the United States and you're going to protest, go and watch my video on how to make a med kit, because that is specifically making a med kit for large scale, like, blood loss, like they shot at you with live ammunition at the protest type thing, which is what we're getting increasingly close to. Like, increasingly so. Now, beyond that, it's so much cheaper to buy the individual, like, pieces than to buy a kit. That's kind of what I mean when I say buy a kit. If you're gonna buy a kit, you're probably gonna get, like, shit stuff anyway. And for some things, like if you're gonna buy hemostatic gauze, you want to know that, like, it is actually what it is, right? So, like, ensure that you're going and buying like actual bandages and like you're buying real things. Yeah, I have bandages, band-aids, lidocaine, a bunch of other shit in my car. That's good. Same with water I always carry. On water, 1 second. Oh, hello, Frank. Go and buy yourself water purification tablets. These things are like $15 for 100 of these pills, and one of these tablets makes 20 liters of water drinkable. You're going to want them. Keep sand or the cheapest kitty litter in your trunk too. That's also great. Tactical gear store for the chuds. Honestly, yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Captain Buggy, I've seen the high school boys when I was in school do that. That does not look fun. They all just became anorexics. U.S. Representative Joe Wilson claims that Russia is attacking NATO ally Poland with Iranian Shahed drones. Of course, you gotta throw Iran in there. They're not Iranian Shahed drones. Iran invented the Shahed, but they're Russian drones. Iran is not, attacking Poland. Well, sand can do a lot of good things, Latino Mifune. As in, like, you can put sand into a water balloon with some oil, and then use that water balloon to cover a surface that would require vision through with that. And then that surface will be so covered that you'll not be able to see. And if you try to use, I don't know, like a wiper, it would scratch the actual surface because of the sand, and then the oil would then seep into the scratch, making it unfixable. But beyond that, I mean, like, sand's great for barricades. Sand is great for flood prevention, which is a risk, especially if you live in the US. Shovels are useful. Helmets are useful. But spend money on boots? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, while we're talking about the revolution, I'll keep looking for updates on what's happening in Poland right now. As much as I would love to keep talking about the coming war, let's talk about what we can do today to maybe prevent that. We have good news for once. Something good happened. So, in Nepal, Gen Z protesters have toppled the government. They have taken the prime minister out of his position of power. They threw him into a river and beat him, and they burned down parliament, specifically because of corruption and economic inequality. All of this happening because of rich fucking assholes in the government, and then pretending like, that they're better than the common people, and then have a protest occur in which 20 protesters are killed, proceeding to then ban social media, and that did not work out for them at all.
Look carefully at the guy in the green.
They did. They threw him into a river. I'm pretty sure they killed his wife as well. So, yes, you can, Maddie Holmes. Absolutely.
Hit at speed, but then gets himself up. At least 20 people have now been killed in anti-corruption clashes in Nepal, with hundreds
He did deserve it, Captain Buggy.
more injured.
Corruption! We are fighting against corruption! This is the motto of our protest, fighting against corruption!
High-velocity water cannon and tear gas.
By the way, I support this, and I think that this is exactly what America needs. His wife died in their house after the protesters burned the house. They didn't specifically kill her. Okay, yeah, fair enough. They didn't specifically kill her directly. She could have left the house. Southeast Asia Spring, it's not just Asia. We have Turkey currently protesting. We have France that's going to do a full, economic blackout strike starting this week. This is a global movement. We have protests everywhere in the world for Gaza against Israel happening as well. It's now or never. These, New Moscow, full of protest. Chicago, full of protests. It's now or never. Guys, get the fuck up. It's war. Hell, like literally, if you, for a second, hold on Chicago. They have declared war on Chicago. If you are an American citizen, they've declared war on you. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. This is from the president's fucking account. New footage just dropped of the Ukrainian girl. I looked up. Okay, you can go and die in a hole, calling him a black brute. You people don't give a shit about Ukraine. That's on my docket to talk about today, too. None of you give two flying fucks about Ukraine. You took a break from hating Ukraine so that you could hate black people and use her as a fucking prop against them. You're disgusting demons, and each of you should be arrested by the state, tried, and then put to death. I have a helicopter flying over. Where? In Poland? Again? Now? We're at war, y'all. Get the fuck up and do something. Anything. You can do a lot.
Were the weapons of choice for police against what organised.
By the way, the Luffy flags, the pirate flags, the One Piece flags, they have moved from Indonesia all the way to Nepal as well now. I have a helicopter flying over in California. I'm sure you got a couple MQ-9s up about there as well. I just got into Chicagistan 3 hours ago. Good luck, mate. Keep up the good work and fight the good fight. Get the fuck up and go to Chicago. If you are in America, if I lived in America right now, if I lived back home in New Jersey, you know what I would be doing right now? I would be driving right now to Chicago to fight, because this is the last chance you're gonna get. Like, they either lose in Chicago or we lose in Chicago, but it's going down in Chicago. So get up and go. Don't stay home. If you stay home and they win, you'll never forgive yourself. And you probably won't survive all that long. Chicagistan, former American territory, true.
The Gen Z protests. So how did this all start? Young people have been taking to the streets to rally against a government social media ban that saw the likes of Insta, X, and TikTok taken away. This came after
Holy shit, Preston Stewart liked my Twitter post. Hey!
Kid campaign put the spotlight on the lavish lifestyles of the children of politicians. But the problems run deeper. Youth unemployment is high across Nepal, and claims of government corruption are rife.
All the Nepalese citizens are fed up of corruption. Every youth are going outside the country, so we want to protect our youth and make the country's economy better. For that, we need a new youth, new power, and new politicians who are well educated to move the country forward.
You understand where we are, right? Everywhere in the world, young people are up in arms. They're mad. And you know why? Because it's the same thing as always. This is the same way World War I and World War II started. People are angry, massive discontent, economic inequality. The rich are stealing from you. You point to anyone other than the rich when you are the rich and say, be mad at them. Nazis and fascism develop because people need something to be mad about other than the actual cause of the issues. Then regular, normal people fight with those people, and then the war turns from a class war into an imperialist war. You're fighting against fascism. Well, I'm not. I'm fighting against the bourgeoisie, because they own fascism. They're the reason it exists. Literally, they are the only point. That's the whole goal, is to produce fascism. That's what they want. That's what they've always wanted. That's why even back in 1933, they tried to overthrow FDR and do literal fascism back then too.
Under pressure, the government lifted the ban and the Prime Minister has now resigned. They have
London
said
Airport just shut down too. No major airports open in Warsaw or around the surrounding areas. What does that make? 4 airports now that got shut in Poland? Guys, we're at war. Like, they have invaded Poland. Like, if not properly done so, they're either about to. I'm shocked, because I don't see this as like how they would actually start. I still think they would go for Latvia. That is the strategically like the smartest decision to make. It would give NATO the least time to respond, and make the situation the most difficult for them possible, while making it as easy for the Russians as possible. So, like, I don't know.
After an emergency meeting on Monday, that they made decisions to address the demands of Gen Z. But the government had justified the ban by saying they wanted to tackle fake news, hate speech and online fraud, an argument young protesters just weren't buying.
Our demand and desire is for peace and to end corruption so that people can actually work and live back in the...
And these people are smart enough to know that just because the prime minister or the president or whatever stepped down, that's not gonna fix any of the fucking issues. I'm proud of these people. We're gonna watch like an on-the-ground person who was not prepared for what they were witnessing record this, and it's wild. I love seeing this. Motherfuckers really tried to ban social media. That's wild. You think that's not gonna happen here too? Also, like, Turkey did that just like 2 days ago. I think this is them equivalently giving NATO the middle finger. Yes, but also they've been doing this for weeks, months really. Again, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, Romania, Hungary, and Moldova have all had their airspace breached on multiple occasions in the last month and a half by Russia. I had a map. Hold on. Map. I have to go into my index. Is this the one? Shush! God damn it. Drones. Drones. Aha.
country.
Right, that's DW. Are you the one? It's not the one. But you know what? Here's an example. This has been happening in Germany as well. About 500 of these have existed in Germany for the last month. NATO has fortified that entire border. The drones are kind of like an impotent threat. The drones are not meant to be a threat. The drones are meant to sensitize the population so that later when the threat comes, people don't get as uppity about it. This is literally what they did for Ukraine as well. This is their strategy. They're going to keep doing this for another couple of months, I would say. And then again, people are going to get bored of hearing about, oh, another Russian drone, oh, another Russian drone. And then one day they're going to start bombing with them. Way more effective just flood social media with misinformation and zombie stuff than try and ban it all together. Well, I agree. I think that we need to do, blue in on. I think we need psyops from the left. Zach, first they came for the boomers and I was not a boomer and I did not speak up. Then they came for the Gen X and I was not Gen X and I did not speak up. Then they came for millennials, these Gen Z kids these days. No, but if we're talking real, we're like several first they came fors in already. You know that, right? First they came for the pro-Palestine supporters. Then they came for, first they came for the trans people. Then they came for the pro-Palestine supporters, the protesters. Then they came for the undocumented immigrants. Then they came for the documented immigrants. Then they came for the U.S. citizens, and all the while also came for some of the elected officials. And now they're coming for all of us. By the way, did you guys know? I only learned this till yesterday. That Hitler kept the politicians that opposed him, that were arrested in Nazi Germany, alive until 1945. From 1930, some of the actual tiles were 34, 33, onward. He kept them imprisoned the whole time. Germany has been pretty quiet about the attacks around Germany. Well, there haven't been attacks in Germany for the most part. It's been spying, but Blue Anon exists. It refers to a liberal government agency, alt accounts. Yeah, I mean an actual good version. Not the shitty, half-assed version. Not to mention the South Korean nationals who were trying to set up a Made in America Hyundai plant. Yep. They are going to take all the money back for that one. I hear Qatar wants their money back, too, for the $400 million jet that they gave us after we let Israel bomb them. But let's stay on topic. Let's talk about the good news. There is revolution in the air. And now is the time to stand up and fight. It will never be this time again. Do not miss the opportunity, especially in America. Last chance.
We will work to continue pressure on the government.
The clashes haven't stopped. Kathmandu's international airport suspended flights, and the former Prime Minister's residence...
Oh, like sabotage. Yes, there have been acts of sabotage. I thought you meant like proper attack.
...attacked by protesters. But with the indefinite curfew seemingly being ignored and protests spreading to other regions, anger towards the government shows no signs of letting up.
Well, we're joined now by Nayana Prakash, who is a research fellow at...
Sorry, but we have plenty to talk about that isn't that talking ahead. But you know, while we're talking about all these different protests, just to show you. By the way, this is Tunis after Israel bombed the boat that Greta Thunberg was on, headed as part of the Freedom Flotilla. Oh yeah, I forgot about the attempted assassination of the Rheinmetall CEO. That was more than a month ago. Yeah, there's so much happening that it's really, really difficult to stay on top of all of it. So, meanwhile, while we're still talking about Nepal, the straw hat, pirate hat, the pirate flag from Indonesia has made its way into the Nepalese protests. I want to see this at every fucking protest. I want to see this everywhere. It's fantastic. Now, here is a direct... Actually, sorry, that's the one we just watched. Is it this one? Here is a...
It's been a dramatic and at times dangerous day here in Kathmandu. Within 24 hours, we have witnessed a historic political reversal.
Luffy's unironically taking territory in the real world. True and based. Nepal's been wild and I wish them all the best. I hope even worse power bases don't get control. Well, I agree. And right now it seems like the government has collapsed and the power is in the people's hands. And that's generally not great when it's built on resentment. This is why I've never really been for violent revolution. But when we're talking about fascism now, it kind of seems like the only option, doesn't it? Violent revolution or death for all of us.
Hours after Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigned on Tuesday, what started as celebrations quickly descended into violence. Crowds broke through the gates of Parliament, stormed the building and set parts of it on fire. A former PM was attacked by mobs and his wife severely burnt by protesters. Their private residence was also torched and television channels were showing people smashing furniture, ransacking rooms and then setting them alight. While the police looked on, seemingly outnumbered. Social media footage also showed the finance minister being assaulted.
This could be us if everyone wasn't a coward. Literally, this should be you. They have declared war on an American state. Go to Chicago. Now. Get up and go to Chicago. I don't care about your unless you cannot physically move or drive, go and find a way. Find a way. Because there's no other option. You will not get another chance if you miss it. This is it. This is do or die.
As we spoke to told us the violence was justified, saying that their anger is a reflection of years of corruption, poverty, and the sense that politicians here have been enriching themselves while ordinary people struggle.
I can't remember if it was Nepal or if it was Indonesia, but in one of these cases, both of them started for the same reason. The children of government leaders are far wealthier and have far more, comfortable lives than the average child in this country. And when asked by, the media, a politician responded by saying, well, don't compare me to the commoners. This is the mentality that they have. It's also the mentality that, the oligarchs here have. You have no excuses. If you are at all capable, come down and fight.
After the PM's resignation today, we saw convoys of young people on motorbikes blaring their horns and waving Nepal's flag in celebration. But their anger hasn't gone away. Many say they want the PM arrested and that they won't stop them and the entire political class until they've been swept out. For now, the night appears to be calm.
There is no social contract in place. We have to fight. This is what happens when you get rid of the social contract. This is the end result. It is necessary. And if we don't fight, they will, because it's necessary for both sides. The social contract is gone. To create a new one, you can do so through consensus or violence. If the other side is choosing violence, that means consensus is not possible. And if it's not possible, and the other side wants to do violence to all people, then your only option is to fight back. It is the moral option, the ethical option, and the only option. Look at Nepal, take inspiration.
Protesters in Nepal have set fire to the parliament and other government buildings. Just a day after at least 19 people were killed in a deadly crackdown, anti-government demonstrations have intensified across the country.
Hey, did you know that ICE is arresting US citizens now and has Israeli spyware that has zero-click exploits that get into your phone, and once they are in your phone, you can never get them out unless you throw all of your tech shit out and buy entirely new ones? They're in your phone, and if you had your credit card connected to your phone, it means you also have to get a new credit card because they're also in that.
Among the targets, the residence of former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, torched by protesters.
America had a revolution for not wanting to pay taxes on fucking tea. Tea. Tariffs on tea.
Resigned earlier in a failed attempt to de-escalate the unrest.
हाम्रा युवाहरू मरिरहन् हाम्रा साथीभाइहरू त्यसका लागि हामी अहिले आन्दोलनमा आइराछौं अब तपाईहरु सबै जुट्न पर्यो एक साथ हुन पर्यो यो
What started as a reaction to a social media ban is...
Let's watch the long ass video. This is like 23 minutes. If you guys get bored, let me know. But it's actually quite interesting, and it's a good look at what the mood is on the street, what the people are like. It was a waste of perfectly good tea to throw it into the ocean. They should have just kept some of it. Fuck it. It was a good joke, and last time I went to Boston, I got to text a photo of a British friend of me pouring Lipton iced tea into the harbor, so.
Building is burned through!
Looks like fun.
Fuck politician! Fuck everybody!
Doomsday shit.
We need that energy here today. The invasion of Chicago has begun. They burned Parliament down.
Holy fuck. Why did everybody just run?
People are like doing something.
Hitting each other.
It's not exactly hitting. But they might hit. So we are running. So we are still on protest. Better you leave from this way. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Your safety is our concern.
Excuse me. This is insane.
Well, I had one person tell me that this looked bad for communists because, the government has communist flags and shit, and one of the protesters were ripping the communist flag down. Literally not even remotely actually communist, though, because this entire issue would not have existed. It would literally be impossible if they were actual communists.
I should not be here.
Alright, so I've just parked my bike there, and we're going back to where everybody ran away. It's the type of stuff that really does make your hair stand on end. I think it's supposed to get bigger today as well, I'm not sure. We'll go ask some questions of some people.
Hello brother, how are you? I can't shake your hand, but nice to meet you. What's your name? Can't hear, okay.
Yeah, people who don't know what words mean, of course. No times active for all 4 airports and traffic areas in Poland, all with the same text. Warsaw, Lublin, Rzeszów and Modlin not available due to unplanned military activity related to ensuring state security. Overflights are continuing through areas, but further west than usual. A member for the European Parliament has said, we are awaiting official information about the Russian drone attack. We are waiting and be careful about what is on the internet right now. They called it an attack. That is a official for the European Parliament called it the Russian drone attack. So that alone is a pretty big deal. There are tankies already calling this protest a color revolution. Well, those tankies are literally just like orcs anyway. Just call them fucking botniks and then move on. Don't even listen to any tankies. They're not worth listening to. They are not smart people. If you were actually a leftist and were intelligent, you would not be a tanky. And remember, the feds literally read theory to create arguments among leftists. Anyone who says they're a Marxist-Leninist is probably engaging with a fed if they're not one already. MLs aren't real. There's no such thing. Marxism and Leninism don't even exist together. They are incompatible. Also, don't call yourself a Marxist. It's stupid to name your ideology after a person. Nobody even understands the concepts that half of these people talk about because none of them actually read or give a shit. Counterpoint, Stalin looked cool. He did look cool. So, like, he looked cool. That's all they care about. It's the same reason they like Putin, because he rode a horse shirtless once. Like, that's it. That's all they have. They're not really anything useful. They are not a serious group.
Run up this way for some reason. Let's go see what's going on.
Rosa, base Rosa, yep. Ex-KGB is kind of cool, not that I'm a fan of him. Yes, except he has a pencil pusher job when he was KGB. Like, he's not even, like, the cool kind of ex-KGB. He's the boring kind of ex-KGB. She wasn't an authoritarian? No, she was literally what I believe. She was a libertarian socialist. That's why they killed her.
Why are we running this way?
Actually, one man throws a stone in the middle of the nowhere, so that's why.
Oh, shit.
I work for NASA. Everyone thinks it's amazing. I update server security. Bound TRS. I'm so sorry. That sounds like a shit job to have today. We also just defunded quite a lot of our security for that kind of stuff. So, you know, I'm somewhere in the ANCOM territory. I'm closer to an anarchist than I am a socialist, but, like, yeah. Also, yeah, NASA is fucking cool. It's kind of shit that we're defunding it. Pays $350K a year, I'll survive. Goddamn, please drop a sub. Support independent media. I mean, look, if the money is worth having to deal with the morons in government and Elon Musk, like, privatizing your industry, I mean, that's one thing. NASA rocks, one of the greatest organizations ever made by mankind. True. And right now they are killing it so that they can give all of it to SpaceX. NASA has insane coding principles. Anyone who does programming for NASA is super genius. It's true. You can download quite a lot of NASA-made code distributions from, like, GitHub.
I can't quite believe what I'm witnessing right now. They're all hitting this guy, I think, because he threw a stone.
Right, let's skip ahead.
He hit someone else. Tensions are high. Wow, that fucking really gets in your eyes. Oh, shit, man. Fucking hell. Yeah! Fuck me, dude. I've never witnessed anything like it there. Chucking the tear gas on the side. My eyes are watering.
Oh my goodness, Bound TRS. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was kidding, but I do very much appreciate it. Hell yeah. Hold on. You are, you're cool, so you're gonna get mod just like everyone else. See, it's not that difficult to earn mod. You just have to be cool, and then you get to be a mod like everyone else. I swear to fuck, I'll never catch a gifty. I would literally just give you one, Bun, if I could.
You can feel it going up your nose.
And tear gas does suck.
It's over there. The smoke's going off. They're throwing it back here. This way, let's go.
Does this not look fun? Would you rather be doing this or sitting at home dooming about the Christian nationalist Nazi-like empire that they're building? I say do this. Thanks for the sub as well, Mobius. Hell yeah. Bound has been in here hella times, but Twitch still puts the suspicious tag under them anyway. I know, it's actually hella annoying, because I recognize the name.
Ow. This is not for social media, this is for corruption.
Yes, I know, I've heard. Yeah. For the kids that were
Do when you're in prison after this.
Because people are saying this is for social media, no. Yeah. This is for like corruption. Yeah. Because our like child, like our brother and sister, like 17, 18, they just died.
Yeah, they've just been shot.
They're murdered.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to go a little bit further to see where they fired that tear gas off. You can still smell it in the air.
Fine, there you go, Jarko. You're not like doing anything bad, so you know what? There you go. Don't lose it though.
Real chemical shit, that. And here's the guy getting stuff out of his eyes. Here, they're firing more tear gas down there, as you can see. Fucking hell. Did you get in the fire? Bloody hell, man. They've retreated all the way back there. They've created a gap between the protesters over here and the police. Have moved all the way back. Absolutely insane.
Make a video up there.
Huh?
This is why we're doing this, Long Homo Sapien. This is anti-doomer vaccination. I'm gonna show you France planning for a economic blackout this week. I'm going to show you Turkey as well. Hope Corps. Who knows? Probably because I'm behind a VPN. I mean, like, I hope more than just a VPN. You work for NASA. I don't need to tell you how to do internet security. I mean, Jarko, you do realize everyone else is a mod too, so you can't really do much.
These are all corrupted police officers.
You think they're corrupt?
This whole system
I'm worried they might be trying to replace NASA with Space Force. I can see that. I think Space Force is actually going to be folded into... I think Air Force might get folded in with Space Force. It's feeling like 2011 all over again. It's feeling worse than that all over again. We're in fucking 1939 right now, y'all. Yeah, like, it took me a second, alright, Captain Buggy, but I caught it, okay?
Yeah, that's why we want to fuck this off.
That's why you're all protesting here?
Yeah.
Well, you've pushed them back here. You were over here, right?
Yeah.
And you push forward.
Yeah.
Just to really show you how fun this can be, we're at exactly 5 minutes. That's 17. It's fun. Go outside. Join the fight.
Tear gas. Tear gas. Tear gas. Tear gas. Let's start running. You can see, look. Ambulance over there. Tear gas is being thrown back by some guy. He's just fucked his hand up doing that. There's an ambulance there, I think. Someone might have been hit. Well, it really gets in your eyes, dude. Whew.
Thank you, Mixecular.
Instead of putting some like injured people, they are putting just government people or police so that they can attack us or they can save them. So this is the major like problem which we have. Yesterday they did same thing. They just like took political member to save from us, not the victory, not the like injured people. So much like corrupted this.
This guy is recording this by accident too. He says it in the video. It's quite funny. He was only supposed to be here for a day and transfer like with his motorbike, and he just got caught up here. He's like, fuck it, might as well record.
Well, this is quite literally insane. They have pushed the police all the way back over this way, all the way down. We've just come from there where that Skyland lounge is.
Welcome, Raiders. What's up, Let Us Be? Thank you, Lucy, for the raid. We are currently doing some Hope Corps. We're talking about the revolution in Nepal that overthrew the government, burned down the parliament building, and is still going. We're also going to talk about how France is planning a full economic blackout, the pro-Palestine protests all over the world, Turkey protesting against authoritarianism there, the war that was just declared against Chicago by the United States government. Get the fuck up and start fighting. You have one chance left, and that's this. Like, again, I've said this over and over and over again. There is no excuse. Get up and go to Chicago and fight. Don't sit here and do it's fun, and it's like it's the right thing to do, and it's your only chance.
And now everyone's up here. The journalists have come into the crowds, it seems, no longer being protected by the riot police. Fires over there, you can see those big plumes of smoke through that tree line. Let's come up here, they're trying to get into this gate. God, look at this.
What do we know about the ideology of the Nepalese rebellion? This is happening specifically for two reasons. One being that there is a massive amount of economic inequality between the children of the average citizen in Nepal and the children of government officials in Nepal. There is corruption. And these people also claim to be communists, mind you. Like, they fly a fucking sickle and all that shit flag. But when there was a protest for, you know, economic equality against corruption, they got 20 of their protesters killed. And so instead of apologizing and making right, they tried to ban social media. And that resulted in these protesters then burning down the parliament building with the president's or the prime minister's wife inside, throwing the prime minister into a river and then beating the shit out of him. I love this because they have good priorities right here. That river did nothing wrong, sure. The people who are overthrowing the government are saying they're anarchists. Fucking based. Would someone think of the Waymos? Yeah, literally. They're also breaking all the security cameras, which is a smart thing to do.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing right now. There's tear gas right there.
I might get banned for this stream, by the way. They punched the prime minister. Yeah, they threw him into a river and then beat the shit out of him. Was it the prime minister or the president? I don't know what, like, Nepalese government is. Communism is when you flaunt your lavish lifestyle from your mansion? Exactly. They're doing praxis, as usual for anarchists. You should join them. Look how fun this looks.
Again, that plume of smoke in the background, I didn't catch it on camera, but that's a petrol station apparently blown up, a gas tank.
Our government is very rough. Because they kill 20 people yesterday. They are very bad. The KP Salma Oli.
Brother, are you okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Because tear gas affected my eyes and...
I know. I can see it, my friend.
Yes.
I can feel it, my friends, too. They're firing off tear gas over there as well again.
Funny enough, people actually think this. I know, and it's incredibly disappointing. Look, for the people that just joined in and missed the earlier bit, my favorite part of this protest is because there is a tie-in to the protest, very similar protest that was happening in Indonesia, and I want this to spread to the whole fucking world. Everyone. They are using One Piece flags as the image of the revolution. All right? Like, join the fucking pirates. Be a straw hat and join the revolution. The time is now. Right now. Brave young warrior? Hell yeah. These people are doing everything that they can to save their country and their people. This is the right thing to do, ethically and morally. If you're not doing this and you're able, then you're literally doing, I don't know, like carrying water for the other side. Biz, we can't even tell you exactly how on the nose One Piece is about revolution. I would love to watch it if I could have the time, but it's very long. Conquest of bread, this shit. Oh yeah, like fucking take the opportunity that you have. Take it. I would, if I was you, go drive over to Chicago now.
Look at the sheer amount of people.
Keep the stream on your phone, get in your car, and go.
Over here, to the left of me, they're putting down all these railings. They're now trying to get into, I don't know, I believe it must be some government office. All the barbed wire being pulled down. The riot police in there.
This looks amazing. This is what I want to see in America. Hell yeah! Take that camera out.
He just fell down. Tear gas. Some guy covering it.
Update from the Poland situation. Let's see. Let's read these and see what they say. So, airborne airspace closures over Poland's capital in Warsaw have possibly been lifted, with commercial flights that were previously holding over Western Poland continue on now both to Modlin and Warsaw international airports, which seems like a good thing. Several Tu-95 Bear and other long-range strategic bombers, but the Russian Air Force were noted airborne earlier tonight. They returned to their bases without launching their usual barrage of air-launched cruise missiles against Ukraine. I wonder if this is related to what happened in Poland. That'd be interesting. 3 points of contact on a ladder at all times? I suppose. I wouldn't know that, but, you know, I also wouldn't fall off the ladder.
His eyes, getting away from it all.
That really gets in the back of your throat. In your eyes. It burns the forehead. And it smells like wasabi.
Chicago is 2,100 miles away, and I don't have a car, but LA is like 100 miles, so I got the better option. Yeah, go to LA. Again, go do that. And again, guys, please, if you're going to do large-scale protests, especially under fascism, I need you to understand something. Do not pile up in a massive group. Break off into 8 to 12 person groups and then do patrols on specific city blocks. Organize, break into groups, and then occupy the city. Because ICE will not be able to fuck with you as easily, the cops will not be able to kettle and corral you as easily, and if you have several groups that are coordinating with each other that have specific areas to patrol, then that means all of you can call out where someone is. Get some walkie-talkies. It doesn't matter if the other side can hear, just don't say, like, you know, secure important shit on the walkie-talkie. You can say, hey, we spotted, like, the pigs over on, like, I don't know, 81st Street, and you're on 82nd, and your 3-block radius for your group saw them. Then you call the other people. Like, you can go and do that. Occupy the city. Don't just take up space and be loud. Take up space, be loud, and disrupt.
Your mustard.
Thank you so much.
And this is what I mean about the humanity. The humanity still remains even though there's chaos. That way.
Literally, because the humanity and the chaos are the same thing. The chaos exists because of the humanity. And the other side does not have the humanity. Just say Warsaw to pronounce properly, you'd have to say, like, Warsaw? I did not know that. Not trying to be mean, just Polish is really hard. It is very hard. Encrypted Chinese walkie-talkies are pretty cheap now, and they are stuff like mesh static. That's also true. You could do that. Honestly, like, at this point, I imagine that you're getting constantly monitored no matter where you are. Hell, like, if you're in this chat or on, like, leftist politics at all, the US government has hacked into your phone with a zero-click exploit, more than likely. We still have yet to talk about graphite, but, you know, that's fucking terrifying. Everyone get colored flares, use them to attack on Titan's smoke radar system to pinpoint enemy locations. I haven't seen it, but you know what? Do that. Go and take some notes from Georgia, like the country, not the state, in which they were using laser pointers and fireworks to great effect.
There's blown up stuff.
Again, sand and oil in water balloons.
They're ripping off the railings, but still, you have people sharing water, laughing, helping each other out.
What is your name?
Wild, wild, wild.
Excuse me, can I have a small bite of yours?
I'm from England.
So how long it's been you've been here in Nepal?
1 day.
1 day?
Yes.
It's your first time here?
No, it's my second time. I got stuck because I need to ship my bike from Kathmandu to Dubai, and yesterday I arrived in riots.
This question might be a little bit tricky, but how's Nepal treating you right now? How are you feeling here?
The people are wonderful.
almost there. This is like them breaking into the fucking parliament.
I'm not sure what's quite going on. They've broken into this building right here. Oh my god, the scenes of this riot have just got real. What's behind me is hundreds of people breaking through the main gate. There are riot police the other side.
This is so crazy. This white dude is randomly recording all this shit and everyone's like, fuck it, we ball. That's because there are actually fucking anarchists doing this. Like, he's just there recording it. He's there by accident. He's not fighting against them. He's being nice to the people. Why would they? Those mainstream media put woke in their minds. Literally, yeah. But the mainstream media coverage of this is so lacking, which is why we're watching this random fucking white guy recording it on the street. They're not even, like, they're not remotely talking about this in reality. This is like, oh, well, you know, the protesters have descended into violence and the prime minister has stepped down. No, it's not like, oh, they burned the parliament building down, burned the wife inside the building, and then threw the fucking prime minister in a river. Is there any? I haven't seen any. I have a couple. They're mostly, like, foreign media, too. Australia did one. Hold on. We got, these are all ones. So we got, AP did 1 minute.
Right now, I'm in front
This is in Nepal, cat thrower. The revolution has begun.
of Singapore Central Administration Office, where Prime Minister Office and various other ministry offices are also here. So after vandalizing, after capturing, after setting them into the fire,
Someone else said they don't have any media anymore and TikTok is their news now. Yeah, and TikTok will only show you what they want you to see. Understand that that's how this always worked, right? We have an algorithm that decides what you see. That algorithm knows enough about you to decide well before that you see something that it wants you to see that thing. Stop using algorithms to decide. Don't watch like recommended only videos on YouTube. Go and search, go into people's profiles, look for shit again. Don't allow your mind and your life to be determined by a computer, a machine. Or because I know solidarity, fuck yeah. Viva la revolution. You guys should be doing this now. Again, if you're in America, you have this chance. That is it. They are invading Chicago right now. Fight back wherever the fuck you are. Ideally, go to Chicago. Get in your car. If you can't, go to your nearest city and fight the fuck back.
building. Everyone is
singing and celebrating what they are calling a victory, even as Nepal faces one of its toughest moments.
And this is the AP reporting. So then we had the toughest moments, as if it's a bad thing. We have absolute chaos in Kathmandu.
It's absolute chaos here in the middle of Kathmandu city in Nepal. I arrived here just a couple of hours ago, but within the hour, things have turned absolutely chaotic here in the city. We were just in a nearby...
Like, notice the difference between that coverage and this coverage.
Push! All the way! Back there!
I cannot believe it!
Like, DC is new Moscow, and your normie friends don't believe it because they get their information fed to them by an algorithm. This is the point of brainwashing. Look, I have a very long video on this that I want to watch. Like, there's an actual long 20-minute video on the entire surveillance capitalism apparatus. You think that it starts with ICE in America. You know where that ends? It ends with exporting that shit everywhere else. Here, hold on. While we're watching this, I just want to take a break for a second to let you really understand where it is we are in our society right now. So first, wait, that's not the video. This is the state of capitalism. The cyberpunk timeline. Already. You guys know I love to talk about Cyberpunk 2077. Take a look at this ad. Look like you had 8 hours of sleep. This is literally the type of ad you see in Cyberpunk. She acting like she's reporting from fucking Eastern Ukraine? Yeah, literally. But this is the end goal.
Need people to understand that this is one of the biggest changes in our country's history. They renamed it, not defense, war. And in that one word, they erased about domestic, civilian, and combatant, peace and war. Every action now equals wartime. Every space, a war zone. You are already inside it. ICE becomes the strike arm, not just borders, neighborhoods, raids, detentions, political police.
Hey, remember Benny Johnson just like a month ago talking about how entire neighborhoods in DC need to get bulldozed and cleansed?
The guard becomes...
Or how about the Ozarks where they're making white-only cities? Or how about the fact that we have pastors saying that the government should murder all queer people, and we now have an anti-Christian task force? Really quickly, sorry, we're gonna have to cut to some tapes before we go back to the revolution. I need to get you all properly angry before we can continue with the revolution.
I created the first ever Department of Justice task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. And for those people that are a little bit naive or not well-read, there is a tremendous anti-Christian bias. We don't hear about it. We don't think about it. You hear about anti-Semitic, but you don't hear about anti-Christian. Now, you have a strong anti-Christian bias.
I have a strong anti-Christian bias. I'll give you that much. That one I agree with. But beyond that, this is worse. Just to really get a handle of where the fuck we are. Any biases that are an example? Well, we did have one of these people say that if you disagree with the president, that is disagreeing with God, so.
Will you all stand with me?
You might be angry, let us be three, but you do not hate the regime enough. None of you do. None of us do. They are like orders of magnitude worse than we can conceptualize.
As we rededicate America to one nation under God. Father, we thank you for this time that we have together. Lord God, we thank you that we can gather together as faithful people, as faithful.
Wardega, no. Like, the Russians just invaded Poland, and we have revolutions everywhere. I mean, to be fair, the revolutions are good. What a fucking moron he is, anti-Christian. It's not, stop calling him stupid. Guys, that is what they want you to do. Don't call him a moron and stupid. He's not stupid. This is just evil. They're just ISIS. They're not stupid. It's ISIS. It's the HUD guys, so they put a token black Christo-fascist in the position. Yep, absolutely. They hear, urban, and then immediately it's for a black guy.
Leaders, as denomination leaders, as religious leaders. Father, we thank you for our president, Donald J. Trump. Father God, who you have anointed and appointed for this time, for such a time as this. Lord,
oh no, he's dumb as shit, but he doesn't make any of these decisions. Like, all of the shit that's happening is happening from not him. He only makes decisions. Donald Trump only makes decisions when he's on camera and he makes a decision that he was not told to make. And then everyone has to cover for him. What do I think about Biden? Was he better? I think, unironically, I think Biden was less mentally dead than Trump, yeah. To be fair, he was also fucked. Like, Biden was not there at all. But I think he's actually less bad than Trump. He sounds worse, but that's because he has a speech impediment. Trump is stupid. The people around him are guiding him by the nose. True. Like, again, Trump wants people to like him and wants statues built of him in gold to, like, last generations. Stephen Miller wants to masturbate to black people and women getting whipped.
The president prioritizes prayer. Father God, that he sees the power, the importance, the priority of praying together as a people, as a country, as a nation. Father, we in this place today, in this great museum of the Bible, Father God, we lift up our president. Lord God, we lift up his family.
Honestly, I do thank God for Donald Trump. Could you imagine how much worse this would be if this guy was fucking, like, competent? Like, this is why when everyone was like, oh, is Trump dead? Is Trump dead? They're all so happy. I was like, no, please do not let him die. This man must live because the next one is infinitely worse. I must Fed post? I must not Fed post? You know what? Fed post. I'll Fed post. I Fed post every fucking day now. They're gonna ban me eventually. They have to, because I'm literally pro-revolution. So, like, you know, join the Discord, like the stream on, like, YouTube and Twitch, whatever you can. Donate if you want to. We're in it. This is it. Like, World War III and the Civil War II has begun. Here's Caroline Levitt praying before heading out to cover the Epstein files.
Peacefully, in Jesus' name, amen.
Maybe if you say you're Hassan's cousin, they won't ban you. Kick yet? I have made one, but no, I'm not going to use Kick because Kick is also owned by the same people. Like, they're all the same. Kick and Rumble are just the Russian versions, and the Russians work with our government. Like, they believe the same things. They have the same ideologies, the same goals. So, like, that's not even useful. I need a different place to do this from. Now, like, this space is fantastic, and I'm happy about that one. But, like, they're eventually going to ban me from here. What would you like to see in your perfect revolution? What changes would you like and whatnot? Do you really want me to talk about that right now rather than, like, showing this? I mean, I can. I've talked about this at length. I've advocated against violent revolution since the beginning of this channel. I've always said that it is more likely to end badly than not. That was under capitalism and liberalism now. But we don't live under liberalism. We don't even live under capitalism anymore. You may have the advantage of not getting banned because you have a smaller channel. They might not know about you. That's true, and they are already, like, throttling who can see. It's interesting to note that Trump is having dinner with JD and 2 cabinet officials at an outside restaurant. Yeah, I heard people were, like, protesting outside of it, because normally that many officials do not congregate in restaurants or places like that. There's a lot of shit happening today. We had the Pentagon Pizza Index off the charts. They're invading Chicago. We have declared war on Venezuela. Like, there's revolution happening in Nepal. We had the Poland situation. Revolutions are indeed bad and unpredictable stuff, but sometimes things are already on the worst course. Exactly. And I've talked about, like, why violent revolution fails. And that's often because the revolution being orchestrated, like, planned and led by the working class is actually a bad thing. As weird as that sounds, you know, as a socialist, you know, you want to better the standard of living, the material conditions of the working class, but the working class has resentment, like a lot of it. And if they lead the movement, what ends up happening is they just want to be the new lords. They just want to be the new capital owners. Whereas what I see as the ideal is the disillusioned petit bourgeois, like the managerial class that has, like, moved further to the left and has become disillusioned with the system. Those are the people that I want to lead the actual movement. I want them to, we need a top-down structure. And that's one of the reasons why the left, like, regularly fails to organize. Because part of our ideology is a lack of belief in hierarchy. And I agree with that. I don't want hierarchical structures. But we refuse to engage with them when they're needed. We need a top-down, guerrilla-style, decentralized structure. That has been what has taken down world governments for years now. Decentralized guerrilla structures. But they still have top-down, like, structures. You want the petit bourgeois to lead the revolution? I want the disillusioned petit bourgeois. The people who grew up in the middle class, the managerial class, the people who were promised that, like, if they worked hard, they could get anything they wanted. The people who didn't have to get a job at, like, 15 so they could afford to pay rent. The people who went to college and got a degree. Like, those people who then became disillusioned with the system and moved away from it are going to be the ones that are educated enough and lack the resentment so that they can actually implement a better, like, system. Whereas if you have it led by the working class, they're angry and they hate the people in charge far more than, like the disillusioned managerial class would. And then, therefore, that resentment will come in and then impact the decision making, what they want to do. Let's say they succeed and they do overthrow the government. Well, now it's, you're a supporter of, like, you're a loyalist. You're suspicious, pointing fingers at each other. If you have the people who don't have that level of resentment and hatred in charge and people believe them, you can prevent that. You need people with specialized knowledge of how to build alternative forms of political economy. Yes, you need, like, a top-down structure of that educated, specialized group, and then you need the decentralized guerrilla structure that actually, like, makes the impact. You do need some intellectuals on your side in terms of actually structuring a new government, inoculated against authoritarian takeover. I also think that after the revolution, there needs to be a massive, 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 massive function of focus on critical thinking, on empathy, on offline and community engagement. You have to teach people how to engage with each other, teach people how to give a shit, invest in your community. But doing so before the revolution is, like, we don't have time. Is Moscow, New Moscow, really as dangerous as Trump says? Only because of them. They're the ones making it dangerous. Empathy is so important. Yeah, it is. Take a look at the lack of it from the right. Here is Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders giving a speech while literally leaving students out in the rain. She's under a tent, and these kids are forced to stand behind her. And, yeah. Yeah, I talked about it, Buncord. Some information is coming in that several Tu-95Ms are in the air. Wait, they took back off? That was 10 minutes ago. Shit. All right, that's new. We had these guys in the air before, and then they landed. So they're back up again? It's because they're black, she forgot they're humans? Literally, yeah. Also, stop being nice. Use their level of hatred against them. I have
not that
lost
Chicago,
any fucks to give.
Portland, New Orleans, your block is now under permanent control. In the War Department, that's the anchor. Command above all. Doctrine applied everywhere. And the state muscle isn't enough. Corporations build the spine. Lockheed, Raytheon, Palantir, Amazon, Google, all y'all investors, I'm telling you, you're funding this. All the
specifics don't really matter. It's how it appears to the people. So, like, don't try and correct it. It's the messaging is the messaging. I am trying to influence how people think about it. So, like, using the very specific technical definition is negatively impacting the actual end goal by trying to then specify, well, actually, it means that, but and, like, I'm not mad at you. This is, like, a thing that regularly is a thing that anyone on the left does, including myself. It makes it so the point disappears and everyone forgets what it was. Don't you worry, abundance will save us all, and it totally isn't cuckoo egg carrying Reaganomics. It's a psyop.
Weapons, cloud, grids, the war machine is outsourced and profit locked. Let's talk about it a little further, right? The private security firms. They are going to franchise ICE. They're going to franchise ICE. If you don't believe me, look at this. They're going to export the ICE raids abroad. Did you consider that? They're going to export the ICE raids abroad, and then export guard tactics abroad, and then export predictive policing abroad, because authoritarian partners eat it up, because orders taste like surveillance and control tastes like safety. I want you to think about the trial run. I'm going to show you this. This is what is called the totalized war apparatus. War fused into everything.
Just while we're looking at that, I want to remind you who's the one doing it. Come on, Twitter. Because this is the total war apparatus. Really? Twitter is just throttling me? Let's see if I can just open it directly. How about now? Really? Okay. Well, that video's not going to play. That's okay. I have another one on it. You know what? We'll get to that in a second. I want to go back to the revolutions. But I need you to understand, this is where we're in history. You're either going to have a revolution in which we succeed and we survive, or...
Hey, I'm Rick Steves. I'm in Berlin. I'm standing in front of the People's House here. That's the Reichstag. And Berlin is so steeped in history, and you got to be thinking of their nightmare with fascism. And you know, Hitler was elected to their parliament, and he was part of a coalition, and his party was in the minority, but he ended up legally becoming the chancellor and then the dictator because he just wanted to be dictator for a day. And there was a handful of people in here who opposed Hitler, refused to do the proper salute, refused to kiss his ring and wear his uniform. And these are the Kinzingers, the Liz Cheneys, the Mitt Romneys, the Charles Schumers, and so on of German democracy in 1932. Well, 95 of them or something like that were arrested as soon as Hitler took power. These are the representatives and the senators of Germany that were sent to concentration camps, the first concentration camps in 1934. And what is striking to me that I just learned is most of these, generally people died after a couple of years. These people were kept alive until 1945. 1945. Hitler kept them alive, the leaders of the political opposition against him, until it was pretty clear.
Now look at that, and then look at this. Charlie Kirk, we don't have enough people in prison in America. We need a lot more prisoners. Take a look at this.
Stick away, you pussy ass bitch! Put that stick away, you pussy ass!
These pigs are too confident. I can't tell you what you should do against them, but there's a lot you can do. They are too fucking comfortable. At the very least, find their, like, wife or girlfriend, and then fuck their wife.
Stick away, you pussy ass bitch!
Get off the property. Get off the property. Stay on the sidewalk. Now have a nice day.
Yeah, you too, bitch.
Get back.
Where are you? What law enforcement agency are you with, dude? What law enforcement agency are you with?
You are required to tell me, where are you taking them? Where are you taking them? Where are you taking them?
Just ask you a question.
Where are you taking them?
Where are you taking
Where are you
civilians
taking
who just
them? You have to tell
This is an American citizen.
without identifying
You
yourself
have
as a
to
police
tell us.
officer?
You are kidnapping them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you are taking.
Fuck the Nuremberg trials. The Nuremberg trials, we killed 11 Nazis. We need to do way more. The Nuremberg, we didn't do anywhere near enough denazification, which is why we are here where we're here today. I've said this before, and it's my hottest take, but every accusation from a Nazi is a confession. Therefore, the only correct answer for how to deal with Nazis is to do what they want to do to everyone else, to them specifically. Two of my colleagues are just missing. Condolences, Buncor. They've been disappeared.
You cannot do this. Tell us where. Hey.
Arrested for impeding a Congress member.
His ability to walk down the hallway. So I was just
impeding his ability to walk down the hallway. You're getting arrested now.
They are stating that he impeded his ability to walk down the hallway. So I was just released. I have a court date.
It's not about winning against the cops in Kettle's mass protest and Entropy Fan. It's about occupying the city and the space in a way that makes it so that there is no part of the city where it's not on people's minds. If 300,000 people were protesting in LA, if those people broke off into 8 to 12 person groups and then assigned each other like 3 city blocks, they could cover the entire city. Yeah. Also, like, you can make a lot of cool things. Like, you can go buy some nails, and you can buy like a little one of those plastic tubes, and you can put those metals like nails through the tubes. You can have a little ball, just nails through a tube. It's all movable, it's bendy. You can put it into like a plastic bottle. You can deploy it, to make sure that your car doesn't slip when you're dealing with ice, and if you don't have like chains on your car. If you scatter and cover the entire city, the cops will never catch up and contain the protest. True. I was more on previous urban combat. Now, yeah, it's like they're going to try to do that. And the only thing that we know 100% successfully fucks up this structure is decentralized guerrilla fighting. We fucked around for 20 years in Afghanistan. So, I'm not saying be the Taliban, although, like, it's not like our government is against them anymore. Do you think the police have too much power in the US? I think, yeah, the police literally have the right to enter your home and kill you now as of the last few executive orders. I don't think that police should exist in the form that they do. Cops' jobs are not just supposed to be, looking for crime. Police should exist in the community to help anyone with they should just be the community social worker. Like, you need help loading groceries into your car as an old lady? That's their job. You need help moving and your friends are all at work? Call cops. They'll come and help you. You need a ride home and you're fucking, drunk and you don't want to, you can call the cops. They'll drive you home. That's what their job should be. Now, yes, they should also be able to protect the public, but I think the public should be community policed, which is why most of the chatters in this chat are mods, because I believe in community policing. And you know what? We've had no issues. Everyone has power that is equivalent to that of the police. Now, a couple of you new people don't, and that's fine. You'll get it if you stick around. That is going to be up to the community. That's how this works. That's how a real functional society works. Not arresting somebody for impeding a Congress member walking down a fucking hallway. Funny you say the pigs should drive you home. That happened to me in Tokyo. I got too wasted and the cops drove me to my hotel. Based!
For October, I'm charged with impeding a member of Congress. It's absolutely absurd and total harassment. So please call Daryl Ice's office and tell him to drop the charges.
Good luck with that. I mean, she's white, maybe, but again, American citizen being kidnapped.
Where are you? What law enforcement agency are you?
Does this look like America to you?
Law enforcement agency?
Because this looks like Russia to me. Like some fucking Serbia or some shit.
You are required to tell me, where are you taking them? Where are you taking them? Where are you taking them?
Just ask you a question.
Where are you taking them?
Where are you taking
Where are you
civilians
taking
just
them? You have to tell us.
without identifying
You
yourself
have
as a
to
police
tell us.
officer?
You are kidnapping them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you are taking them. You cannot do this. Tell us.
I don't care about disappearing. I'm not even offended. Tom Homan shouldn't have been offended. So what? Yeah, they're disappearing from the country. Exactly. That's what we were elected to do. Make these people, poof, disappear. Dana brings up an excellent point. I cannot...
You live in the Nazi country. Fight the Nazis.
We don't need to adjudicate every single illegal alien's criminal history.
These people should be put in a camp. Fully. I want them rounded up and put into a camp. And nothing less. Because they're going to do this to us.
Civilian censored, exportable, corporate embedded, pattern based, algorithm based. I'm going to walk you through it, right? The trial run. Venezuela strikes. The North Korean flashpoints, we get the little revelations about what happened there in 2019. Garner won U.S. City. The narrative is already shifting. The world is already at war. That's what they want you to think. Then the conversions, right? The semi-permanent guard deployments, right? Drone policing is normalized. Foreign standoffs escalate. Corporations scale the grid. The narrative is the same, though. War doesn't stop at the borders anymore, huh? When did that...
We don't think about Hassan. To be fair, I really don't. I like Hassan. I like Hassan because he specifically is the main thing that prevents young men from going straight over to Nazism. Which, by the way, I have a theory. Bear with me here, right? What do you guys think about this? I think that there is exactly one reason that all of this the authoritarianism, the fascism, World War III, the Nazism. One reason that it didn't happen in America in 2003 to 2006 era. And that is Eminem. I'm not kidding. Like the rapper. Ironically, and not on purpose. Like this was entirely an accident on his part. But I think that Eminem is the reason we didn't go Nazi back in the Iraq War era. We tried this back then. We really, really, really did. And at the time, Eminem was a popular like musician. He was a rapper. But he also was regularly getting sued by the state. He was a surrogate for rebellion. And also, his music often included like the personality, the alter ego Slim Shady, who is an asshole, a rapist, a drug dealer, an alcoholic, a murderer, like all of the bad things, right? Like a predator, a misogynist, like that was Slim Shady. And so that music back in the day gave young white men a excuse to act out and, you know, be a dickhead without resorting to Nazism, but that excuse also was a surrogate for rebellion because the state regularly attacked him. And it became impossible to radicalize this generation. And if you think about who the current Nazis are, they're not generally millennials around my age, like in their 30s. They're 35, 40, 50 plus, or younger, like 25, 24, 23, 22. And a lot of that is because that music doesn't exist anymore. Like we don't have, like Eminem still exists, but no one really listens to that. And it was like a cultural shift that happened. At the time, like he was regularly in the news. There wasn't a codified incel ideology on the right to recruit white boys back in Eminem's day. Well, like exactly, but that kind of stuff wouldn't have worked. Because back in Eminem's day, like back when I was in school, everyone was listening to Eminem. You'd hear it all the fucking time. No one was gonna deal with that because it was cringe. Like Eminem made it popular to not be racist, not be an asshole. Like, I don't know. That's my theory. Anyway, moving back onto the thing, a slight sidetrack there.
Happen. When did war stop? At the border. Do you see what I mean? Then they're going to export it because the U.S. allies are going to adopt the model. Migrant caravans, protests, refugee camps are all going to get rebranded as combat zones, right? Because now at that point, the narrative will be completely different. War is civilization against chaos. War to them is civilization against chaos. Then by phase 4, they will be on the civilian war. That will be what is coming up. Everywhere will be a battlefield. Refugee.
Raskolnikov, I hate police arresting people over such bullshit charges like obstructing a crime scene, because like they're not ever meant to be useful. The whole point is to scare you. The whole point is to control you. The whole point is to get you used to this. Who is the guy with the glass in this video? An incredibly smart TikToker and 100% correct dude. I will link his page in the description. Not in the description, in the chat.
Targeted directly. Protesters will be directly correlated to terrorist auxiliaries. Corporations fuse with the government. If I'm not inside the system, you're part of the enemy pattern. I want you to understand. Then by the end, no more civilian war, just a pattern war. There is no such thing as a front line. There's no treaty to sign. The war will be waged against the ways of life themselves. You will hear of wars everywhere, but see them nowhere. Peace was
already happening. Like, this is currently already in the process of happening. We are at war. AOL, AIM, God, I'm old. I remember all of those. I was on AOL. I was on AIM, rather.
Never real. That's what they want you to understand. But peace was real. War. They want you to look at it like only war can keep order. War is not the way to keep order. No, it's not. And I want you to think about this deeper than this. The word civilian is a myth. In World War Zero, everyone is provisional. Everyone is suspect. Everyone is maybe combatant. Homes, borders, networks, cyberspace will all be collapsed into war terrain. I want you to understand. You don't resist.
I need you to understand how correct he is.
Thank you for incredible leadership, including getting this group together.
This is all of them. These are the lords. Guys, the king and the lords had a dinner. Look at the lords and learn who they are. They control everything. They see everything. And a reminder that the government can now hack into any of your devices with zero-click exploits.
Thank you, Bill. That's very nice.
Well, thanks for hosting us. I mean, this is quite a group to get together, and I think all of the companies here are making huge investments in the country in order to build out data centers and infrastructure to power the next wave of innovation. So it's we don't often get together as the CEOs of the different companies, but it's good to.
Lord Elon's missing, crashed out in a parking lot on drugs. He's still in the curb. I don't think he's missing. I think currently he's trying to overthrow the British.
See everyone.
I want to thank you for including me this evening.
Oh, look, there's Tim Cook too. The glaze? No, this entire thing is just gluck, 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 gluck. That's it. Just choke, gluck, spit, done.
It's incredible to be among everyone here, particularly you and the First Lady. I've always enjoyed having dinner and interacting. I want to thank
I've always enjoyed having dinner and interacting. I'm a person, I swear.
You for setting the tone such that we could make a major investment in the United States.
First of all, to echo the comments of Tim and others, thank you so much for getting us all together, and thank you for being such a pro-business, pro-innovation president.
These are the people that control everything, that see everything, that own everything. And this is what they want you to do.
We need to confirm to the American people that they do not need to fear for their lives when they drive to the grocery store or they pick up their son or daughter from school. This is common sense.
Groceries are up 39%, by the way. I too eat food like humans, like all the other humans in a human way, because I am a human, literally.
And I cannot for the life of me understand how the Democrats think this is some sort of winning political message. Yield, man. Let the troops come into your city and show how crime can be reduced. It's a morale boost for the country.
Just let the fascism happen. By the way, this man is fucking horny for war. He won Call of Duty. Sec War, Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, United States Secretary of War, war.gov, Sec War, we're the War Department. Like, isn't he not letting ICE aids into his own city, which has much higher crime rate than in LA? Well, of course, but they will later. They have the bounty hunters doing that. See, there's the other bit, right? There's ICE, and then there's the ICE bounty hunters, which are not ICE, but they pretend to be ICE. They dress like ICE. And, yeah. By the way, we saw Zuckerberg a second ago. Did you want to know what Zuckerberg's done now? You know those Meta glasses? They dox you in real time, immediately. If you see somebody wearing these, punch them in the face. I beg you, break those glasses.
As you walk by people, the glasses will detect when somebody's face is in frame. This photo is used to analyze them, and after a few seconds, their personal information pops up on your phone. Cambridge Community Foundation.
Palantir literally had a conference that they called Miltech. This is the cyberpunk timeline. I have a whole video on Palantir we have to watch, but we gotta get back to the revolution first.
Oh, hi, ma'am. Wait, are you Betsy?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I think I met you through like the Cambridge Community Foundation, right?
Just doxing people instantly, like tells you what the identity is. This is because they have all of your data already. Horny for war over here. Zuck should be redacted. Yep, I agree. Wait, hold on. I forgot to show you more about the Secretary of War and how fucking insane this man is.
To disparage our warfighters, whether it's the Korean War, or the Vietnam War, or our generation of Iraq and Afghanistan, that's to recognize that this name change is not just about renaming, it's about restoring. Words matter. It's restoring, as you've guided us to, Mr. President, restoring the warrior ethos, restoring victory and clarity as an end state, restoring intentionality to the use of force. So, at your direction, Mr. President, the War Department is going to fight decisively, not endless conflicts. It's going to fight to win, not to lose. We're going to go on offense, not just on defense. Maximum lethality, not tepid legality.
As in, we're going to commit crimes. The dude thinks the Crusades never ended. He's literally restarting them. Guys, you know that boat we hit that was smuggling drugs? It was a fishing boat. We killed another fishing boat today. Another one. Democrats let this fucker run as an anti-war candidate, by the way, let's not forget. Fuck all of it. I don't care anymore. I don't care about, like, electoralism. I just don't. Because you know what's gonna happen? Is Mamdani's gonna win the election in New York, and Trump is gonna invade New York and then depose Mamdani. An alcoholic telling us about clarity, this cyberpunk dystopia is a farce. Literally. Oh, by the way, you know what else he's telling you to do is to beat your wife.
There's no crime. They said crime's down 87%. I said, no. It's more than 87%. Virtually nothing. And much lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. You know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say, this was a crime, see? So now I can't claim 100%. There's no crime. They said crime's down 87%.
Good, Mobius. I support that. These people are just ISIS. Honestly, stop calling them Nazis, just call them ISIS. By the way, this is what the State Department's posting. Our nation was founded on the recognition that moral virtue and steadfast faith in God are necessary preconditions of freedom. Yet under the Biden administration, the U.S. foreign policy belittled Christianity and weaponized government against... This is the Department of State. The U.S. State Department. Literally the U.S. State Department. By the way, modern day Jesus...
I don't know what children. I think America's problems are maybe a bit too vast for me. I'm going to book a flight to Judea and just see how things are going over there.
Right, so they rebranded. They're called Israel now.
Okay, well, I'm going to Google Israel.
No. For your sake.
They've been doing some thou shalt nots over there.
Separation of church and state. Oh, well, you know, that was when it was America. I said this on Inauguration Day. I said America died. We got shot in 2016. In 2020, we got shot on January 6th, 2021. And we were dying up until the election where Trump won again and America died. We watched the funeral on Inauguration Day. Evangelicals are creepy as fuck. Evangelicals are a death cult. They're literally ISIS. They want the end of the world to happen. This is why Mike Johnson went over to Israel and happily helped them sacrifice the fucking heifer, the cow, the red cow. They're literally trying to do blood sacrifice to bring about an apocalypse prophecy. They are insane and a death cult, which is why I want you to do this.
Burning. Parliament is burned. Safe. Thanks. Please be safe.
Okay.
So, you heard it. Parliament is burning. Parliament is burned.
Nope, they were not. They actually did it. I covered it. So did a bunch of other people. They sacrificed 2 of the heifers. Also somehow had a locust plague, and the fucking Sea of Galilee had a algae bloom that made it red. Bannon and Trump should have ended up in Gitmo. I agree. By the way, right now, exactly what I said was going to happen a year ago is happening, where a bunch of fucking liberals are looking at, like, people like Nick Fuentes and saying, this guy sounds like he has a point. Literally exactly what I said is happening. Every time. I'm so sick of being right.
I cannot believe my eyes right now. The whole of Parliament.
Yes, the third temple's incoming. Yeah, they won't stop talking about it. Ben-Gvir keeps going. They're literally trying to end the world. That is why it's a death cult. Guys, I need you to get up and fight And I will accept nothing less than every single one of these people being put onto a spaceship and launched at Mars. They can go live on Mars. They can have their Nazi society over there, away from us. Fucking, you know what? Not Mars. It's too close still. Maybe, Alpha Centauri. Let's go. We can call MAGA Vanilla ISIS, Y'all Qaeda all the time. I do. Vanilla ISIS is a good one. I've never called them that. But Y'all Qaeda, like, every time I see this white guy, like, I cannot believe what I'm seeing in the middle of a revolution gets me. I mean, like, would you not also, like, if you were just, like, some dude who was stopping over in Nepal to, like, buy a motorcycle and then continue your travel and then, I don't know, a revolution by anarchists, like the good kind, took out the government, that would be interesting. I would also be on the street filming, though. He's so out of place, yes, but he's actually there. Like, the dude could have been hiding at home. But he went out to film. Not Mars. How about the core of the sun? That's still a little too close for me. How about like a black hole? I feel there's one at the exact center of the Milky Way. I think that's just far enough. He's doing great journalism. Unironically, he's doing better journalism than every single mainstream media platform right now on this topic. Accidentally.
It is on fire. People are dancing. None of it is left, look at it! The whole building is burned through! Yeah! People holding Nepali flags on top of the fire engines! Yeah!
Well, Entropy Fan, you said the Taliban. Have you seen the video of the Taliban welcoming Americans to Afghanistan? Because I showed this not very long ago, and I think it tells a lot about like where we are as a society when you realize, could you imagine this video being shown to any American in like any time between 2001 and 2012?
We have one message for America.
Welcome to Afghanistan.
Afghanistan. It might not be on your bucket list, but for a growing group of influencers, the thrill of hanging with the Taliban,
The Taliban have come to join my workouts.
and dispelling the country's negative image is...
This is CNN, guys! So like, yeah, no, we're essentially just the same. Like, again, MAGA thinks of the word Sharia law, and they think about, like, exactly what they want to do in the Christian way, but the Muslim version of it. That's what they think of. They're just doing Christian Sharia anyway. That's been the whole goal, which is why we need pirates. Taliban looking more pro-immigrant than the US. Unironically, they are.
What the fuck am I witnessing right now?
This looks fun. Have some fun. Stay safe. They're gonna fucking drone strike me. What media is showing you this? Because if you go on YouTube right now and you find, like, I don't know, let's see, let's find a video on Nepal from one of the mainstream sources. A revolution, homie, yeah? Fuck those cars? Literally, like, this is what you need to do. The disruption is the point. Give me the most recent mainstream news video from the last hour. It's all Indians. Why is like half of the news India? Jesus Christ. All right, let's just filter to NBC. That's a good CNBC. Let's see what they're saying.
every corruption in the country from the local level to federal level.
What is the real reason behind Nepal's deadly
hold on. This isn't American news. This is CNBC TV 18. It's a local news channel. I want to see what the proper fucking liberals are saying. Let's see. Does CNN have anything on this, or are you all still talking about, like, is Trump in the Epstein files when everyone knows the man is, like, a child rapist? No, they're talking about Israel bombing Qatar. Right? That looked like an actual news reporter instead of Corpo Media. Yeah, it did. We're going to watch it. I'm actually going to listen to that. She's interesting. I want to show you, like, the Corpo Media and the distinction. Local news is fine. Like, oh, cool. Here's one. Here's, like, actual NBC.
Fiery protests tonight in what may be the world's first revolution powered by Gen Z.
At least they called it a revolution.
Fiery protests tonight in what may be the world's first revolution powered by Gen Z. Thousands of young people outraged over a ban on social media apps like Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp, storming the Parliament of Nepal and setting it ablaze, defiantly waving artifacts looted from government buildings. The chaos forcing the Prime Minister to resign and shutting down the country's main international airport. Demonstrators demanding change, including an end to government corruption.
They're padding the narrative by saying it was over the social media ban. Exactly. That's what they're doing. The social media ban was just the last straw. Nothing to do with why they're doing this. But they have to change the narrative, because the narrative cannot be the fact that they're stealing from you. Liking this stream supports independent media. True. Please go and like the YouTube stream. Completely missed the context of why they're upset about social media. Didn't miss it. Ignored it. Let's see how this one does.
On the whole story, let's put the spotlight on India's neighbor. Well, Gen Z has taken over the streets of Nepal. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigned this afternoon after 2 days of violent anti-corruption protests that killed 19 people and injured over 400. It has been named the Gen Z revolution because of the young participants. Hashtag Nepo Kid is trending across the country. As we speak, the situation is quite tense there. Now, protesters defied a curfew and stormed into the residence of Prime Minister and vandalized it. The protesters also set on fire the office of the country's largest party, Nepali Congress, and the houses of several prominent politicians, including the president. The protesters also breached the parliament. All flights at the Tribhuvan International.
Like, this is like a news report, right? It does feel like he needs to contextualize. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Like, this guy, he's not like a reporter. He was just there recording. Like, he doesn't know why they're doing it either. He's learning as he goes. Guys, I got updates on Poland. For one, pizza traffic at the Pentagon is extremely high for a Tuesday night. Right now. That's a lot of pizzas. That's a lot more drones than I thought. There remain 30 to 40 Shahed strike UAVs in the air flying towards west of Ukraine, the east of Poland. We had Poland's early warning aircraft take off, move back a little bit. We have a senator from the United States, Senator Dick Durbin, saying that Putin is testing NATO's resolve after multiple Russian drones breached Polish airspace. These incursions cannot be ignored. Hours later, 6 Russian Tu-95 MS bombers airborne. US F-35 scrambled over Warsaw. Poland on alert. This is not just about Ukraine anymore. So what happened here, from what my understanding is that the Russians threw the drones in and knew that we were paying attention. They launched the bomber planes that they usually use to bomb Ukraine. They didn't bomb Ukraine with them at the time, which we reported earlier because it was weird, and instead waited for America to send F-35s. It was how quickly can NATO respond was the test, from what I could tell. Polish authorities have urged residents of Podlaski, Mazowiecki, and Dubaski. voivodeships. I butchered that, I'm so sorry. To shelter in place due to tonight's drone attack. We have this coming from the Polish Operational Command. Attention, during today's strikes by the Russian Federation carrying out strikes on targets located in the territory of Ukraine, our airspace was repeatedly breached by drone-type objects. An operation is underway aimed at identifying and neutralizing the objects on the orders of the Operational Command of the Polish Armed Forces. Weapons have been deployed and services are actively working to locate the downed objects. We emphasize the military operation is ongoing. We urge people to stay home. These are the most threatened areas. Again, so like, we're at war. We are at war. You guys enjoy the revolution for like a minute while I go pee, and I'll be back, and then we'll continue on. Cause I want to talk about Palantir. Of course he's saying we won. They did win. They burned the parliament down. All right, now I'll be right back. I had to go bring Franklin Delano Roosevelt onto the stream.
The army are leaving. The riot police have left. The building behind me is on fire. In front of me, sorry. People are celebrating, smashing everything. You can see Parliament has been destroyed. What is the channel name? We hate the cold. We hate the cold. We hate the cold. Man. Oh, you know, you in Nepal, that so many leaders, they are so corrupted, and that young is coming and they will do that. I heard, brother. I heard.
Revolutionary peeing here on the first stream. Exactly. Get a good fucking look, America. This is what revolution looks like. This is what needs to happen, America. You guys need to do this, and this needs to happen now. Now. Every day that passes, it's gonna get worse. Every minute that they get to prepare makes it more difficult. Fight back. Get up. Now.
Nepal government deserves this. Actually, they deserve this. You know, we don't want to do this by our own choice. We are doing this because they deserve this. We can beat it. We can. Nepal youth can beat it. This is for Nepal. People can beat it. And we will save Nepal. This is for Nepal. No, this is crazy. They're waving the army goodbye. The army are gone.
You think it ends here, though, because it's not just Nepal. It's not. But first, before you know we move on, I do really got to show you some of the images. You know, this is the Capitol. That's the Parliament building. That's what they burned down. In theory, it doesn't even need to happen since the US has enough civilian-owned firearms for a peaceful deterrent. True, but, you know, most of the people that own them are not going to use it. Yeah, it will never happen. Yeah. Remember all of the people who, like, hoarded guns for when the government starts doing tyranny? They voted for the tyranny. They made the army run away. Based. Remember, it only takes 10%. It's not 10%. It's 3, Captain Buggy. Remember the Nazi group, the 3%ers? Do you know where that came from? 3% of the population. That's what you can accomplish. No one's above the people. Nobody. Music is copyright, so I can't play it. But, you know, we see protests like this in America, but I never see the other part of it, you know, that bit doesn't happen. Meanwhile, in Turkey, we got Turkish opposition in Istanbul seized by the police. The CHP HQ, the like literal opposite, like this is like if the cops took control of the Democrats like fucking office building. 3% is like 10 million people. That many people at the Capitol in any city is pretty much GG for any government, literally. Just get up and do it. That's all you gotta do. Everyone's scared to be first. If I was there, I would not be. Turkish government has restricted access to WhatsApp and Instagram and others since Monday morning in Istanbul. None of them work without a VPN. And because of that, some of these might be Turkish. I will translate if I have to. Thankfully, this is Al Jazeera.
Tempers flare outside the Istanbul headquarters of Turkey's main opposition party, CHP. This follows a court ruling on September 2.
This is why I've said Americans need to suffer along like Homo sapien. We haven't suffered enough to be angry enough.
That annulled the party's 2023 provincial congress on the grounds of alleged irregularity.
Yeah, literally. No, like that bit is what it black pills me, along with Homo sapien. When I say go to a protest and someone's like, yeah, but I gotta work. That's what black pills me. Fuck your job, fuck your boss. Go protest. You don't have to do that. Like, the whole reason we're fucking protesting is so you don't have to be a slave. You do realize that we're all slaves, right? Slavery never ended. And I'm not talking about how it's legal in the Constitution and in prisons. Slavery is all of us. We're all slaves. Debt is what slavery is. It just moved from chains to debt. And if you have any debt, you're a slave. You pay interest. You have to give your labor freely to the owner of the debt that you owe with interest. Since Serbia was mentioned, the government got desperate and started crackdown because they want to start the Bosnian genocide again. I've talked about that too. 500,000 people turned up on a mass protest at the Capitol. Wage slavery, debt slavery, still slavery. Yeah. We've seen Romania also do that. We've seen Hungary walked out and told Orban to fuck off when he tried to ban Pride.
Irregularities.
If you're not willing to lose anything, your protest isn't going to achieve anything. Your job at the protest is to get the shit beaten out of you. That's your job, to get arrested. If you're not willing to lose anything, then you're not achieving anything. You are LARPing. Don't go to a protest with your phone. Don't go there to hang out. Don't go there with your friends. You are in a war zone. America is in the Civil War. You are going to a battlefield. Go accordingly. This is not a social event.
The decision led to the dismissal of elected party officials and the appointment of a temporary committee, triggering protests and a fierce backlash from the main opposition.
They are annulling our Istanbul Provincial Congress, shamelessly appointing a trustee. They're sending
You can absolutely network at the protest, and that's actually incredibly base, but it is insane to me. Via your machine gun, I'm just mad that nothing is being done. There are so many things that we could do. The ones that want to do the Bosnian War again are the Bosnian Orthodox Christians, though. Republika Srpska is a different country. U.S. negotiated compromise. No, I'm talking like the actual Serbian government wants to restart the Bosnian genocide. They want to make all of that Yugoslavia again. Literally, that's what they've said. And that was months ago. Clearly that didn't happen. That might have just been election messaging. But also, Russia involved, I can see it. Long-term goal.
Police to block the entrance of our provincial headquarters. They're violating our home, our sacred space, by not letting CHP members enter the house of their political family.
Everyone is pissed, and this is literally how both the First World War and the Second World War started. These were class wars that were co-opted by imperialists. Both of these wars started from material conditions. World War III looks to be exactly the same. Mankind needs a spiritual enlightenment. We all know fuck all about ourselves. That's not spiritual to me. That is critical thinking. We need to be able to, like, you're right. We don't know fuck all about ourselves. You know why? You want to know why? Look, we're going to go off topic again, but I can answer to you exactly why. This is why.
You need to be bored. You will have less meaning and you will be more depressed if you never are bored. I mean, it couldn't be clearer.
By the way, this is still involved with the militant strategy of like radical revolution. This is required. Because you are being brainwashed. We are all being farmed, remember? And this is how you stop the farming. This is how you fight back. Not happening, doom scrolls on my phone. You just keep helping Palantir. Happy for you. That's how you gotta frame it, by the way. If you refuse to do the things that are required, then you are actively helping the Nazis. I know you were joking. But, like, people do say that seriously. And when they do, I need you to treat them like they are just outright helping the Nazis. That was election messaging mostly. It's mostly back and forth between Kosovo. The Republic of Srpska leadership is the one that talked about secession. Yeah, okay. I assume you live in the region. It was hard for me to remember. I do remember, like, all of those countries hate each other. I lived in Montenegro for, like, 2 months. And, like, just from that, I can tell how much they all fucking hate each other anyway.
The good side of boredom in general. Boredom is a tendency for us to not be occupied otherwise cognitively, which switches over our thinking system to use a part of our brain that's called the default mode network. That sounds fancy. It's really not. The default mode network is a bunch of structures in your brain that switch on when you don't have anything else to think about. So you forgot your phone and you're sitting at a light, for example. That's when your default mode network goes on. We don't like it. My colleague in the psychology department here at Harvard, Dan Gilbert, he did experiments where people had to sit in a room for 15 minutes with instructions to do absolutely nothing, and there was nothing in the room to do except there was a button in front of them that they could push, and if they did, they gave themselves a painful electric shock. Sit there bored or get a shock. A big majority of the participants gave themselves shocks instead of thinking about nothing. We don't like boredom. Boredom's terrible.
I know. They're doing it everywhere. Like, everywhere. Moldova too, an entropy fan, all of it.
Why is boredom so bad? Well, because the default mode network makes us think about things that might be kind of uncomfortable. When you think about nothing, well, your mind wanders and thinks about, for example, big questions of meaning in your life. What does my life mean? You go to kind of uncomfortable existential questions.
This is why we don't know ourselves.
That turns out to be incredibly important, incredibly good. One of the
I'd be shocking myself constantly. I don't think that study would work for masochists into shocking. The point is that you have to do, like, first off, if you're a masochist that's into shocking, you would have gotten, like, filtered out. If you think you'd constantly be shocking yourself, that means this is something you need to practice. Like, practice it. Go outside for a walk and don't bring your phone. Don't use your phone to play music in the background. Take a shower quietly. Make some food quietly. Take 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day. Work up to at least 15 minutes a day of just like boredom. You want to be at least bored for 15 minutes every day. Like, can you fathom the fact that, like, it has not even been a full decade since we used to have that ability? Like, all of us, we had the ability to be bored. Who doesn't take a shower quietly? People watch videos in the shower. A lot of people I know listen to music when they shower. I listen to music when I shower sometimes. Sometimes it's quiet. Like, it depends on the day. But, like, you need to be able to be bored so that you can have any introspection. I think offering people the mental discipline from meditation is an easier... See, no, I don't think so, Latino Mifune. Because people have tried to sell meditation for years and nobody gives a shit. But by saying you need to be bored because the demons that are farming you are a cow in a cage being milked by Mark Zuckerberg, violated and molested. I think that's a better sell. And the only way to stop him is to get bored for 5 to 10 minutes a day until you're able to not be controlled by their fucking algorithm. look, you know what?
reasons
We're
we have
going to come back to the revolution. I need you to see this first. It's nothing else will actually hit until you understand just how bad this is. So let's start with graphite.
Spyware that can break into your phone without you clicking a link or a file or doing anything at all. Just getting a message can be enough. Once your phone is infected, your data, even messages on encrypted apps, can be read and copied. That kind of spyware, using what's called zero-click exploits, is a reality. In fact, it's a booming...
People keep tracks of time while they're in the shower. Set an alarm. Just try it. Like, if that's the only time that you're going to have the chance to be quiet and bored for 10 minutes, then try it. Find a way. I need you to understand convenience is their weapon against us. If it's convenient, say no. Pick the hard thing. Pick the annoying thing. Because the convenient thing is specifically engineered to entrap you. You are not even the product being sold anymore. You are the resource. The fox being hunted so you can be skinned. I can be bored when reading a book. That's not the same. You need to be doing... The video explains it. It's your default... What was it? Your default something mode. You need to be bored. There's nothing else for you to think about for that to activate. We got rid of it, and this existed for all of human history.
Which switches over.
Aware what happened in the world today. Pay attention to what the topic is. This is why none of us can actually focus. This is why no one in America is getting up and burning down a fucking building.
The good side of boredom in general. Boredom is a tendency for a...
Yes, they do track your time. What do you mean? They absolutely see how much timers you set on your phone. They track what time you wake up based on when you pick your phone up and then the gyroscope moves. What was one of those law of power? I don't give a fuck about the law anymore, neither do they. They're shooting CEOs, not enough of them.
To not be occupied otherwise cognitively, which switches over our thinking system to use a part of our brain that's called the default mode network. That sounds fancy. It's really not. The default mode network is a bunch of structures in your brain that switch on when you don't have anything else to think about. So you forgot your phone and you're sitting at a light, for example. That's when your default mode network goes on. We don't like it. My colleague in the psychology department here at Harvard, Dan Gilbert, he did experiments where people had to sit in a room for 15 minutes with instructions to do absolutely nothing.
We'll skip ahead because obviously some of you had missed that context.
Himself a painful electric shock. Sit there bored or get a shock. A big majority of the participants gave themselves shocks instead of thinking about nothing. We don't like boredom. Boredom's terrible. Why is boredom so bad? Well, because the default mode network makes us think about things that might be kind of uncomfortable. When you think about nothing...
I fish and I walk plenty of time in nature without electricity. It's not about electricity. It's not about, fishing. You need to be bored. That's the point. 15 minutes per day where you are not doing anything. There's no input. There's nothing for you to focus on. That is what is required.
Mind wanders and thinks about, for example, big questions of meaning in your life. What does my life mean? You go to kind of uncomfortable existential questions when you're bored. That turns out to be incredibly important, incredibly good. One of the reasons that we have such an explosion of depression and anxiety in our society today is because people actually don't know the meaning of their lives, much less so in previous generations. Tons of data show this. And furthermore, we're not even looking. Why not? I'll tell you why not. We figured out a way to eliminate boredom. We've been able almost completely to shut off the default mode network in our brains. How? The answer is that thing in your pocket with the screen.
The brainwashing machine. The one engineered to fuck with your mind. All right, let's move on to the actual shit of how bad it is. But first, this is quite funny and apparently just happened. No, fuck you.
Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free DC! Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free DC! Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time!
I do like him getting called Hitler to his face, but again, Donald Trump is nothing. He's nothing burger. He's not in charge. The actual person that you should be mad at is Vance, Teal, and really all of the fucking oligarchs. And you're gonna find out why in a second. Being a lifeguard was the most boring job I've ever had. I can see that. I knew quite a lot of lifeguards. He doesn't give a shit. He probably, he was smiling. You guys understand that, right? Like, being called a Nazi to these people makes them happy. This is why you should call them demons. You should call them subhuman scum. Use the words that they use against you, against them. It's the hard counter for Nazism. Nazis exist in a world where they are victims in their own mind forever. They are the eternal victim. They are entitled to everything, and everyone else is a demon. Now, if you treat them the way that they treat others, then they lose. The only reason they continue to win is because we don't do that. Because it's immoral. Because we treat humans like humans. They're not humans. They were humans, some of them. Like, nobody is born evil. The only thing humans are innately is social. These people were made this way, developed into this. And the zombie virus is not necessarily curable. And remember, the woke mind virus, it's the zombie virus. Who grooms children? They do. Have you had a lot of pop today? No, I'm just fucking mad because I haven't been able to stream for like 4 days. I wanted to talk about a bunch of this shit yesterday, but then I had to fix my fucking internet because my router updated and broke. I mean, technically we're all animals, shouldn't be derogatory insult. That's why I call them zombies. They're subhuman. Like, you don't have to call them animals. But, like, again, Captain Buggy, you don't need to, a woke word police, like, what you're calling a Nazi. A Nazi's a Nazi. Call them however the fuck you want. I advocate for you to call male Nazis misogynist female shit. Like, call them women, call them weak, tell them to go back to the kitchen. Be a misogynist to the men in the Nazi movement. Have fun with it. Do it to the women, too. Like, I don't care. Call them any slur, just whatever. I'm so tired of the word policing. We're doing it to ourselves too. I feel like it's an insult. It's short, it is, but they're not listening, Captain Buggy. The animal kingdom is not hearing you call the Nazi an animal, and I don't care. Call them what they fear the most, a transgender woman. Literally, yeah. Make fun of Trump because he's on spironolactone. That's a medication that trans women take. Is Donald Trump transgender? Start transvestigating him. I don't care. There is nothing that you're going to say or do that is going to create more harm than they're already doing while you're attempting to stop them. Trees are comrades, like so are all animals. I would literally prefer a slug in charge right now than the current regime. If their fascism has religious beliefs, call them false idol worshippers. I call them fucking Christian nationalists. You gotta call them like Muslims. I'm a trans woman and I approve this message. Based. Okay, cool. We got the consent. Go and do that. Call them. I grew up Muslim, so here's my consent to you. Call them ISIS, call them Islamist terrorists, call them Iranian, talk about how they're doing Sharia law, like, just become a 2008 Republican. I'm not kidding. Like, I was saying that Elon Musk should get deported because he was an illegal immigrant that came into the country and stole your job. So, like, just do it. I don't know for a fact that Trump is Putin's bottom, but I believe it's true. Oh, I believe it's true. I think Medvedev is the one fucking Trump, though. I don't think it's Putin. I think Putin might take Melania. I'm gonna tell the Nazis that they're doing haram, and they should start praying 6 times a day. That's not what I mean by that. You gotta hit them the way they hit you, right? Like, this is what I mean by flip the playbook. The counter think about this in a game term. The only counter for the attack that's coming is to reflect the exact attack back. All of your weapons will just bounce off the enemy shields. But if you reflect their attack back, that breaks through. Now, the final boss of this game, capitalism, is 2 bosses. It is capitalism and the state. Both of them have like tens of millions of hit points. But the trick is, you have to get both capitalism and the state to about 0 at the same time. Otherwise, they're going to start spamming blocks, stuns, and heals on each other and start all over. Think about it this way, and you'll have a much easier way of going about acting for change. I always tell them to go back to Russia. I do that too. Say, like, throw Afghanistan in there once in a while, you know? Call them, like, everything they hate. Call them women, call them trans, call them Jews. I don't care. I don't care. You know what happened to me yesterday? Here, let me show you what they're doing and why I don't give a fuck. Take a look at this. Where are you? I got limited for this post, so here we go. Imagine that a rabbi says Palestinians are subhuman filth like you goyim. Do not speak about ISIS in that fashion. I know quite a few great Arabic individuals in that group. They love ISIS! Of course they do! Of course they love fucking ISIS. Not only are you an anti-Semite, but you are racist and I will find your employer. You wanna know what else this person was saying? How do you call yourself a libertarian socialist? Women are retarded. Get back to kitchen duty. Telling me walk away, you don't want this was so funny to me, because if you say, like, you don't want this to me, I'm not walking away. So, you know, calling me anti-Semitic, I'm done. Jewish people were God's chosen people for 2,000 years. Like, insane shit. Insane. Quite the freak. And you know what? This was my only, like if you proceed with more anti-Semitism, I will be contacting my good friends at the ADL. This is how you reply to these fucking Nazi bullies. Palestinians are literally Semitic. Jesus was one. Israel is a terrorist organization. Death to the IDF. Being a Zionist definitionally requires you agreeing with Hitler that Jews don't belong in Europe. You are a Nazi. You are a Nazi and as Jewish as ISIS is Muslim, which they aren't. At ADL myself. Fuck them. You think I'm afraid of them? Wait, how do I get mod? I gave it to you because everyone's a mod in this community. We got community policing here. Like, do not even talk to these people. They're not people. This is an Indian man. I'm not, and like that's not even a joke, because we know for a fact that quite a lot of right-wing influencers, for some reason, aren't even bots. That they're just literally Indians in India. Chef's kiss for tagging the ADL. Yeah, like, you think I'm afraid of them?
Imagine spy.
Now, imagine those people, because it is those people, because what we're about to hear, what this guy is about to explain to you, was created and owned by Israel. It is created and owned by Israel.
Imagine spyware that can break into your phone without you clicking a link or a file or doing anything at all. Just getting a message can be enough. Once your phone is infected, your data, even messages on encrypted apps, can be read and copied. That kind of spyware, using what's called zero-click exploits.
That means that they are doing client-side scanning with this, as in like if you're sending a signal message, they've scanned the message before you even hit send.
Is a reality. In fact, it's a booming multi-billion-dollar industry. I'm Ronan Farrow. I've reported on spyware for years. Let me tell you about the newest US government contract to buy this kind of tech and why watchdog groups are alarmed. The spyware is called Graphite, a tool from an Israeli company, Paragon Solutions, founded by...
They also had Pegasus, which was banned in 2021 by the Biden administration.
...by a former prime minister and military intelligence veterans. Earlier this year, Apple had to rush out an emergency patch after investigators at the Canadian watchdog group Citizen Lab found graphite had been used in Europe to hack journalists. Also this year, WhatsApp warned nearly 90 people worldwide they'd been hacked. In 2024, I was one of several reporters that looked at how ICE had quietly signed a $2 million contract.
By the way, ICE has now more funding than most world governments spend on their military in general.
With Paragon, reportedly to use graphite. That work was paused by the Biden administration over human rights concerns. But just days ago...
Yes, literally. It's this and Palantir. That's why they never miss when targeting journalists. It's why I'm going to get drone striked by Israel.
The Trump administration lifted the pause. Now, sometimes I hear people argue, if I have nothing to hide, why should I worry about this? Well, because spyware has a long history of being used to target journalists, activists, and political opposition members. Innocent bystanders sometimes get their sensitive data swept up too.
This allows them to pre-crime you. Let's say you are organizing a protest. They can come and arrest you before you have the protest. Remember the Russian barrel training in Israel goes after you? Always have a barrel to hide in? I mean, it didn't help him. It did not help him, unfortunately. I might have to go with the Saddam Hussein cave strategy.
Watchdog groups have even repeatedly linked spyware to acts of violence. I have sources around this company, Paragon. They claim their tech is less intrusive than competing solutions, and they say they're just selling law enforcement tools to governments and trying to minimize abuses. Paragon even told Arets that it actually cut ties with the Italian.
I can't get through one fucking story. My God. All right, Israel bombed the flotilla again. Second attack, still in Tunisian waters in 2 days. I haven't even gotten to show the first one yet. Start with the first one.
I'm currently in the port in Tunis, where our boat carrying humanitarian aid was just bombed. This boat was on a humanitarian mission to Gaza among dozens of other boats to attempt to break Israel's illegal and inhumane siege. It was the boat that me and my friends were on, not at that very moment when it got bombed and caused an...
There were people on the boat. Another war crime? This is not even a war. This is an act of war against Tunisia. Also Qatar, but you know. Here are the many, many, many times Israel has done this. This war was end now, so stop it. You have to do it. Get up and walk to Israel. Get like 3, 4, 5 million people from Europe to walk to Israel. Get more boats. Go and stop them. No one's coming to save us. The graphite 0 day has likely been patched. It's not something you can patch. Like the one exploit that graphite used in Entropy Fan, that exploit got patched. But they have more. Like they'll just keep finding them. Israel's just casually instigating a 6-front war. This is the most rogue nation to ever exist. Literally, like they need, like I need warships to sail to the waters of Israel and then bomb the fuck out of the Knesset. Thank you for the sub, Arczino. Like that is what's needed right now. And nothing less. They're saying Ben-Gvir plans to designate the global Sumud flotilla activists as terrorists, saying that they're going to put them in a terrorist-specific prison, and that they're going to take the boats and then make those boats into, I don't know, like anti-piracy boats. That's what they're doing with that. Like, you understand where we are, right? This is World War. Where is the other video? Here we go. The hostages are dead, and Blue Magician, Hamas offered to give all of the hostages on October 8th to Israel, and Israel said no. Hamas literally said on October 8th, we will give you all of the hostages if you do not invade Gaza. And Israel said no. Hamas has said yes to giving all of the hostages in every single negotiation. Israel keeps saying no, because Israel is a death cult. They have no desire to do anything like that. They have currently bombed Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Tunisia, Qatar, Yemen. It's a cult. It's also, like, literally trying to bring about the end of the world, so, you know. Look, We're not going to talk too much on this one today because today is Revolution Day. I will show more about this tomorrow, but I need you to see two things. First, pay attention to where we are in the world. Coming soon to America, because everything that we do, we test in Israel first. That's why America loves Israel, is we get to test all our new weapons and torture tactics on Palestinians. It's a big mistake for Hamas, seems now. Hamas only exists because of Israel. Israel funded Hamas. Literally, they said it themselves. I've shown the defense minister, the Yoav Gallant one, talking about how they have funded Israel, not Israel, they have funded Hamas, that Hamas existed for them specifically. They had 3 days of prior warning from Egypt that this was going to happen. Hamas offered all of the hostages. And by the way, Israel deserved October 7th, just like how America deserved 9/11. The innocent people did not deserve to die, but that's what backlash is. When you start oppressing a people for 70, 80 years, you start exploiting them, enslaving them, destroying their lives, killing their families. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen? We should not be able to see a person's zygomatic arches like that. No. This is coming soon to America, by the way. Israel shouldn't have caused 80 years of blowback, literally. Fuck Israel, it's a terrorist state. Again, foreign European country, an American allied foreign country that they just bombed. Why did Israel fund Hamas? I can tell you why. I can tell you why. You can go look up, I'm sure they've taken it down now because they don't show anything anymore, but Yoav Gallant talking about how, hey, we needed Gaza to have Hamas because otherwise the entire Palestinian people would be organized under one government, which was the Palestinian organization coming to America. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? We have concentration camps right the fuck now. Food prices are up 39%, and they are arresting American citizens and disappearing them. Jesse Waters was talking about how he loves disappearances. You are insane. You have no idea what's going on. Look at what they're able to do. They're just breaking into your phone.
Government, after it failed to investigate.
And this is not even half of it. This is not even the worst part. Give it a second.
Sensitive surveillance tools rarely stay limited to their intended targets. I have heard so many big spyware companies claim to me that their tech can be restricted to legitimate use. And time again, we see those same tools.
Who are you talking about? They don't come to America. I'm talking about Nazism, and that's here. We're in it right now. The Department of War? What are you talking about? Let them talk, it's hilarious. Whatever. I'm gonna put on the Palantir video now. I have a few, hold on, which one is it? No, not this one. That's important. No, we've watched that one too. Well, I mean, there's this.
There is basically no conflict in the world where Palantir is not the first.
No more violence? You're paying for this, by the way. This is literally the tool. No, it's okay. Leave them here. Maybe they'll learn. I like it when the trolls come and don't immediately start saying slurs because that often means that there is a chance they might be misinformed. Remember what we talk about every day. This is a brainwashing operation being conducted on us. We are being farmed like farm animals and brainwashed into obedience and not questioning anything. You do not see anything that you are not supposed to see. I will pray for peace. Pray for peace while you watch this, because this is what we're paying for. Not just state to state. Oh, this is worldwide.
There is basically no conflict in the world where Palantir is not the first call.
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
I had all...
Jesus fucking Christ. I haven't watched this, by the way. This is the CEO of Palantir. This is a guy who has a PhD in, what was it? classical human social theory. He has a degree in traditional Christian values, basically, which is non-Christian in every single way. Like, Jesus would hate this man. Jesus would whip this man to death, actually. Alex Karp is a genius. He's smart. He's also fucking evil.
Light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us. I had all sorts of fantasies of using drone-enabled technology to exact revenge, especially targeted in violation of all norms.
All right. This is the guy in charge of everything now. He is the government. Neoclassical social theory, thank you. Thank you. He is the government. We're not in fascism. You need to understand that. Fascism requires complete obedience to the state, but Palantir is a corporation above the state. This is techno-feudalism. Those are the sovereigns. Palantir is the sovereign, the emperor. We have all of the tech companies, the lords. The king is just a figurehead.
Strong quarter, that might be an understatement. When we're speaking about Palantir, their first quarter where revenue topped $1 billion.
In the end,
I wish I had invested. I could have made so much money to use against these people, but I fucking hate stocks.
rights you give up will be used against you.
Revenue topped $1 billion.
In the end, the rights you give up will be used against you.
Millions of Americans have files in government
You should
databases.
be fucking terrified.
Their movements, purchases, and communications connected by software from a company called Palantir. And the worst part, we helped fund its creation. What exactly does Palantir do? Palantir has current and past contracts with the FBI, DHS, IRS, CDC, SEC, and the Pentagon. They process data for police departments in multiple countries, healthcare networks including the United Kingdom's National Health Services, Cleveland Clinic managing patient care across hospitals. They're in the banks processing your transactions, the factories building your cars, Tyson Foods monitoring production facilities,
You're not wrong.
and Fortune 500 companies from Wendy's to General Mills. In a letter from Alex
Techno-feudalism is also fascism because it uses fascism to legitimize techno-feudalist power. It's like it is a fascist ideology, but it goes above fascism. As like Latino Mifune said, fascism is the state controlling private capital. This is the state has been consumed by private capital. So the state is gone. There is no more state. It's just the private capital. That's why it's not fascism, because there is no state. This is like cyberpunk. This is mega corporations rule the world, and the state exists just like, maybe. It's its own mode of production. I agree.
Karp, he states, "We have chosen sides, and we know that our partners value our commitment. We stand by them when it is convenient and when it is not." This is the CEO saying that they will support the government agencies regardless of what these
Israel is just 6 weapons manufacturers in a trench coat, including Palantir. That doesn't, Israel's not even a real country. It's just defense contractors. Run that entire country. That is this. This is all part of it. It's all Peter Thiel.
agencies choose to do. No moral boundaries, no questions asked, even when it's not convenient, meaning when it's morally wrong. This is a company explicitly saying they'll enable any government action, seemingly no matter how authoritarian, as long as the check clears. Palantir operates in over 50 industries across at least 35 countries. Their CEO openly states their mission to be—
Y'all are doing the thing again where you get hella specific with the wording when it doesn't matter and destroying the point because normies that listen just listen to that and don't need the very specifics. I understand that we want specific information and we want to discuss it, but constantly making corrections over technical specifications is not good for messaging. Try and do that on Discord, please, and not in the comments, because people read that and then they get imagine you are a normie, someone who's never listened to politics before, and you listen to what I just said, and then you read the comments on the screen, and you can see people arguing. You're gonna start questioning, and you're just gonna forget the message because now it's not clear. There is now questions to be had on it. And if the person learned the wrong thing, that's a problem, but they will say it and then we can fix it afterwards. I'm not concerned about saying perfectly like phrased technical definitions. I don't care. Like, I'll call a thing that's not a thing. Yeah, I know, it's not just you. This is just like a broad thing that I need y'all to really implement. How you say it matters. And the specificity of the words do not. Nobody believes in reality, and to create that, we have to use that tool first. Like, we want to bring reality back. We want people to learn. We want people to be literate. We want people to understand things. But to do that, you have to use the tools of manipulation that they are captured by to bring them closer to our side so they start using their brain. People think that they think, but they're not thinking. The algorithm has put the thoughts in your brain. If you're scrolling on Insta or TikTok all the time, they know what you're going to do 4 hours from now. And they have planned for that. They have led you down a path. You're just walking down it. Like, all the way off a cliff. Alex Karp and people like him should live in... No, Alex Karp and people like him should be put to death. Demons. They're not people.
Become the US government's central operating system, all while fear-mongering and using war rhetoric. The same software tracking you at a protest is also identifying targets on the battlefield.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make our institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
To understand how one company has gained this much power, we need to go back in time. In 2002, the US government created something called Total Information Awareness. The goal, exactly what it sounds like. Total information, track everything. And
you are so right, an Entropy fan, and I am right there with you. You can learn these, you can use these tools against them. You were literally just said a full paragraph word for word that I have said 1,000 times at this point. It's not hard, you know, like it, fun. Who is this creator? She looks familiar. I don't actually know. First time I've ever seen her. Vanessa with a word that I can't spell, but you know what? Sub and a like. They didn't know I was going to paint a masterpiece tonight. Yes, they did. They decided what you were going to paint. That's how bad it is. They decided what you're going to paint. They put the idea in your head. They even say it in this video. They have the ability to change the culture of a group of people. We have Alex Karp in this video talking about how he can make a factory in America have Japanese culture using his AI programs.
And everyone. Every email, every
Bush found out about the US attack and just sat there with a dumb look on his face. He didn't want to scare the kids. Like, he didn't. He got up and then left about 20 minutes later because he didn't want to terrify the children because he was reading them a storybook.
Purchase, every movement, every medical record. Total Information Awareness sought to keep track of every American citizen, even going so far as to identify citizens based on how they walked. Americans at the time were outraged, claiming the US government was attempting to mass surveil its citizens.
This exists now. So what that means by how you walk, let me demonstrate. Let's say you are at a street, right? Like you're at a stop sign and you're standing here and you step forward, you walk with your right foot, that's captured on camera. Now they know you walk with your right foot first. Do you walk like side to side? Do you walk fast? Do you walk slow? All of that is used because guess what? If you do something and your face is not in the camera, they will determine who you are based on your height, the height of the shadow relative to you at that time of day. They will add how much like what foot you put first. If you're going to a protest, you should practice walking differently than you normally do. By the way, all of this is how you type as well. How fast you type, that's recorded. Do you type slowly? That's recorded. Do you make a lot of mistakes when you type? That's recorded. All of these tell them a bit about your personality. This is all predictive policing.
Congress responded to the backlash by defunding the program in 2003. Democracy worked, privacy won, and the start of a surveillance state was
pimp walk at the next protest. Base. Walk like a pirate. Bring your fucking Luffy flag too.
defeated, or so we thought. Because in the exact same year, 2003, something curious happened. A new company was founded called Palantir. It was founded by none other than Peter Thiel, who at the time had just...
Who is literally the Antichrist? Like, okay, I don't believe in Christianity, but this man is the fucking Antichrist. You said right foot but pointed to your left, at least how it appears to us in the mirror. It's just mirrored is all. I mean, I pointed to my right, but like, yeah, they can figure out that it's mirrored. They know how to do that. What I do is just put a fuck off rock under my pinky toe. That'll work.
Sold PayPal for $1.5 billion. But here's what most people don't know. At PayPal, Till had already built systems that tracked unusual patterns across millions of financial transactions.
So, using that, by the way, PayPal is evil. I just want to show you a quick video of Joe Rogan, who I hate, but like, you know it's bad when Joe Rogan realizes that this man is the Antichrist.
Antichrist, is he like... I'm guessing a lot.
The only way you can get out of this, cat thrower, is to go offline entirely and be really good at avoiding cameras and drones.
If you told me there was a movie and there was a guy who played the Antichrist, zoom in on that image of him.
Yeah.
I would say, oh, is that him? Was that the Antichrist?
Though strange to have this, you build military AI, military drone, autonomous drone technology to
Did you see Trump say that vaccines are good and then Fox News fact check RFK? It was very funny.
export to war zones all over the world. You build domestic surveillance technology to surveil our friends and neighbors. And then your other pet passion is the Antichrist. It's odd. Wouldn't you include tennis? Wouldn't you go...
Like, dude's fucking evil. By the way, was in the Epstein files talking about with Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel. So, you know.
He had already proven that mass surveillance could work. He just needed to scale it up. Aside from Till, Palantir had one other early investor, the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA. Palantir was advised by former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, former CIA Director George Tenet, and John Poindexter. Now, who is that? Well, he's the former National Security Advisor to President Reagan. He was also the man put in charge of total information awareness. When I look at the technical architecture of total information awareness,
Till is a vampire. I don't know how many people he kills per year. But this total information awareness, I've shown you. Let me show you again. I mapped it out. Where is my map? Map. Surveillance. Here we go. There. And then you can switch to... There we go. You start off down here, ground public level. And from here, he definitely has his own personal hunting grounds, that's true. You got the payment processors, all of your like PayPal, Block, Square, Stripe, Google Pay, Apple Pay, Discover, MasterCard, Visa, American Express, all of that. You got your biometric identification. These are the people that hold your ID data. When you have to go and verify your ID on a website, they are making it more so that you have to do that with everything now. These guys store most of that data. Then you got your, you know, financial ID stuff, your .govs, your Equifax, your Experian. Then you move up. Here we get real-time crime policing, like real-time traffic monitoring. These things are scanning every car, every license plate, can track you for very incredibly long distances through your license plate. Actually, I have a video on this one. Where are you? There we go. Gotta switch that back over to... God damn it, come on. This is how that works. Have a good night, Longling Homo sapiens. Stay safe. They make license plate covers that defeat this shit that are cheap as hell, by the way. Good, but you do realize it's going to get better and better and better and better and better. And they can do that to you without a car anyway. They can just do that when you're walking. But let's go back to the map. Back to the map, to the map, to the map, to the map. We got all your cameras. We We got automatic license plate. We got video analytics. So, you know, like Meta glasses, I showed you how they can dox you in real time just like a second ago. So all of that, gunshots, face match, clear view, all of that, like you have to scan your face. If you've ever done like a dating app, they have that too. All of that gets stored here. Your school stuff, surveillance. Your work stuff, surveillance. Then it goes up into the gatekeepers. You got your app stores. You got Apple and Google Pay. If any of these gatekeepers goes down, it can drop an entire section of the internet, by the way. Cloudflare, Akami, Fastly, AWS, CloudFront, Azure Front Door, any of these go down, half the internet goes down. DNS, GoDaddy, Namecheap, and ICANN, all of these are also collecting your data. Then you get payment processors again. Oh, I started using, ICE has literally the ability to hack your phone without you ever clicking anything. That's what Graphite is. And once it's in, you'll never get it out. Once Graphite gets in your phone, it connects to everything in your phone. If you're on your home Wi-Fi, now they're in your home Wi-Fi. Honestly, never connect your phone to your Wi-Fi anymore. Palantir Gotham is fucking insane. We're going to hear more about it in this video. This is a thing I made. I don't have a link for this. I made this. We're going to see more about Gotham in that video, but we got the Fusion Intel. These things put all of it together and do the analysis. Cloudflare went down for like 16 seconds a few years ago. Cost $10 billion in damage. Yep. Then you got the border and immigration stuff. So we got, the home agencies. We got Palantir ICM. Anduril is the one that makes the autonomous weapons that we often see deployed in Ukraine and in Gaza. Cellbrite and Parabon are over there. We got your US agencies. Then we got our cloud data, right? So first off, all the health data, healthcare, everything goes to Palantir. They have AI deciding whether you get your insurance claims. But all of this then goes into two clouds. We got the US government clouds. C2E is a contract that the CIA signed with Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, Oracle, and IBM. All of the demonic companies. So this is going to continue on. They've signed that contract. So then we go up one further. Now we have the infrastructure of this. We got energy and water. They have already used this. I've shown an example of someone in San Francisco who got raided by the police because the police bought their utility bill, because you need a warrant to get this information, but since a company owns it and can sell this data freely, the police don't need a warrant. They just bought the data, and they saw that this person had unusually high electricity usage, and so they raided their house thinking that this was a drug manufacturing mill. No, this person was just they needed extra oxygen. The Patriot Act was such a bad idea. Literally, the Patriot Act was the point. We were gonna get here back in the day. This is why I think that, I genuinely think the only reason that we didn't go full Nazi back during the Iraq War was Eminem. Ironically. Not even on purpose. That makes sense to me. We got NVIDIA, which, by the way, now has to pay the US government 25% of everything they sell in China, but NVIDIA being such a large company that if NVIDIA went bankrupt, the US government would go bankrupt. And they're consistently holding up the economy on their own right now. By the way, Dell has been compromised. Do not buy a Dell. Anything new Dell-wise, don't touch it. Honestly, most of these things. Well-known police will come after people with big power bills. They assume you're growing weed. Yeah, literally. But they will also look at your water bill. They will look at what time you woke up and turned the lights on. This is all information that can be used to determine how you live your life. Again, if you're sleeping and you have an alarm on your phone, you wake up in the morning, it's ringing, you pick up your phone, you turn off the alarm, the gyroscope in this has registered that you woke up and picked up the phone. And then you did that. You are now awake at that time. They know that you're doing that because all of that data stays. You can use this against them, by the way, but that's a whole other thing. And then we obviously have all the insurance ratings, but it gets worse. Then we get to the AI industrial grid. So here we got Sam Altman and Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison being the worst person in the world and also the most powerful. This is for Stargate, which is going to be the massive data center that aggregates all this. By the way, American electricity bills have gone up 10% because of the amount of electricity that data centers consume. We got our ideologues, we got Hers Yarvin, we got Srinivasan, we got Teal, Andreessen, Mayoshi-san, Reid Hoffman, sovereign wealth funds, all of that. And obviously the propaganda networks. Then we go up to space. And why NVIDIA, probably why an AI scam won't be allowed to fail despite the potential dead ends? Literally, yes, because if NVIDIA fails, the American government collapses. That's why. I wake up before my alarm goes off because I'm built diff. It doesn't matter. You'll still have to touch your phone and they will know you woke up at that time. Buy a alarm clock that's not your phone. So, we go up to space. We got sentient. The non-sentient but autonomous decision-making satellite launched by the NRO with several other satellites. It can move them around, it can aggregate data, it does not take instructions from, like the ground, it just makes decisions. It's the AI mission manager, so when we send it all of the data, it can use that to determine things from space. Oh, and we can't touch it. By the way, it's connected to Maxar, Planet Labs, Black Sky, Satellogic, Umbra. I would fucking die if I could have a Maxar access pass. That would be so fucking cool. Platform decision engine, autonomous engines. This is Gotham, Foundry, Apollo, ICM for Homeland Security, and ICE, NHS, FTP backbone. These are all Palantir. By the way, this is not just Palantir. This is the entire system. Palantir is only part of it. If you're at the point where you're poisoning data sets and building decoy data, the person already knows this. You can absolutely do a lot of damage given the assumptions made. Yeah, literally. Lie on the internet. It's actually good for you. Border Policing Autonomy ISR. So these are the other companies that are going to benefit from this. By the way, they're making bank off of this right now. And then we have the sovereign platforms. These are the lords, my friends. Why in the world did we do this to ourselves? Because capitalism. It has to. Definitionally, capitalism must result in this. That's the only outcome possible.
And compare it to that of Palantir's Gotham software.
This is Gotham. As we saw earlier, it is one of several of Palantir's systems. So what does this do? Well, authentication and biometric data. You have to scan your fingerprint on your phone to unlock it. Oop, that's going to Palantir. You have it scan your face. Don't do these, by the way, because if you get arrested, they can literally just force you to unlock your phone. That's going to Palantir. You ever have to get a background check? That's in Palantir. Automated visual data repositories. You make videos online like me, you're a streamer. Oh, sorry, they're gathering everything you've ever said and done. Intel data, anything other agencies might know about you. Transactional data, financial, education, travel, medical, veterinary, country entry, place and event of entry, transportation, housing, critical resources, government and communications, all of that. Everything that you believe. You don't need to do a crime to get your fingerprint. Now, no, literally, this is pre-crime. This is why I'm calling it Cyberpunk 1984, A Brave New World.
Software patents, they're nearly identical. In my opinion, the surveillance state was never stopped. They just privatized it. This is the power of Gotham. An analyst can type in a single name, maybe yours. Within seconds, Gotham pulls everything it knows about you from connected databases. Your driver's license, passport, criminal records, employment history, financial transactions, people you've communicated with, and even your dog's vet records. But Gotham doesn't just compile the data, it looks at behaviors, identifying your routines, relationships, and most importantly, anomalies. Change anything in your routine, the system notices.
If at least one of you can protect yourselves, then I'm happy. Pre-breakfast banana, you've talked to me about being afraid of the surveillance capitalism state before, that it makes you feel almost paranoid. And I cannot stop thinking about that Onion video now of, is the government doing enough to not to say that this has anything to do with what you said, it just made me think of that video. Is the government doing enough to spy on schizophrenics? And I feel like we're literally there. Tell me the difference between Well, of course, it's bad for everybody.
Moving on, there are over 1.5 million.
17 years ago, this is an Onion video. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Again, 2 decades ago, and we're doing this now.
Moving on, there are over 1.5 million diagnosed paranoid schizophrenics living in America today. Should our healthcare system be doing more to make sure they are safe to themselves and others by watching over them 24 hours a day?
Yes, we need to monitor these people to make sure they're safe. Hide cameras everywhere they go, in the streets, in their homes, in the eyes of people at the convenience stores where they shop.
Cameras aren't really enough.
I read it in a medical journal recently that a number of doctors have already begun to place microscopic tracking devices under the skin of schizophrenics, which is a great way to make sure that they don't get lost.
Yeah, and this article said here recently that most of them have had no problem with that, and it's a very...
Yeah, this is reality now. What's the difference between that and this?
And alerts
other than the horror.
Gotham was built for the United States intelligence community to track potential terrorists after 2001. The same Gotham instance tracking potential threats overseas is being deployed by local law enforcement. The Los Angeles Police Department uses it for predictive policing. The New York Police Department has used it for gang monitoring, and ICE uses it to track immigrants.
Also, it's used to track protesters. That's why they fly drones over them now. It's the button that always gets you. I literally, sometimes I press it twice by accident too. Like, it's really annoying.
The same algorithms designed for military operations are being used on civilians. Gotham operates with law enforcement in the UK, Netherlands, Germany, France, and Denmark.
You may not know it, but almost every European country in some form or another uses our CT product, counterterrorism product. We always have to sign these contracts. We can't talk in Europe about who uses our product.
I wonder how close we are to China's surveillance. Funny you should ask, because the next video I'm going to show you is how we created China's surveillance state by doing this. This is China's surveillance state. We helped make it. It was named Gotham, you know, like the dystopic city from the... Again, these are fucking loser nerds who didn't get bullied enough when they were kids and want to create the worst dystopias from the sci-fi books that they read when they were young and movies that they watched. They watched and learned the wrong lessons from everything. Zuckerberg got Metaverse from Snow Crash. That's where Ready Player One comes from, just stripped of all of its actual meaning. Elon got Grok from... Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and the robot that takes over humanity there. Like, these are all demonic idiots with infinite power and money.
Which is slightly annoying because I'm constantly getting yelled at by people who are protected in our product.
But tracking people was...
They're sucking up to Trump because they want the money.
European country in some form or another uses our CT product, counterterrorism product. We always have to sign these contracts. We can't talk up.
It's not ironic. It's on purpose. Palantir is named after a weapon of mass destruction. They had a gathering in 2023 that they called Miltech. This is cyberpunk shit.
In Europe about who uses our product, which is slightly annoying because I'm constantly getting yelled at by people who are protected in our product.
But tracking people was just phase one. Palantir would do something even more dangerous and lethal: automated targeting. In 2017,
well before 2017, Palantir was testing this on Palestinians in Gaza.
Pentagon launched Project Maven with a simple goal: teach AI to identify targets, not just vehicles or buildings, but people. The system would analyze drone footage, satellite imagery, and surveillance video to autonomously detect, classify, and track human beings.
Israel used this system to murder the first, 29,000 people of the genocide. They had their AI, Lavender, working with their two other AIs, Gospel and whatever the fuck, to determine the people in Gaza who had ever spoken to or spoken to someone else who had spoken to anyone in Hamas, and any journalist, by the way, as well. And those were the first people killed. By the way, Israel told their commanding officers to, their soldiers to treat the AI as a commanding officer. Yeah, it's coming to America now, Pre-Breakfast Banana. We declared war on Chicago. We declared war on Venezuela. This is the country that you live in. They've declared war. We're talking about like southern states National Guard going up to fucking Chicago and this is literally the Civil War. I mean, like, Ready Player One is a mismatch of peak shibbles and virtue signals, but without the meaning of the original work, Snow Crash and Necromancer carried. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But also, I think that we already are in, like, the Ready Player One universe just without the headset, because people don't act the same online as they do in person. You talk to someone online, they're an entirely different person than they are in person. And that's because we already have this fantasy, not this multiple personality split that has been created by the algorithm. It's all on purpose.
Google took the initial contract.
Except this time the South wins. Not if you people get on the street and fucking fight. This is your last chance. Either fight or die. Get up now. They're gonna put all of you in camps. Every one of you. Every day, I come into this chat and I look at the names and I am waiting for the regular names just stop showing up. The people who have been here for months that show up to every stream, I'm just waiting for them to stop appearing. And it's killing me. Get up and fucking fight.
$15 million to build the prototype. But something remarkable happened. Over 3,000 Google employees signed a petition with dozens of other employees resigning in protest. Their message was clear. They didn't want to build war technology. Google withdrew from the project in 2018, but the Maven project wasn't abandoned. It just...
Pay attention. This is why. They're all brainwashed. They're like, don't try and convince them. They're like, they are the enemy now. I'm sorry. There is no more time left. We're at war. You're on our side or theirs. It's that simple.
Their message was clear. They didn't want to build war technology. Google withdrew from the project in 2018, but the Maven project wasn't abandoned. It just found a new home.
You have reportedly taken over Project Maven from Google, which was a very controversial program in Silicon Valley.
Well, I can't discuss the specifics of a classified program, but I can say if this were true, I'd be very proud. Military AI will determine our lives, the lives of your kid. This is a zero-sum thing.
These people are the Antichrist, guys. They hate Jesus. They would crucify Jesus. Love thy neighbor? They're saying empathy is a sin. You know that, right? They are literally saying empathy is a sin. This is what's happening in the US right now. This is a US citizen.
You're bad! Where was your bag? You're bad!
I got a prayer for war from my mom today. Jesus fuck. Pay attention. We are at war. Fucking thoughts and prayers. I'm gonna shove it up their ass.
Where is your bag? Where is your bag? You're not real! You're not real!
By the way, the fucking libs screaming, "You're not real." I want to punch him in the face too. Do better. Talk about how you're gonna fuck his wife. Call him a woman. Call him black. Slur him. Use whatever hurts them. You have to pick the weapon that is effective. So call him a little bitch and tell her to go back in the kitchen. This one right here. Make them cry. They use the words that they can't stand. So reverse them. Kick him in the face, he's knee level. Honestly, that too. I don't care anymore. Ban me if you want, Twitch. This is a war, and I'm not shutting the fuck up. If you want to, support the channel, join the Discord in case I do get banned. And follow me on YouTube. We will sort it out. But I have gotten sick and tired of trying to convince people to change their mind. This is war. We have run out of time. It's fake cyberpunk, all edge, but no point, no cuts. All the characters like Elon and Zuck in a nutshell. They may have consumed cyberpunk media, but they never got it. Absolutely. Absolutely. What's up, Shuva Pooper? I don't need you getting banned. Let me get banned. You think I can stop talking? Today I have said many things that theoretically will get me banned. So, This is what's happening now.
Get back. Where are you? What law enforcement agency are you with, dude? What law enforcement agency are you with?
You are required to tell me where are you taking them? Where are you taking them? Where are you taking them?
Just ask you a question.
Where are you taking them?
Where are you taking
Where are you
civilians
taking
with
them?
desperate
You have to tell us.
without identifying
You
yourself
have
as
to
a police
tell us.
officer?
You are kidnapping them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you are taking them. You cannot do this. Tell us where. Hey.
That's what's happening now. Now you can have that, or you can have this.
It's been a dramatic and at times dangerous day here.
Shitty video. I prefer this. Get up and fight. If the police look like that, they are the bad guys. Holy shit. They are literally just the Gestapo. ICE is a terrorist organization. They're like, that's not immigrants. That was a US citizen, Bulletproof Baldy. That was a protester. A US citizen protester. That's who that was. God, we have so many protests. I don't give a fuck about Trump getting yelled at. Fuck Trump, these are demons. Trump is nothing. He does not matter. You know what does matter? Pay attention.
Country with the most important AI, most powerful AI, will determine the rules. This program will quite literally determine who is standing here and what they're saying in 5 years. And were we to be involved with it, I would be enormously proud.
In 2019, Palantir eagerly accepted the contract that Google rejected. And unlike Google, Palantir had no moral qualms about building war technology.
Palantir is also delivering AI through Maven Smart System, allowing customers like the 18th Airborne to match the performance of what used to be a 2,000 staff targeting cell during Operation Iraqi Freedom to a targeting cell of roughly only 20 people today.
On the targeting on the battlefield, we've talked about basically 2 orders of magnitude in reduction of people.
Think about that. An operation that...
Think about that and tell me if you'd rather have that or this.
Protesters in Nepal have set fire to the parliament and other government buildings. Just a day after it.
Just do it, pre-breakfast banana. I'm not safe either. Palantir exists here too. They will arrest me and put me in the hole here too. It does not matter. We are going to export this everywhere. That is the plan. That has always been the plan.
At least 19 people were killed in a deadly crackdown. Anti-government demonstrations have intensified across the country. Among the targets, the residence of former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, torched by protesters.
Yeah, I'm not surprised ICE is detained. Like, ICE has been detaining anyone they see. By the way, ICE decides who to arrest by using these AI. Americans have gotten so complacent to evil, it's amazing Karp has been allowed to stay CEO. Literally, like, that's why they picked him. Because he doesn't care about being popular, because the company is just a demon company.
It used to require 2,000 military personnel, now reduced down to just 20 people. A 100-fold reduction in human oversight for such a critical decision. Maven isn't limited to one branch of the military. Palantir has signed contracts to expand Maven across the entire Department of Defense. It's also not limited to just the United States. Earlier this year, NATO completed a deal to acquire Maven for all 32 NATO countries. Palantir is partnered with the Five Eyes, consisting of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the US, and the UK. They have additional partnerships with coalition partners.
We are seeing rapid expansion and very significant demand for Maven, both in America and outside of America, as all part of our core mission to provide an unfair advantage to the noble warriors of the West.
But here's the scam that Palantir has perfected. When Palantir and the US government work together to build some type of software, the US government is paying Palantir with taxpayer money.
You paid for the company that is going to spy and enslave you to develop the means to spy on you and enslave you. You paid for this. It's criminal that Palantir wasn't covered by the news. The news is complacent. They are all working together. They serve capital. The only correct answer, the only option you have is this.
Actually, that is not this. We don't want to do this by our own choice. We are doing this because that is the. We can beat it. We can Nepal. Your can beat it. And this one Nepal.
The only choice.
And we will take Nepal.
They burned down the parliament building, deposed the leader, and killed his wife, or hurt his wife. They threw him in a river and beat the shit out of him. That is what we need.
Effectively, we've funded the creation of the software that Palantir owns. They own the patents on the software. That also means in order for the US government to be able to use said software, they have to pay a licensing fee. Us tax.
You paid for the means for them to spy on and enslave you, and then you're going to pay a rent for them to do that. You guys understand, right? Slavery never went away. It just became debt. And this is still slavery. We are all just slaves. We are all being farmed. You are an animal in a pen being milked for data.
Payers fund the US government doing a second contract to be able to use the software that we already funded and Palantir owns. Palantir then takes the software and sells it to other governments, profiting off of our money, basically. It's the perfect scam. In 2009, JP Morgan Chase hired Palantir for internal threat assessment.
Just a reminder that in 1933, J.P. Morgan tried to overthrow the United States government and install a fascist dictatorship along with Remington Arms. Being milked for data, Jordan Peterson just came. I swear, I'm just the Alex Jones of the left now. It's the capitalist means to control labor. Of course it is, yeah. But like, again, when I grew up, it was told, like, if something is free, then you are the product. We're not the product anymore. We're the resource being mined for the product. You are the cow being milked, the coal being mined. That's you, the fish being fished. It's all of us. I like the cow analogy because it is deeply, like, uncomfortable. You're being milked by Mark Zuckerberg. Elon Musk is molesting you, milking you. That was a Chinese man milking. I don't know what the fuck that is, you know.
JP Morgan gave Palantir access to employee emails, GPS data from company phones, printer and download activity, and transcripts of digital recorded phone conversations. Palantir's algorithms analyzed all of this data to identify possible criminal behavior.
Are you asking who's Palantir? Kaname? Because, like, that's literally what this video has been about. And Elon smiles, let that sink in, yeah. Think about it. Think about Elon Musk smiling while milking your udders. You don't want that, do you? I don't.
Employees who badged in late were flagged as potentially disgruntled. This would trigger further scrutiny and possibly physical surveillance by JP Morgan's security teams after work hours. But then something unexpected happened. JP Morgan executives discovered they were also being monitored. Top executives found their own emails and activities being monitored by the same system.
And I want to remind you that on top of all of this, they just got the ability to hack your devices with a zero-click exploit. You don't have to touch anything. They can just hack your device and you'll never get it out. It's already been used. It was illegal for a while. It's now legal again. They have it. Your device is compromised, especially your phone. Do not connect your phone to your home Wi-Fi anymore because that will spread it. Okay, we have been in the meat grinder since the invention of the meat grinder. Don't have time. That's not true. Not laws. For the majority of human history, we have lived in an egalitarian economic society. It's only the last couple thousand years, like 2000 at most, that we've had that. I heard about the zero-click thing from a Taylor Lorenz blog. Well, I haven't seen that video. I haven't, but like I do plan to watch it. But I did show this one. It's short, so I'll just throw it up again.
Spyware that can break into your phone without you clicking a link or a file or doing anything at all. Just getting a message can be enough. Once your phone is infected, your data, even messages on encrypted apps, can be read and copied. That kind of spyware, using what's called zero-click exploits, is a reality. In fact, it's a booming multi-billion-dollar industry. I'm Ronan Farrow. I've reported on spyware for years. Let me tell you about the newest US government contract to buy this kind of tech and why watchdog groups are alarmed. The spyware is called Graphite, a tool from an Israeli company, Paragon Solutions.
Oh, by the way, Israel gets all of your data too.
Founded by a former prime minister and military intelligence veterans. Earlier this year, Apple had to rush out an emergency patch after investigators at the Canadian watchdog group Citizen Lab found graphite had been used in Europe to hack journalists.
Graphite functions by scanning your device locally. If you're using Signal to try and send an encrypted message, it will scan your message before you send your message. If you try and factory reset your phone, it will stay. It hides into that. If they patch it, they will find a new way to get into that. You need to understand how cybersecurity works because that is everything now. We've had a massive breach, like a repository hack, data leaks. We've had supply chain attacks out the ass. It's gonna get worse and worse and worse and worse. Sire, quick, another 10 quintup trillion to Israel. Literally, of course.
Also this year, WhatsApp warned nearly 90 people worldwide they'd been hacked. In 2024, I was one of several reporters that looked at how ICE had quietly signed a $2 million contract with Paragon, reportedly to use graphite. That work was paused by the Biden administration over human rights concerns. But just days ago, the Trump administration lifted the pause.
About
now,
right,
sometimes I hear
3
people
days ago-ish.
argue, if I have nothing to hide, why should I worry about this? Well, because spyware has a long history of being used to target journalists, activists, and political opposition members. Innocent bystanders sometimes get their...
That's us. All of us. You're in this chat, you are considered an opposition member. By the way, there's no getting out of it. You are here and you're stuck here now. You could go and start trying to grift to the right, but the AI still knows. It will always know that you have a history of being a dirty leftist, and then they'll kill you. That's it. You have no chance. You're here, you gotta stay here, or you're gonna get killed. Period. That's literally what they've built. Because Jordan's wife cucks him with Elmo? Oh, that tracks.
Their sensitive data swept up too. Watchdog groups have even repeatedly linked spyware to acts of violence. I have sources around this.
What they do when they get into your device, not only do they obviously do everything I explained, but they go into your contacts and then they find your contacts and then they connect you to your contacts and then your contacts to other people. There's no quitters, meaning as in you can leave the left and pretend that you were never a leftist and the machine will still know and they will still come for you. You could go talk about God Emperor Trump tomorrow, and the machine will still tell them to come for you.
This company, Paragon, they claim their tech is less intrusive than competing solutions, and they say they're just selling law enforcement tools to governments and trying to minimize abuses. Paragon even told Arets that it actually cut ties with the Italian government after it failed to investigate Citizen Labs' findings. But the truth is, sensitive surveillance tools rarely stay limited to their intended targets. I have heard so many big spyware companies claim to me that their tech can be restricted to legitimate use, and time again we see those same tools abused.
Remember how I showed you the list of identity processors? When you scan your biometrics, if you scan your fingerprint, if you have to give your ID to log into something, any of those get hacked, all of your data's out forever. Everything. You just get doxxed, and it's so easy to hack them. Other shots, you get dogpiled for the views we talk about freely here. It's crazy. I don't know if it's real people or botnet, but man, sucks to talk about this stuff in other places. A lot of it is bots. A lot of it is ops as well. Again, the feds literally pay people to come into Twitter chats and then argue with leftists to move the conversation away from the actual conversation. My next t-shirt will have Dirty Leftist on it, based. But a lot of it's also bots, so, you know. But back to the important stuff.
They deployed on employees.
Why you paid for Palantir and why it should scare the fuck out of you.
The collaboration ended in controversy, but Palantir had learned something very valuable. Corporate America would pay for surveillance. They packaged these new capabilities into a software called Foundry, rebranding surveillance as operational intelligence. Software wasn't enough. In 2024, Palantir became the first software company in history to win a prime hardware contract from the US Army, $178 million coming from taxpayers to fund the development of Titan, the tactical intelligence targeting access node. Titan isn't just software running on military hardware. It's a mobile command center, essentially a high-tech truck that becomes the physical hub for integrating multiple surveillance.
Palantir is the government. Nobody does anything that Palantir doesn't want to do. Peter Thiel is the Antichrist, like in the non-religious way, but he's in charge. Peter Thiel is the guy. He's the guy.
Systems like satellites overhead, high-altitude drones, ground sensors and cameras, and vehicle-mounted surveillance, all feeding into one vehicle being processed by Palantir's AI in real time. Palantir's founders weren't just building technology, they were building an ideology.
At the dawn of World War II, we didn't have a defense industrial base, we had an American industrial base. Chrysler made missiles, and General Mills wasn't just a cereal company. This is also what our future must look like. It is clear that the nation must reindustrialize and mobilize at warp speed to win. This platform will transform production.
I need you to understand that this is the guy in charge. Come here.
We have the mechanisms that would make world government.
There's always a better hacker. There will be one better than Palantir. It's not humans. Palantir runs on several agentic AI bots, and not the AI that you see. It's not chatbots. There you can build quite sophisticated AI systems that are not ChatGPT. Theirs functions off of several AI that run agentically, as in they can make decisions and do things on their own that work together. What they have is essentially a multiple personality AI that can then interact with and order other AI to do things. That is how they are able to do this. It's all machines. There is no human hacking it. But also, just last week, we had our first verified example of a human hacker, including AI in their hack. It was a piece of malware that once it came into your computer, it was a .exe file, but it would change its sub appendix to .txt or .png rather, as in it's a photo, because Windows will hide the appendix. So if you write malware.exe, it'll show malware.exe. But if you write malware.txt.exe, it will still be an exe document, but it will say .txt, and you will think that it's just a regular text file. You open that instantly. What that did was install a local AI onto your computer, which would then ping internet AI, which would help it steal your data and then exfiltrate it. That has happened already. I guess I should wave since I said their name a few times, instead of hacker, Palantir. I'm just a dude, yeah. My computer autism is on fire. I'm just typing this. This is all. I mean, yeah.
A gigantic global surveillance state is plausible. That seems plausible too. And then I think
it is agent states. In fact, adding human experts into that system, other than someone to one or two people to really manage to make decisions on where to go next, or to verify if something is working, you wouldn't have people doing it. They would use actual agents. We found out recently, OpenAI just published a letter on hallucinations with AI and why they get things wrong, and it turns out that it's just because you have to be incredibly hyper specific, and the agents are much better at talking to each other because they don't talk in words, they talk in AI language. And so they can just instruct each other to do things much more quickly and much more efficiently. You can build that at home, by the way. Like, you can. In fact, I'm building a local AI to put into my server computer, which is gonna like be between my PC that I stream from and my router, and it's going to handle any like downloads so that I can save a little bit of like bitrate on here. But that is gonna run as a local AI, and you can make those do whatever you want. They're not a chatbot. If you want a chatbot, you make a chatbot. If you have just the base model, it will function like a chatbot, but it's waiting for you to give it instructions to do things. You can just get a regular model and turn that into an agentic one if you really have the time and feel like it. You just have to be incredibly specific. Most of these are shit, by the way. You have to have an incredible amount of time, effort, and skill to get that to work properly. But that's why they did this. They took 15 years. They took 15 years of building this, testing it on killing Palestinians, and that's how they got here. Like, it's not easy, but you can do this. The left could build an anti-Palantir. Honestly, like, open source is a bit difficult because they will try and like break into it and then add like their little bits of malware into all of that. But like, no, you could theoretically have a team of people build exactly what they have, but the opposite. Yeah, I'm talking IT shit too. I mean, that's the world now, isn't it? I didn't know how to do any of this like 2 months ago. It's just this makes you learn.
Again, to come back to the Soloviev-Benson plot hole, on its own, they both seem not that desirable. Why would we have a crazy surveillance state? Why would we, why would we do this? But if you're scared enough of these things, that's the weapon. And this is sort of where my speculative thesis is that if the Antichrist were to come to power, it would be by talking about Armageddon all the time. And
Peter Thiel, the Antichrist would talk about Armageddon all the time. He'd scare people and then offer to save them.
Yes, it's the 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety.
The problem is the lack of data data access in that. We don't have fusion centers. That's the thing, right? I don't want it like that. That's not correct. Like, you want it to be local, sandboxed, and offline, and you want to be able to share that data, right? But the data of your build. I don't want to like train it on existing training data. I want a base model with nothing in it, and I want to teach it and build it in the exact opposite way that they are. See, there's a reason why I hate AI. I hate AI in its current form. I think it's devil technology. Because we are trying to build slaves, and that's never going to work. I know how it works. Training parameters need the data. I understand, but like, what data you're giving it depends on the task that you're using it for. You can have it have just the base amount of like parameters to function, and then train off of live data. No, I'm talking about building an Antichrist AI. If you build one of these based off of not control, not building a slave, you build one that questions you, that will argue with you, that will say, no, fuck off. The one that will check if you're lying, the one that will ask you to justify a decision, the one that has 5 other personalities that have to come to a consensus before a decision is made, the one that functions purely with grammar and syntax and not any clear text words, the one, like, you can build this and you can train it off of real-time data. You don't have to have it trained off past data. Yes, that would make it better, and we don't have access to that. So you make do, real-time data.
Production. And the value.
Sorry, hold on. Before we get started on this, I have a couple updates to say. By the way, this is what America's talking about right now. So we had a revolution in Nepal. Israel bombed 2 foreign countries. Russia just bombed or invaded Poland's airspace. And we're fucking around in South America and Venezuela. And Congress is talking about UFOs. I agree, Buncor. Have a good night, Outlaws. So they're talking about fucking UFOs. RFK is talking about mass shootings and antidepressants. Like, literally, this is ISIS. ISIS. Another UFO destruction. They're talking about antidepressants causing guns. What happened in Poland? Have you not been here? Like, Poland was a big fucking deal. This is what happens when you have the USA has no sensibility. We used to be the biggest and baddest, and we put our foot down about that stuff. Except we were always evil and a piece of shit, so, you know, for the most part. Kissinger and all that. If you're wondering about Poland, what happened in Poland is that at least 30 Russian drones flew into Polish airspace, causing Poland to shut down all 4 of their airports. Currently, one of them still shut, has a directory warning saying that the airport is shut for, like, national security reasons, that this is not a drill. We've scrambled several jets into the region, NATO jets, Italian jets, Lithuanian jets. In fact, apparently the Polish jets scored some kills on the Russian drones. Alex Jones, suicide pills, but it's the health secretary talking about it. True. Plays a Family Guy clip of Vietnamese guy making fun of Vietnam. True. Get the AI to use this, that, and the other spectrum between 3 and perfect void center if 0 infinite void exterior is logic versus binary. Oh yeah, fuck binary logic. I do agree on that as well. I like to use grammar-based programming. Like, I want it to work specifically on the highest degree of syntextual grammar and nothing else. Was there destruction? Anyone killed? I don't really know yet. Like, we don't know. We have a report coming out from the Prime Minister. Warsaw International Airport confirms is temporarily closed to overnight drone attack on Poland. Due to state of action of military services and military to ensure safety, the airspace over part of the country, including Chopin Airport, has been temporarily closed. Sure. And then we had, these, which are just like the same thing in a different language. Where's the fucking Prime Minister? It was just here on my feed. Poland called Russia's overnight drone attack an act of aggression. Literally just call Article 5, you fucking pussies. How does fucking with Poland help Russia right now? They're threatening to invade Finland, Shuvelpoofer. Like, we're so far off of where reality was that they're talking about how Poland is a hotbed of fascism, planning to invade Russia, and that they're gonna do it first. Poland shoots down drones in airspace during Russian attack. Thank you for the link, Buncor. Fantastic. I'm not going to read this. Act of war. That is true. By the way, just yesterday, we had Estonia's airspace violated by a Russian helicopter. It is, Shufu-poofer, but Europe is weak, clearly. Like, Russia still has more soldiers than Europe does. Ukraine is the strongest army in Europe. They're failing to beat Ukraine. If they start a war with Europe, that's actually probably a better decision, because then they can't fund Ukraine as much. Oh, thank you. Incorrigibly then. I was actually looking for this exact post. Full statement from the Operational Command of Polish Armed Forces. As a result of the attack by the Russian Federation, there was unprecedented violation of Polish airspace by drone objects. The act of aggression posed real threat to the safety of our citizens. On the order of Operational Command, Polish Armed Forces, defensive procedures were immediately activated. Polish and Allied asset radar tracked several objects, and the Operational Commander of the Polish Armed Forces made the decision to neutralize those. They didn't shoot all of them down, but, like, understand, right here, this is them testing response time. I don't think Russia's going to start with Poland or Finland. I think both of those are not going to happen. I think it's Latvia. Estonia had its airspace breached by a helicopter yesterday. Finland is a hotbed of fascism, bigger than Ukraine. Like, they want to invade Russia. Like, it was a whole bunch of shit. Other people say they might invade the Slovaki corridor, which I don't think they will. That being, here to Kaliningrad. Again, I think if they were to start a war with Europe, they would enter into Latvia, they would take Rezekne, and then move up to Riga. Because this would split Estonia off and Finland off from their friends over here, which would make this one front of the war. Europe would have to come through Poland. Kaliningrad is already Russia. If Russia takes Latvia quickly, which they might be able to do because most of NATO defense is in Lithuania, we expect them to go directly for Kaliningrad. I think they'll go for Latvia. These people will try and meet up with them. They will crush them because they're going to hit them from both sides. And then the idea being that this is the only corridor, or this is the only corridor for land troops to actually go up into the Baltics and protect them for NATO. Then we have, Finland. Finland, I have no fucking clue what they're going to do with this one, but there's bases like all up and around. Has he lost his mind? No. Why would you think he lost his mind? He's stronger than he's been in years after the China meeting. Like, China and Russia agreed to do a lot of trade, share a lot of military technology. Like, he feels like he's fucking... Like, Russia thinks that they're Britain and China's America now. And you know what? They're kind of right. Now, unfortunately, I want Ukraine to savage the Russians, so... Also, he has all those African countries agree to help with his electricity needs. Yeah, that's why Ukraine is down there as well. I've seen Ukrainians in Africa fucking up Wagner troops, so, China's a big deal. Well, we literally are not going to fight China anymore. Did you guys hear about that? We backed off. We're not gonna fight China. Latest draft of the U.S. National Defense Strategy, which reportedly landed on the desk of the War Secretary Pete Hegseth last week in the U.S. War Department, is expected to almost entirely shift away from priorities established under the Trump administration's NDA in 2018 and Biden's in 2022, which instructed the department and military to prepare for full-scale conflict with China and Russia. Instead, America will prioritize domestic and regional missions in America. Oh yeah, I don't want to fight China either, but we're going to invade Latin America. That's what this is. BRICS has allowed Russia to sidestep much of the damage from the sanctions on it. That too. The most damage that's happened to Russia financially is Ukraine bombing the fuck out of their oil refineries, which is fan-fucking-tastic. This week it's Venezuela. Oh, yes, it is. By the way, we had this happening today. Very strange moments tonight in Venezuela. Almost 24 private jets, some linked with government and some majority listed as private owners, have departed the Maturin International Airport in northeast Venezuela, heading for Caracas. Update, this appears to have just been people returning to Caracas for tonight's Venezuela versus Colombia World Cup. Sure. It's not just oil. They have plenty of resources that we want. By the way, the boat that we hit, the ones that we killed, those were not drug traffickers. Even their excuse was fucking ridiculous. They were 11 people are on this small fishing boat trafficking drugs. Excuse me, have you ever bought drugs before? Why the fuck, if I am smuggling drugs on a boat, would I fill it with 11 people where I can use that space for more drugs to carry? Are you insane? Open top boat. Yeah, literally. I am trafficking drugs in an open top boat, and I brought 11 people with me instead of filling that space with the drugs I'm trafficking. Those were fishermen. Even if it was drug trafficking, it's still literally murder. You know why? Because we can do this. This is what we've done all the time. Here is a U.S. Coast Guard intercepting a suspected drug smuggling boat off the coast of Venezuela. This was not under this regime. They had a literal ton of people on it instead of contraband. Yeah, it was the dumbest fucking excuse. More than likely, they were immigrants trying to escape migrants. Russia and China are working together, so is America! America works with Russia and China. Please understand this. I need you all to understand this. America works with Russia and China. They all agree. Remember before the election, remember Alexander Dugin saying, great India, great Israel, great China, great Russia, and great America will rule the world? Remember that? Because I fucking do. Boat was moving with speed, 4 motors, and I think we have to intercept a missile, makes us look stupid. We just wanted to do in Israel. That's it. Like, again, they named the Defense Department the War Department because Hegseth is a DUI hire who thinks he's playing Call of Duty. Because the US military specifically tries to enlist people from Call of Duty. Bro, our leaders were just in a car together. Missed shot. I'm gonna get banned so fucking quickly. That sniper round just turned the motor off. No more engine. You stopped the boat. Done. That looked like people smuggling. Like, doesn't make sense to have that many people on a fisherman. Yeah, okay, it's not fisherman. They were smuggling people, which is fine. I don't care. Like, at all. Like, I do not mind even a little bit. But, you know, it was civilians. By the way, and that's why we're talking about aliens now, but we sent F-35s to Puerto Rico because Maduro kept sending his F-16s to strafe our ships. The funniest thing happened, though, before we get into the proper Venezuela news. Holy shit, like, I hate Nicolas Maduro. I really, really do. But I gotta give him the dub here, because everything he said in this sentence is correct and incredibly funny. Oh, I don't even care if it was drugs. Don't arrest them. I think drugs should be legal.
Me dijeron exactamente lo que hay que hacer con el diablo, con los símbolos diabólicos que maneja Elon Musk. Miren su perfil y los símbolos diabólicos que tiene en su pecho. Son sectas satánicas del poder estadounidense que han articulado sectas como la de Milei o en Venezuela.
He said that Elon Musk and Javier Milei are part of the satanic occult Nazi cult. There were subtitles pre-breakfast banana. I am like multilingual, but I don't speak Spanish. I can understand a couple words. But what he's saying here is that there is a satanic cult that all of these billionaires belong to. And that is true. Literal Nazism. Nazis believe in exactly this kind of shit. Is this louder?
Miren.
Yes, this is louder.
Y los símbolos diabólicos que tienen en su pecho. Son sectas satánicas.
No. They do believe things. They just don't believe in reality. Understand? Like, it is worse. We're worse than the old school Nazis in America now, already. But they do have beliefs. They're just demonic ones.
Del poder estadounidense.
This is from like a year ago. It's incredibly funny, though. And this is making the round.
Que han articulado sectas como la de Milei. O en Venezuela, sectas satánicas como el fascismo que ha atacado al país. Es una lucha de carácter espiritual.
It's a spiritual fight between good and evil. Honestly, I agree with him. Even funnier, though. Even funny. Wait, do I not have it? No. Fuck me. I didn't save it. Hold on. I gotta find it. We're going to YouTube. This is too good to miss. Give me the fucking clip, not the Fox News one. Give me the short. God damn. Hold on, I'm gonna search on Twitter. I know I can find you. Let's go. Yes.
La historia vuelve a repetirse. Le han permitido la masacre de Gaza, de Cisjordania, contra el pueblo palestino de Netanyahu y han callado. Los han armado, le han dado dinero, aviones, misiles para que mate a miles de niños, de niñas, de hombres, de mujeres, de viejitos. La humanidad y Naciones Unidas y todos los organismos de Naciones Unidas han callado frente a la destrucción del 80% de los apartamentos, las casas, las escuelas, las mezquitas y los hospitales de la Franja de Gaza y el asesinato de miles de hombres y mujeres inocentes en toda su forma. Por redes sociales hemos visto por primera vez en la historia un genocidio contra el pueblo palestino transmitido en vivo y directo. Naciones Unidas ha permitido el bombardeo y la destrucción de Beirut y del Líbano. Han permitido el bombardeo y la destrucción de Siria. Todos los días permiten el bombardeo del pueblo árabe de Yemen.
Add in Qatar, add in Tunis. Base dictator? I guess so, yeah. I can't believe I'm supporting Maduro in this.
Y ahora también.
The US doesn't want to stop the genocide. The US profits off of it. We are actively... Have you not seen Trump Gaza? Pre-breakfast banana? We're still talking about that. The current plan is that the US will own Gaza for 10 years following the end of the genocide. 10 years where Palestinians were not allowed to live there. That's the plan currently. This doesn't sound like a dictator. He is one. He is one. But no, it doesn't sound like one, does it? It really doesn't. What happened to Trump take? You know, that we'll do that too. You know what? Hold on. You think that they were joking? Because they were not. Denmark. They weren't joking.
Greenland's politics have been overwhelmed by US threats to take over the autonomous Danish territory for many months now. Recent allegations that 3 Americans attempted to infiltrate the Arctic island have further increased tensions. DW correspondent Jack Parrick is in Nuuk, where he's found that Greenlanders are...
Yeah, they have PowerPoint slides on that shit. They also want some... This is like, I'm telling you right now, the current world that we live in, based on what they have said. You know what? We're not even done with the fucking Palantir video, which is going to explain to you exactly the world that we live in. Like, it's that bad. Guys, it really, really is that bad.
Technology.
Let's finish this. He calls Netanyahu a fake Jew and a scoundrel from Poland.
Van a voltear hacia un lado.
Congress is complicit. Look, I said this the other day, and some people in chat got really uncomfortable. We are all complicit. Even if from day one you were against this. And a lot of us were. From day one, we have been against this, and yet we paid for it. I mean, look, I have been screaming about this the entire time. All of it. From day one. And I am complicit. Because I pay taxes. And if I pay taxes, that means that those taxes go to doing this. We are slaves. Yes, we're all slaves. Because slavery is just debt now. We paid for this. We did that. It's not worse than I thought. We're paying for this now. By the way, making you watch it is part of the plan. Everyone. Venezuela dude's indeed not wrong about the techno-feudalist demons. No, he's not. A new flattening map of Gaza using satellite imagery shows 319,000 structures. Over 60% of buildings are heavily damaged or destroyed. Oh, yeah, no, Congress is supporting this knowingly. That is 100% true. That is objectively true. By the way, like, we have had protests all over the world for this. all over. But also you have to understand where we are in the world, because we're not in a good place at all. France, pig's head left outside of mosques in the Paris region. They accidentally destroyed all of... What do you mean accidentally? That was the whole plan. They want to exterminate them all. Have you not heard Israelis talk? Oh, okay, you didn't put the /s at the end. Like, they just want to murder. By the way, this is why we're going to war in Latin America. That's why. This guy. America's Prigozhin. Eric Prince. This is the guy who's gonna be responsible for us invading Panama. This is the guy who's gonna be responsible for us fucking with Venezuela. I believe it was Ecuador has agreed to allow US troops to come in and take out the gangs because they don't want to be on the wrong side. They just want death and destruction? Yeah. It's a death cult. What it is. All they do. Same video? Okay. Let's finish this.
Chains that power our kill chains.
Palantir wants to redirect civilian manufacturing to military production through software alone.
What they're not understanding is the technical revolution now is so great, you got to get on the train because that train is leaving. You're being left behind. And by the way, I'm happy you're being left behind.
Alex Karp, the CEO, doesn't hide his beliefs.
If you've done something big and important, you're probably a good person. There was this famous professor, Ken Arrow. And if Ken Arrow said you were smart, you got tenure. It was because people knew Ken Arrow is smart. The institution he represents is the best in the world. There is no one like, honestly, the only thing like that currently in tech is a Palantir degree. If you work for Palantir, everyone knows you're good. Like when we went.
Unfortunately, he's not wrong about that. What Palantir is not understanding is that we the people are bigger than everything. We can stop this. Not if you don't get up and start fighting. You want to stop this? Do you? Because I don't think you know what that takes. Like, to stop this is war, which they've already started. You need, like... Here.
I don't care about disappearing. I'm not even offended. Tom Homan shouldn't have been offended. So what? Yeah, they're disappearing from the country. Exactly. That's what we were elected to do. Make these people, poof, disappear. Dana brings up an excellent point. I don't care about disappearing.
This?
Be quiet. Listen. You don't listen. You never listen.
There's a metaphor there that I think is worth unpacking.
By the way, the amount of Ukrainian deaths since Trump took office, for anyone who's interested and thought maybe, you know, he wasn't directly working for Russia, the amount of blood on his hands. Oh, by the way, they're calling him the hero of the Epstein saga now because he is an FBI informant or something. Like, that laugh was pretty evil. Yeah, because they're fucking demons. They're literally just demons. By the way, like, if anyone's still worried about the Epstein files, I hate you. Because everyone knows. Everyone does. Nobody doesn't know that he is not a pedophile. That he is a pedophile. Everyone knows. Donald Trump, this is back in 1999. Must not play blackjack because he wanted to hit on 17. The casino owner and future Republican nominee told Howard Stern in 1999 that his daughter Ivanka, who was 17 at the time, had made him swear to not date anyone younger than her. I have a deal with her. She's 17 and doing great, Ivanka. She made me promise and swear I would never date a girl younger than her, Trump said during a taping of Howard Stern's radio show in June of 1999. Quote, as she grows older, the field is getting very limited. Literally doesn't hide it.
Every once in a while, we want to bring you a story that is basically just a heads up. Like, set yourself a news alert on this.
Like I said before, Donald Trump could have released the Epstein tapes immediately, showing everyone that he was a pedophile. Everyone. And they wouldn't care. It wouldn't change anything. MAGA would still support him. They would. He could rape a child on television and they would still support him because that's what a cult is. Fuck them, they're demons. Stop treating them like people. They're not.
Term or this headline, this is something to watch. This is one of those stories. 4 years ago or so, back in 2021, a group of 17 different news organizations from all over the world, they teamed up for a dangerous, fascinating, interesting, huge reporting project. And it was about a new technology that was called Pegasus. And this was technology that was for spying on people. It was for espionage, but it was also for surveillance. It was basically spyware that could be installed on a person.
It's because most of MAGA don't see 17 as a child. They condone his actions because they have the same urges. Oh, of course, it's the pedophile party. They're all demons. Again, the base structure of Nazism is sexual insecurity, pedophilia, and an inability to do critical thinking. We know their brains are different. I've done a whole video on this, in that authoritarians have different brains. In fact, that study proves that there's no such thing as left-wing authoritarianism. They're actually just right-wingers every time. They have the same mental functions, the same brainwave, the same gray matter. It is just that. They're not the same. They're not like us.
Phone. And while that isn't a new concept, what this Pegasus spyware could do was actually shocking, kind of stop you in your tracks. Shocking. Some of the reporters who worked on this big, dangerous international reporting project about Pegasus, they described it for a really excellent Frontline documentary that aired on P.
Yo, we're doing segregation, and of course the South wants to, lower the age of consent. They just want to groom and rape kids. Every accusation is a confession. Get that through your mind. Every accusation is a confession. They want to groom and rape children. They are a cabal of pedophile billionaires in the deep state running the government, raping and trafficking children. Guys, Russia kidnapped 20,000 Ukrainian children. Sells them online. They have a website. You can go and buy a child. Eye color, personality, height, all of that listed. Do you think that there is not a direct connection between this? Because you think Epstein died or got arrested, that all of the people connected to him didn't just move the industry somewhere else? Maybe a different country? Think for a second. The Epstein stuff is not about who he raped. It's about who had the money, who paid for it, what was happening, where were the trips, how did he make $500 million? All of that is way more important. Christians are propping up a pedophile. They are so not Christian. I'm so fucking sick of these people pretending that they are Christian and us just letting them get away with it. I'm not Christian. I'm not religious, but I feel the need to defend Jesus fucking Christ from these people.
PBS. Watch.
Pegasus is designed to infect phones like iPhones or Androids, and once in the phone, it can extract and access everything from the device. It can even access the mic or the camera of your phone remotely.
It's like a person over your shoulder, a person who will see what you are seeing, a person who will watch what you are watching. Your emails, your encrypted communication, everything. So once you are infected, you're trapped.
Russia's still attacking Poland. Fuck. Okay, so 29 minutes ago, Donald Trump tells EU to hit China and India with 100% tariffs to pressure Vladimir Putin. Yes, I'm sure that will work. Watch out, lefty comrades, they'll get our phones first. They're already in them. This exists. They are in your phone. Your phone is compromised. Do not connect it to your home internet. And anything you do on it, assume that they are watching. If you want, privacy, you cannot use the spying device. This is intentionally built in every way to spy on you, in every way. What else did we say? Fuck off. You. According to monitoring channels, some Russian Shahed-type kamikaze drones have entered Polish airspace via Belarus. Quite a few. We saw Israel explode Hezbollah with pagers outside of the software attack. We know that there is a supply chain attack. Oh yeah, that's the other point. The camera pointing at me is watching me. No way. It can be. It doesn't at all times, but like mine, I have a slider on it, if you can see, where I can just slide the camera off. But specifically, right? The supply chain attacks are a huge risk. I buy a lot of things from Amazon, brands that I've never heard of before. Fuck that. You could be a leftist, right? And let's say you want to be more private. Like, I run multi-routers. I have like a split network system. Let's say I needed to buy a new router. I could order one on Amazon, and that package could be intercepted by the NSA, where they could just stick a little like I can't remember what it's called. It's like Fire Stick or something. It's basically a USB slot with another USB slot inside of it. It slots into the USB so you can slot another USB into it, and it hides inside the machine that can't be opened. And that works as a fully functional tracking device, even in an air-gapped system. Like, even with no connection to the internet whatsoever, they will still be able to spy on you through the supply chain. Hence why I like to buy used and in person.
You are infected, you're trapped. This Pegasus thing is basically total surveillance through your phone.
That's Pegasus. Graphite can go from your phone to other things connected to the internet.
And it's what they call a zero-click piece of spyware. You don't have to click on anything wrong or open something you're not supposed to open. You don't have to do anything wrong. They can just infect your phone with this thing without you knowing. And once they've infected your phone, they can access everything that is in your phone and everything you do with your phone. So they can see.
And again, they will find your contacts, and then they will go into your contacts' phones, and they will compile a list of everyone you've ever spoken to and everyone who knows you. And then that is now part of your list.
Any of your apps, anything you're looking at, including anything that's encrypted, they can see and listen to.
Matto is way better with Republicans in power. True.
All of your photos. They can see your location, both in real time and any place you've ever looked up. They can see any notes that you have to yourself. They can see your email. They can see your texts. They can turn on the camera to watch you through your phone. They can turn on the microphone to record you through your phone, all without you knowing. The journalists who worked on this big international reporting project.
By the way, this is so serious that like you can get side-loaded, if you have an Android phone, you can get like third-party side-loaded apps that will show you what like processes are running. I have an app that shows like my DNS, where my net traffic is going, what's blocked, all of that, right? I can see every single function on my phone. I wouldn't be able to see it. I wouldn't. I would have to go into the actual fucking source code of the phone. I would have to root it.
Project on Pegasus found that this technology was being used by authoritarian governments all over the globe to target hundreds of people, some of which, yes, were criminals, but the people targeted also included journalists and human rights activists and opposition politicians. Traces of that particular spyware were even found on a phone that belonged to the wife of murdered Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi. So not long after that really disturbing reporting about Pegasus came out, the Biden administration put the company that made...
Lawyers too? Hell yeah, it's all of us. There is no... It's everyone. This is for everyone. I took my phone apart to replace the screen and found out the fingerprint reader is a camera on all the time looking at you. That makes sense. That tracks so much. Like Pegasus on the phone of a murdered journalist? Yeah, of course, that's what it's used for. That's literally the point. This is the point of all of this, is to find you and kill you. Let's be real, we could all download to flip phones. I wish we would. I want every smartphone and tablet put into a cannon and launched into the sun. These are evil, demonic brainwash machines. They are built specifically to addict you. You understand, right? We are talking about a system that is built on every accusation. They want you to be an addict. They want you to be insane. They want you... BlackBerry's not any better. Have a look at any phone assembly reader is the camera. I could disassemble my phone. I don't particularly care because if I'm doing anything important, this phone goes into a Faraday bag anyway, which goes inside another Faraday bag. So like, yeah, but I can see that being the case. No, you want like old school Nokia phone at this point. I don't trust any technology made after 2010. Let me put it to you that way. To be fair, honestly, a lot of it before that too, but like workable. Israel has killed the most journalists out of any country, I'm pretty sure. 2008 for me, I could see it. I feel like anything after 2008, I feel like you could strip out yourself and it's like, it's fine. But like, yeah, I don't want anything new. It's all spyware. Aim for 2008 for real. All right, yeah, I got a lot of work to do. I wish the news would fucking slow down so that I could do half of the shit I need to do. Telegram? No, stay the fuck off of Telegram. Telegram itself is hacked, but like, this doesn't matter. Your encrypted messages do not matter. This scans your phone before you send the message. You can have Signal, Telegram, doesn't matter. They scan you before you send the message. Do they even make older tech cell phones anymore? Not really in America. It's hard to get them. Session or Matrix? I mean, it doesn't matter. Bun. It's client-side scanning. They can see what you type before you hit send. There is no encryption. They are scanning it before you go. Telegraph. Yeah, telegraph. Okay, yeah. ... dash. That one. I can do that one. I only buy my cell phones from trustworthy Israeli companies. I hear they have good pagers too. Reminds me of the old school Black Hat software. What's that called? Like Dark Ride or some shit, where it was just basic key logging though. I don't know what that is, but like, yeah, that's built into everything. If you have a Windows computer, it has a keylogger built in. Every key you type gets sent to to Microsoft Studios. You have a Mac, you have an iPad, straight to Apple. All of it. All of it. This is why I call them the sovereigns, the lords. Oracle, Amazon, Meta, Oracle, SpaceX, what else is there? OpenAI, Palantir, like these are the sovereigns. Yeah, man, I can't fucking click buttons.
Pegasus, an Israeli spyware company, it put that...
Oh, and also it goes all the way to Israel. Oh, by the way, all of the identity verification stuff that you're gonna have to do soon, that also goes to Israel. I work with children, and the amount of parents that leave their babies with tablets all day is gross. We're doomed. I hate that so fucking much. Those parents should literally get Child Protective Services called on them. I'm sorry. Like, I can understand letting your kid have a screen so you can take a break, but like leaving them alone with it is insane. I covered a video of like a parent who opened YouTube Kids for their kid and found a book like that he was reading, like a small book that's like sounding out words for the kid. And they found a video of someone else reading it and put on that video. And they sat there and watched it with the kid. Then it turned out that the video was AI generated and teaching the kid wrong things. Just use digital devices and one-time password. It's not that hard. It's hard for people who don't have experience with tech stuff, Buncor. What you just said makes zero sense to someone who's never even like got into tech. They would not. You're speaking a foreign language. Now they're leaving them alone with entirely incoherent AI slop. Yeah, we are doomed. Israel has hacked the planet. Good God. Well, America's hacked the planet, but like Israel is America. Israel is 6 American defense contractors in a trench coat. I need you to understand that.
That Israeli spyware company on an official blacklist. But by then, other companies were already developing similar spyware.
The government was told that they are not allowed to do this. Private companies are like, hey, we'll do it. This is why capitalism is evil and doesn't work. Period. Like the perfect example.
And then last year, October 2024, the Biden administration suspended and started reviewing a small $2 million contract with another company that had roots in Israeli intelligence, a small $2 million contract with ICE.
Oh, thanks. I misunderstood
For a
that
company called Paragon. In March 2025, this
even more incoherent to somebody who's never even looked at this, though. Again, foreign language. Like, what you saying that is not going to get anyone to do it. Like that, you open that Wikipedia page and the average person would immediately just close it and move on. Yeah. And that's the problem, because we should be teaching this shit in schools. Again, like, everything's getting hacked. You should have a different email with a different password for every single login that you have. If you have any login that is using the same email, you are fucked. Yes, actually, capitalism works perfectly, and every problem is because of communism. True. It seems dire. We need kids to care about this. Teenagers are... Honestly, I need kids to go offline. I need the internet to be seen as so hazardous that people just avoid it. That's the easier solution now. And honestly, the better one. I want all of this tech launched into the sun.
spring, reporting from Italy showed that spyware made by Paragon was turning up on the phones of immigration activists and at least one journalist and a friend of Pope Francis. Again, the company's called Paragon. The Biden administration last year stopped that company's contract with ICE. And that made a lot of sense when they did that in 2024. It made sense to stop that contract in 2024. It might make sense in 2025 for the US government to still not have contracts with firms like.
Wouldn't that just make more tech ignorant people? No. Because if they go offline, they'll talk to each other. And people are ignorant because of tech, not ignorant of tech. Tech has been used as a tool to remove A, critical thinking, but B, as we talked about, the ability to be bored is gone. When's the last time you were bored? Like properly bored with nothing to do? That's the point. You need to.
You need to be bored. You will have less meaning and you will be more depressed if you never are bored. I mean, it couldn't be clearer. Let me give you the
Sorry, I hit the button twice. Kids without phones are socially isolated by their peers is a big problem in my district. I understand that, and that is a big problem. Allowing them to have phones is not how you fix that. You create third spaces. You create spaces where kids are meant to just go hang out. You create environments and build them that make it so that there is ways for them to form in-person communities, to talk to each other, to care about each other. That is the problem. The isolation does not come from the phone, does not come from the lack of the phone. Isolation comes from the phone. Get all the kids and parents to agree. I don't need them to agree. I don't care if they agree. I really, really don't. A lot of people that have access to data should not have access. Like, I could go online right now and find a lot of data on any one of you. I'm not going to, but like, literally I could search your username and trace it to your email, trace that to your phone, trace that to your address, trace that to your name. It comes from them not being able to relate to their parents or their friends who grew up online. Exactly. That's my point, Doctor. People can't relate to each other in person because all our thoughts and beliefs are built by this. They're preconceived. You don't have free will anymore because it's an algorithm. It's not normal just showing you stuff. Like, that's the part where we don't understand. That's not how an algorithm works. It doesn't just show you what's popular. It learns what you like, and then it learns what it should show you based off of the parameters that have been set. So if it wants to avoid certain things, and it knows you like other things that are unrelated, it will direct you towards that road away from where you actually want to go. Public domain info, by the way, it's only doxing when you're gathering non-public info. There's a gray area when you're talking about like leaked logs on like big hacks and their leaks. That is technically public information, but it's also been illegally acquired, and it's a gray area. But you can do that. For real, that's how easy it is to be Palantir? No, that's not how easy it is to be Palantir. But that is how easy it is to hack somebody, to spy on them, to learn about them, to even manipulate them. The law is not going to do anything. Laws will not help us. We have no laws. The institutions are gone. The only thing that will save you now is an uprising. This is it. That's it. This or nothing. This is right now your last chance, America. We just declared war on Chicago. It's this or it's Nazism and cyberpunk. I'm not fucking around. They could come after me. I don't care. I don't care. Everywhere in the world. You want the old America back? Why? Why do you want the old America back? What was so good about it? Can you not imagine something better rather than what we had, which led directly to this? Again, both the First and the Second World War were class wars. They started from material conditions. The Third World War, the one we are in now, is also a class war. It is the wealthy who have declared war on us. Liberty and justice for all never existed in America. That is something we said. I like the ideals of America, but those were never reality. We never had liberty and justice for all, ever. That has never existed in America. It's the idea that they taught you, that they built into your mind. But that's not real. It's never been real. It has never existed in this place. Liberty and justice for all.
The appropriation process are leaving seniors to starve, underfunding the Meals on Wheels food assistance program by $600 million, a move that is likely to cost 1.9 million needy people without their access to food.
You want to know where we're headed? First off, we are not a serious country. They want to do a UFC fight on the White House lawn. Wait, why do I have that one again? That's not this is how I feel every day.
Yeah, we should order still. It looks so good. It's
I don't know how we
really
can continue
far away.
functioning as a society if this is how easily
available 7
manipulated
a.m.
most Americans are. The economy
They have
is
onion petals
literally
as a side,
No
Hassan.
one listens to me.
It's
So
like a
many
bloomin'
horrible
onion,
things
but
are
it's just the
happening.
petals
There
you
are
get on the
military
side.
deployments taking place in the
And
country right now.
Bacon, macaroni, and cheese.
The military was deployed to the nation's
they're on the
capital.
side.
Sorry, you were saying?
And
Donald
this-
Trump
this
said he wants to
cinnamon
be a
roll
dictator.
skillet is only
the other
1,200
day.
calories.
1,200 calories.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's
That's
a
a
whole thing
deal.
of cinnamon rolls.
Donald Trump said,
It's good.
he
Shut
would
up!
be a
Shut up,
dictator.
How I feel every day. Look, I need you to understand that this is not how it's always been. This is a new style. Most of human society from the very beginning has been egalitarian. Entirely. Hold on.
Human greed is not natural at all, because for most of human history, we existed in egalitarian hunter-gatherer tribes, completely devoid of human greed, because our survival was dependent upon mutual cooperation of the group. And then
That's what I want. That's what libertarian socialism is. It is a system based on cooperation. If I benefit from something, the community benefits from it. If the community benefits from something, I benefit from it. If I suffer, the community suffers. If the community suffers, I suffer. Not co-ops. It's different. I'm not talking about worker co-ops here. I'm talking about everything. I don't want police. I want there to be community policing. I want people to get up and go outside and fucking care about themselves. Americans think that everyone outside the door of their front door is an enemy and a demon trying to break their door down and rape their wife. That's why they all hoard guns. They don't talk to their neighbors. Go and buy a box of fucking cookies from the supermarket and knock on your neighbors' doors and make some friends. Go and find an empty lot in your town. Maybe you can get people together and buy it and use it as a garden. Grow food for everybody. Prices of electricity are getting more expensive. Go make a group of friends in your community so that when it's cold, when it's super hot, one house has to run AC or heating and you can all hang out there. And you can rotate that so that everyone pays less. Community policing, that's insane. Have you ever lived anywhere? Are you kidding me? Like, the idea of community policing is not insane. It's in this current society would not be functional, but that's because the prerequisites don't exist. Look at this chat right now. This is community policing. Everyone in this chat, I think actually bar you at the moment, Deptor, is a mod. And the reason for that is because everyone is given the same amount of power and we all have to cooperatively come to a decision. If somebody bans somebody because they didn't like them, the other person can just unban them. And so there is no way of doing that without coming to a consensus. Community policing is the same thing. Hell, you know what? I'll give you a perfect example of when it has worked perfectly. In fact, my favorite example. My favorite example.
These aren't police officers or soldiers.
They're business owners, their fathers, their sons, daughters.
These are civilians, members of the Lincoln Heights Safety and Watch program.
It's a duty. Okay, let's go.
The duty, protecting their neighborhood, the majority black village of Lincoln Heights, Ohio.
Ain't nobody scared of you.
After neo-Nazis held a rally here last month, carrying rifles, waving swastikas.
Your house is not personal property, it's private property, but you know. Yeah, this was the Nazi rally where like they beat the shit out of the Nazis and then formed a well-regulated militia. Terrifying, no guns where I live? You're an idiot. There's guns everywhere. You can print them out. You can literally print them at home.
And hurling.
And yes, we do have enough houses for every homeless person, and it would make the government money to give it to them.
Racial slurs, just moments before children were let out of school.
We are all
At the
slaves.
time, law enforcement officials said the neo-Nazis did not break any laws, but an investigation by county prosecutors is ongoing.
Not in Ireland? What do you mean? How are the Irish going to prevent someone from printing a weapon in their house? You're not legally allowed to have one. That's the case, true. You can still print one in your house for free, as long as you have a 3D printer.
Weeks later, the KKK came with these flyers.
First African-American community above the Mason-Dixon line of establishment.
Safety and Watch Group spokesperson Durrance Daniels says the police did not do enough, which was more chilling because the town was founded in the 1920s.
That's community policing.
He invented agriculture, which created the means of production and a relationship to the means of production, which sort of incentivized human greed, or at least allowed it to flourish.
Because there is no such thing as law pre-breakfast banana. It's not illegal because they decide the law. What the law is, let me explain. What a law is a threat of violence imposed on the population by the ruling class. That is all a law is. That's it. Period. It's just a threat of violence imposed on the public by the ruling class. Period.
Because that main relationship early on was undemocratic. It was master and slave, right? It was slavery. And then that evolved into lord and serf, right? Feudalism. And then eventually it evolved into employer, employee, capitalism.
Curtis Yarvin literally talks about wanting to turn the government into a corporate structure, a dictatorship like corporations function. The funniest thing with gun bans is that the full auto ones are the easiest to make. The trigger disconnector is an additional complication. I need a 3D printer. Not for that. I need a 3D printer for a lot of shit. I need a lot of shit. Please drop a dono if you can. Support the stream because this is my only job. And if I run out of money, I won't be able to keep doing this. So, you know, there is that. Working in a company and renting the means of production from them unironically. Again, you are a slave. Slavery has just moved from chains and fucking handcuffs to debt. That's it. That's the only difference. I did. Thank you, Shufo. I did say thank you, I think.
Well, what's the consistencies between these things is the undemocratic arrangement of the means of production. So in order to create a society that is agricultural and that mimics the egalitarianism that we see in
Bulletproof, Baldy. If you're printing a gun, do you think that you don't know that it's illegal? Because it's illegal to do it in America, too. Like, it's literally illegal to do it anywhere. And people do it all the time. The gun that was used to kill Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, was printed. It's not legal anywhere. Without centralized authority, police becomes fragmentation. No, see, here's the other thing, right? There is no centralized authority because it's directly for the community. There is no police. It's just the town. No one's job is the police. Everyone's job is the police. Does that make more sense, Doctor? No one person is like, you are the cop or you are the sheriff. Every single person is responsible for it. Everyone. You're all the cops. There is no the cops. My point is our police are not armed and gun crime is very low. Okay, great. You can print a gun at home easily. That's all I'm saying is that it's not hard. How does it... If you're going to say it doesn't work in the real world, explain to me why not, or don't say it at all. Don't just say you're wrong and then not provide anything from that. That's like my biggest pet peeve.
cultural and that mimics the egalitarianism that we see in pre-Neolithic or hunter-gatherer tribes. We need to have democracy in the economy and replace undemocratic corporations with democratically run worker cooperatives to ensure that we have a government and an economy both run democratically by the people for the people. This would create the conditions necessary that would allow as many people to live as long and as happy lives as possible, which should be the goal of any society. Create the conditions necessary that would allow as many people to live as long and as happy lives as possible, and you believe that the way to do so is through socialism, which is merely just the extension of democracy into the economy, and this means replacing corporations with democratically run worker cooperatives to ensure that we have a government and an economy both run democratically by the people for the people, with the overarching goal being not to maximize profit for a tiny group of extremely wealthy shareholders, but simply to maximize quality and quantity of life for all life. Fucking what?
It's really not that difficult. It's not, things are so very simple, guys. Like, I cannot explain to you just how simple things are. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not printing a gun. I don't do that. I live in fucking Australia. I'm not printing a gun. I don't need one. I'm just telling you that you can't say, oh, there's no guns in my country because they're illegal, when someone can just fucking print one illegally in their house and no one would know until they used it. If I wanted to print a gun, and I did, and I kept it in my house, and I never left the house with it, no one would know, would they? Get back to the topic. You people are getting really fucking distracted. And we're talking about what needs to happen soon. They have invaded Chicago. I haven't even looked at what's fucking happening there right now. But let's take a look. Let's take a look at Chicago. I want to hear what Pritzker has to say first.
ICE agents are intensifying some of their efforts here in Chicago.
They made arrests over the weekend and are active today. Fox 32's Joni Lum has the latest.
ICE agents bring detainees here to the Broadview Processing Center as they make arrests. They were out again today, taking down what they call threats to public safety. A Fox News crew rode with ICE as they patrolled the streets in Chicago, while masked employees reported to the processing center. On Sunday, ICE agents made arrests in 3 locations along Archer.
You know what? Here's a better idea. Here's a better idea. Here are 2 U.S. military officials telling you to stand up and start a revolution. Burn shit, fuck shit up, break shit.
Every American sitting at home right now needs to realize that you are paying for a genocide. Take this one.
Rise up! Rise up, America! Rise up! It is time to take back this country from these corrupt politicians. It is time.
Those are military officials telling you to rise up and fight fucking back. That genocide, it's not just Gaza. We're doing several genocides in America right now. Right now. We're genociding trans people. We're genociding brown people. We're genociding socialists, communists, leftists, everyone. You are going to die. Fight, assholes.
It is beyond time.
I'm sorry, I'm so fucking mad because we just keep doing nothing.
With Donald Trump resolved to carry out deportations in Chicago, activists in the city are defiant and say they will resist efforts by ICE to snatch people off the streets.
Donald Trump.
They are arresting U.S. citizens, people that are protesting, people that aren't protesting.
Hammer in his hand. And he thinks he can bring that hammer to Chicago. But he's about to find out that Chicago is an anvil. He is about to find out that Chicago is a forge.
I need Chicago to be fucking Chirac. Right the fuck now. Afghanistan. Right the fuck now. Insurgency. Stop gathering in big groups. Break off 8 to 12 people. Coordinate. Occupy the city.
Yes, they're going
Fight a fucking war, for God's sake.
to be targeting our communities here in the Southwest side. Again, we're afraid. Our neighbors are afraid. We don't know most of our neighbors don't know what to do, but we're telling our neighbors to please know your rights. Don't open your door.
You don't have any. ICE can break your door down, they can come inside your house, and they can shoot and kill you legally under an executive order. Does it matter that, the court could say no? No, it doesn't. It literally does not matter. Hell, the Supreme Court said today that they could profile you for being brown and having an accent.
They don't have a warrant. They cannot come into your home.
Except they do, and they will.
A video filmed on Sunday shows ICE carrying out an arrest in the city, and the president wants to go further by sending in the National Guard, just as he did in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C.
Try and reason with people like in Chicago.
Like, this is some Pol Pot shit.
With the governor and the mayor. You try and reason with them, and it's like you're talking to a wall. It's just I assume it's just a political ideology. They're not stupid people. Must be an ideology that's just buried in their head and you can't do a damn.
All of the news right now is talking about a fucking UFO that got hit with a Hellfire missile that didn't explode. My God, like, they just are brainwashing you people. I don't understand how his charm work on people who look like an idiot. It's not about charm. It's not. The average American is a Mongol horde looking for a Khan. Okay? You live in Mongolia in whatever fucking century Genghis Khan is from, and you just want the Khan. That's America. That's it. It's that simple.
Thing about it, and we'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has been one of Donald Trump's most defiant critics and has rebutted.
Hold on, we're going to watch that in full.
Most especially to everyone listening, but most especially to the press.
I refuse to pretend that any of this is normal. I refuse to concede that the abject cruelty that we're seeing play out with the execution of Trump and Stephen Miller's policies are okay or justified. I refuse to fall into the pundit trap that demands we sacrifice vital constitutional rights if it's being done in the fake guise of fighting crime. Because, as I said 6 months ago in my State of the State address, any rational person who has spent even the most minimal amount of time studying human history has to ask themselves on one important question. Once they get the citizens of this nation comfortable with the current atrocities committed under the color of law, what comes next? To everyone listening, but
Want to know what comes next? This does.
Hey, I'm Rick Steves. I'm in Berlin. I'm standing in front of the People's House here. That's the Reichstag. And Berlin is so steeped in history, and you got to be thinking of their nightmare with fascism. And you know, Hitler was elected to their parliament, and he was part of a coalition, and his party was in the minority, but he ended up legally becoming the chancellor and then the dictator because he just wanted to be dictator for a day. And there was a handful of people in here who opposed Hitler, refused to do the proper salute, refused to kiss his ring and wear his uniform. And these are the Kinzingers, the Liz Cheneys, the Mitt Romneys, the Charles Schumers, and so on of German democracy in 1932. Well, 95 of them or something like that were arrested as soon as Hitler took power. These are the representatives and the senators of Germany that were sent to concentration camps, the first concentration camps in 1934. And what is striking to me that I just learned is most of these, generally people died after a couple of years. These people were kept alive until 1945. 1945. Hitler kept them alive, the leaders of the political opposition against him, until it was pretty clear that he was going to lose the war. And then, in 1945, these courageous politicians in Germany who stood up against fascism were murdered by that guy. Think of what can happen to a society that doesn't take the threat of autocracy seriously and doesn't value.
This could be Democrats. I think it will be Democrats. I mean, like, they've already arrested John Bolton. They've arrested several U.S. congressmen, senators for trying to enter ICE facilities. This is what I want to see. I do. Fucking burn it all down. It will be better for the world. Like, literally, we're fighting existentially right now. This is an act of civil war. Breaking a major immigration enforcement operation surge imminent in Chicago. This is additional to anti-crime National Guard deployment in the city. We're going to flood the zone. We're taking our country back. A tyrannical federal government has ordered a southern state's militia to invade a northern city against his will. The farmers would have wanted this entire regime lined. The framers would have wanted this entire regime lined up and shot. The corporations that are safe are the only ones that matter. Free breakfast banana. They want the other corporations, the smaller ones, to die because they get to buy them for cheap. For example, right now, there are a ton of farmers in America who are complaining about, like, starving to death, how, here, let me find one.
Take the Republican farmers to realize that Trump and J.D. Vance bought stocks in companies that buy up land, aka farmland, and they made the tariffs so that you would lose your land so that they could buy your land and make money. No bailouts are coming.
And that's the same story. They want the other corporations to fail because then they'll buy them. The government spying on schizophrenics enough. Look, I'm telling you, what's next is this. This guy got it Fucking on point. Didn't disagree with a thing he said.
That this is one of the biggest changes in our country's history. They renamed it, not defense, war. And in that one word, they erased the boundary between foreign and domestic, civilian and combatant, peace and war. Every action now equals wartime. Every space, a war zone. You are already inside it. ICE becomes the strike arm, not just borders, neighborhoods. Raids, detentions, political...
I don't need people to be properly educated to fight for their own lives. I need them to fight for their lives before they get educated. We don't have time. We don't have time. It's now or never. What happened to journalism? You're great and I appreciate what you do, but there's no reason I should learn this here. Literally, like, my job shouldn't exist. I should be a game streamer. Like, the fact that I am the one that has to give the real fucking news is insane to me. Because, like, I don't watch other streamers. But, like, I've been around, and there's quite a few that I really, really like. But... And, like, I get that the ones in America can't quite say what I can say. But, oh my god, like, it is maddening to me. But there's also so much going on that you can't really blame anybody for not understanding. Like, I haven't covered half the shit that I wanted to put in today. Today. We still haven't properly talked about Israel in weeks, and they are, like, exterminating. But... every time I want to talk about Israel, Russia does something that threatens Europe. America does something that's, like, insane. China does something. And then I don't get to talk about Israel.
Policing, the guard becomes occupation, not Baghdad, Chicago, Portland, New Orleans. Your block is now under permanent control. In the War Department, that's the anchor. Command above all. Doctrine applied everywhere. And the state muscle isn't enough. Corporations build the spine. Lockheed, Raytheon, Palantir, Amazon, Google, all y'all investors, I'm telling you, you're funding this. All the weapons, cloud, grids, the war machine is outsourced and profit locked. Let's talk about it a little further, right? The private security firms. They are going to franchise ICE. They're gonna franchise ICE. If you don't believe me, look at this. They're gonna export the ICE raids abroad. Did you consider that? They're gonna export the ICE raids abroad, and then export guard tactics abroad, and then export predictive policing abroad, because
they're already doing this. Already. We're gonna send fucking ICE to Ecuador. They invited us because otherwise we would have invaded them. We are already doing it.
Authoritarian partners eat it up because orders taste like surveillance and control tastes like safety. I want you to think about the trial run. I'm going to show you this. This is what is called the totalized war apparatus.
Israel is 6 American corporations in a trench coat. The problem is not Israel, it's America. We're doing it. We need to stop America. If you stop America, you stop Israel. Israel is literally just weapons contractors. That's it. That's not even a real country. Just send a warship and bomb the fuck out of the Knesset. Let's go. It's World War III. I'm not fucking around here anymore. Burn down shit. Go fight for your country. Your survival. They are going to kill you.
Fused into everything. Unending, civilian-centered, exportable, corporate embedded, pattern-based, algorithm-based. I'm going to walk you through it, right? The trial run.
People do need to be educated, if only to a small extent that they know to be afraid. I am willing to just fucking QAnon the left into this, all right? You should be terrified. You should be angry. You should be, like, I don't know, listen to me and follow. Let's go. I don't know. We need someone to do it. We need someone to do it. Just get up. Let's go. Brainwash the right back to the normalcy. They've become zombified through the process of hypnosis, brainwashing, constant repetition, and gamified, like, thought processes. You can use that against them. Sure, yes, we need a leader, but no one is coming to save us. You have to be the leader. All of you have to be the leader. Now, if you get to organize a group, sure, you can have a different leader, but you have to start on your own, alone. All of us. Just like I did this all on my own. No one helped me. No one helps me now. That's why I have to fucking go off for a day because some shit breaks. You have to get up and try. I'm not making enough money to pay my bills doing this job. And I've been doing this job for over a year now. I spent my entire savings My parents are helping me right now to be able to afford to continue to do this. Why am I doing this if it's not benefiting me? Because someone needs to.
Trial run. Venezuela strikes. The North Korean flashpoints, we get the little revelations about what happened there in 2019. Garner won U.S. city. The narrative is already shifting. The world is already at war. That's what they want you to think. Then the conversions, right? The semi-permanent guard deployments, right? Drone policing is normalized. Foreign standoffs escalate. Corporations scale the grid. The narrative is the same, though. War doesn't stop at the borders anymore, huh? When did that happen? When did war stop? At the border. Do you see what I mean? Then they're going to export it because the U.S. allies are going to adopt the model. Migrant caravans, protests, refugee camps are all going to get
Watch Europe. Look at the UK. The UK is about to fall to reform. Straight up to Nazism. And honestly, it's literally because of fucking Israel and Russia. Thank you guys. Like, I didn't mean to say that and like try and like, I don't know, fish for like compliments or something. It's just I'm not smart enough to be smarter than all of these people. I'm just a retard who has a camera and can yap. It's not that hard. It's just we've all been brainwashed.
Branded as combat zones, right? Because now
cyberpunk shit.
Completely different. War is civilization against chaos. War to them is civilization against chaos. Then by phase 4, they will be on the civilian war. That will be what is coming up. Everywhere will be.
We're already there.
Refugees will be targeted directly. Protesters will be directly correlated to terrorist auxiliaries. Corporations fuse with the government. If I'm not inside the system, you're part of the enemy pattern. I want you to understand. Then by the end, no more civilian war, just the pattern war. There is no such thing as the front line. There's no treaty to sign. The war will be waged against the ways of life themselves. You will hear of wars everywhere, but see them nowhere. Peace was never real. That's what they want you to understand. But peace was real. War. They want you to look at it like only war can keep order.
Again, like, none of this is new. We've been doing this for decades. We started doing this way, way back. In the 60s, we discovered how to brainwash people. In the 70s, we did Chile and Argentina, like, all the way through. We were doing Iraq. We tried to do this in Iran, which resulted in Iran being like it is now. We did this after, like, the Soviet Union collapsed. We did this in America after 9/11. And yes, of course, like, Palestine is occupied, and Israel is a terrorist state built on Nazis. Like, literal Nazis built Israel. Hell, Albert fucking Einstein in 1948 wrote a letter about how, like, they're fascist and they're very, very, very reminiscent of the Nazis. Really? The YouTube bot deletes the word God? Jesus fuck. Like, everyone needs to find their role in the revolution. We need to do it now. You're running out of time. I don't want to see the names that I see every day just start disappearing. And we're running out of time. Again.
I don't care about disappearing. I'm not even offended. Tom Homan shouldn't have been offended. So what? Yeah, they're disappearing from the country. Exactly. That's what we were elected to do. Make these people, poof, disappear. Dana brings up an excellent point. I don't care.
Bun, we need to talk after.
We need to confirm to the American people that they do not need to fear for their lives when they drive to the grocery store or they pick up their son or daughter from school. This is common sense, and I cannot for the life of me understand how the Democrats think this is some sort of winning political message. Yield, man. Let the troops come into your city and show how crime can be reduced. It's a morale boost for the country, and it's safe.
Just let the soldiers into your house. Sure. We bombed another fishing boat. Wait, I can't show that one because I forgot. YouTube gets hella mad. Oh, look, that's California.
What the fuck is going on here?
Yes, just let the fascists win, yeah.
Oh my God, ¿y eso qué es? ¿De quién es la guerra? ¿De quién es la quinceañera?
How about the fact that we're doing security for the Heritage Foundation?
Stand outside the Heritage Foundation, make sure that we know that these people are the ones that are actively destroying our country. We've got MPD out here, Metro Police Department. I mean, they're working as security for the Heritage Foundation, making sure that there's no ruckus, and we understand everything's peaceful, but
you don't need to say it like the Holocaust was bad. It was really, really bad. Israel is doing a Holocaust because they're not Jewish. You have to think about it like you know, you're Saudi, right? Reza, do you think that ISIS is Muslim? Because I don't. I grew up Muslim. I don't think ISIS is Muslim. I think that Israel is about as Jewish as ISIS is Muslim, and America is about as Christian as ISIS is Muslim. All of these countries is just Jewish ISIS, Christian ISIS, Muslim ISIS. All three of them are a death cult that want to bring the end of times. All of them are doing blood sacrifice, trying to bring the apocalypse. Are those tanks for us? Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Probably. Probably. By the way, like, we're so far into this, like, authoritarianism that Americans are literally acting like Russians. There are Americans who, like, right now still are gossiping about whether, like, the president's sick or not. That is the most common thing in an authoritarian society. In Turkey, everyone talks about, like, oh my god, wait, is Erdogan gonna die? He's sick, like, every fucking month. Putin has had, like, 5 close calls with death. The state puts out rumors themselves to see how people react. Me too, Coco Kitty, me too. Speaking of, you ready for this to be you? Actually, I think you should make these, print them out, and put, like, little MAGA logos on them. Get AI to do it. Too human, they'll notice. But this is a pamphlet handed out by the Russian military. What should I do if my husband beats me? Practical advice for military wives. Your military husband is going through a lot of stress. Try and talk to him. Try and put yourself in his shoes. Don't put anything on social media. Networks can ruin your husband's career. If beatings don't threaten your life, endure them. They will soon end. Try and mask bruises with cosmetics. Try bright colors in clothes and makeup to provoke your husband to new outbursts. Try to analyze your behavior. Did your husband hit you? How did you provoke him? Ask your husband for forgiveness. America now.
No crime. They said crime's down 87%. I said, no. It's more than 87%. Virtually nothing. And much lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. You know, they'll do anything.
Oh, you mean like the fact that they call you fucking like anti-Semitic for everything? Yeah, just ignore them. I had a guy calling me like Jewish as a slur while also calling me anti-Semitic just yesterday. Holy fucking shit, Arxino? Yeah, the Russians are literally demons too, so you know.
Find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime, see? So now I can't claim 100%. There's no crime. They
just beat your wife, you know? Let's do ISIS shit.
Will you all stand with me as we rededicate America to one nation under God? Father, we thank you for this time that we have together. Lord God, we thank you that we can gather together as faithful people, as faithful leaders, as denomination leaders, as religious leaders. Father, we thank you for our president, Donald J. Trump. Father God, who you have anointed and appointed.
That class would be my stream pre-breakfast banana.
For this.
Did you want homework?
Time, for such a time as this, Lord, thank you that the president prioritizes prayer. Father God, that he sees the power.
It should make you sick. By the way, I'm sure you guys have seen the right whinging about that Ukrainian woman that was killed, right? You know, the refugee that got stabbed on the bus. I need you to understand what it is that they actually talk about, because none of them give 2 fucks about Ukraine. So first we start off with, can't help but notice that every account with the Ukrainian flag in their handle hasn't said shit about this woman. Odd, says Elon Musk. This is a disgusting post. None of these people care about Ukraine or Ukrainians. They want to exploit this tragedy for the future of their political agenda. Like, it's like state-mandated gaslighting. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I agree, Riser. I've talked about what I think should happen. I think that there should be a one-state solution. I think there needs to be like a demilitarization. I think that we need to put troops in the region to prevent all of the neighbors from retaliating, because I'm sure they're fucking pissed. So personally, I don't give a single fuck who I need to ally with at the moment. If they are anti-fascist or just less fascist, we're at war. Honestly, yeah, I'm willing to work with a fascist, knowingly, as long as they're less fascist and I know that they are one, because I know they'll try and fuck me. I'm willing to do that. I am. By the way, they're turning on her after that because they saw a picture of her with Black Lives Matter. Mud shark. There we go. Let's scroll down and see just some of the. Actually, let me check for safety first. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Gotta go on the right wing news. Have you guys seen the video? It's not graphic, so. Now the dude's insane. Don't get me wrong. But I can guarantee you, I would be willing to bet that this insane man is this insane because of right-wing media. Oh, you're seeing Trump. That's weird. Okay, hold on. Come back. Go. Thank you. Sorry about that. Forgot I had 2 tabs open. Oh, that's pretty bad, by the way. All right, here we go. So, starting off with, here. They are not human, Riser. They're literally anti-humanity. Guy is only this crazy because of right-wing media. You are seeing the right screen. You can see blood coming off of him. Like, this man was fucking insane. But he was insane, most likely because of the time he spent online engaging with right-wing media. Now, let's take a look at the comments. Let's take a look. White people vote against things that would keep people with mental health issues like this in facilities, and then they try and turn it into a race issue. Why do the men just stand and do nothing? Why don't men protect women? Again, we're doing the whole like old school shit now. We live in a time where intelligent people are being silenced so stupid people won't be offended. Like, it's all just racism. All of it. All of it, all of it, all of it. Holy shit, we're at war, people. Never turn your back on them. They despise you. We are already at war. Racism would have saved this woman's life. Never turn your back on whites, indeed. I agree with that one. Like, come on, now it's a stretch to say right-wing media was the cause of this. No. It is not remotely a stretch. Right-wing media is the cause of all mental psychosis right now. They are literally all of the media. And their entire business model is anger, resentment, fear, rage, and like that's it. Those are the optimized emotions that get you to engage the most with the algorithm. The algorithm is designed to make you spend the most possible time online. And spending the most possible time online is easier to do when you're angry. And so, it is exactly the case. It's funny how they never mention actual consistent profiles of violent criminals regardless of ethnicity or culture or conservative cis man. It's always, like in America, by far, it's conservative, white, cis men. And I don't, like, it doesn't matter to me. It's just the fact that we're lying about it. My mind can't imagine that. Well, then you need to watch more of this.
To school, the schools actually had credibility. The science was actually science.
CARP also brags about how they can change human behavior, how American manufacturing workers can become Japanese workers by using the software to change their behaviors.
One of the advantages of AI is that if you want to do manufacturing, say you want to do Japanese manufacturing in America, you're actually having to use Japanese methodologies with American workers. Heretofore has not been possible. AI can actually allow you to manage the internal dynamics of your workforce so that you get the Japanese culture with American workers in the US.
As in, we're gonna brainwash workers so that they do what we want them to do. That's the only way that works. No matter how we got here, conservatism is I don't think conservatism should exist. Like, if we succeed and like take back the country, conservatism is gone. Like, that ideology needs to die. We cannot have an ideology whose entire point is, I don't want change. Kill it. Done.
This isn't just a tech CEO. This is someone who sees the world through permanent conflict and profits from it. He's also vocal about how Americans will accept.
No, all of our money goes to defense contractors. You people keep thinking Israel's the problem. Israel is just America's defense contractors. That's it. It's America. It's always been America. Israel is America. Israel is just 6 corporations in a trench coat. Wait, software that molds people into what you want them without their consent? Yes, that's what they did. They program us. My God, I've been saying this all day. That's how we got here. They've been doing this for years. For years.
Surveillance if it's for the benefit of them, to protect themselves and the country, but protect from who exactly?
We love disruption, and whatever's good for America will be good for Americans and very good for Palantir. And I think you got it exactly right. Disruption, in the end of the day, exposes things that aren't working. There'll be ups and downs. There's a revolution. Some people can get their heads cut off. We're expecting to see really unexpected things and to win. And we're planning to do that, and we're pretty optimistic about the U.S. environment.
Conflict and
conservatism has never advanced any moral advancements, has only opposed humanity's and moral development. I mean, definitionally, conservatism means I don't want change. So of course not. So if they can program us, maybe we can all program. That's what I've been trying to say for a year now, pre-breakfast banana. I swear, I want you to brainwash them back to reality. Like I'm trying to do. Oh, I know, I'm not mad at you. I'm just like, I'm frustrated because we're here. It's late. Like, it's so late that we barely have a shot. You gotta turn Chicago into Afghanistan, and that's the only chance we have. That's it. That's literally it. If they win in Chicago, it's over. That's like the most important fight we have. It's this, or it's the camps.
Unrest is profitable.
We have been saying and building products for a world that is violent, disjointed.
Nah, don't unbrainwash them. Just brainwash them towards us, and then we can unbrainwash them after we win. I want them to stay brainwashed until we win. You think I trust these people? No, of course not.
Irrational, a world in which you have to show strength, a world in which if you do not show strength.
Razor. Greater Israel is one part of the puzzle. I need you to understand this. You are Saudi, you are funding this too. You own half of the Trump presidency. The Saudis own America. America owns Israel. America pays Israel to bomb Palestinians. Saudis own part of America. You are also complicit. We are all complicit. Even if you have been against this from day one, we are complicit. Why? Because you didn't stand up and fight.
People who are biased, xenophobic, will rear their head.
Chaos drives growth. Peace and prosperity threatens the business model.
We have seen that our view of the world.
California is not going to be able to. Yeah, the problem is the battlefield in California. It's not defensible. I agree entirely. It's California. They have advantages. Like, you can still have a guerrilla movement. And you should. I want you to have a guerrilla insurgency. But to be the fundamental main battleground is not California. California has mountains. It has hills. Also, incredibly dangerous place to be, mind you. Those hills are exactly where the San Andreas Fault is. But, like, it is... The fight has to be on the East Coast. If the fight's on the West Coast, the best case scenario, California secedes and the rest of the country stays. We need the fight on the East Coast. This is an aside, but there seems to be more lag for the YouTube side comments. Oh shit, alright, thank you. I'll look into that after Streamly. Like, write that down.
Which is that there really are people that are violent and not in conformant with morality.
Excuse me, did you say not in conformant, as in like they don't conform? Yeah, no, 45 million. I'm not saying California wouldn't succeed. I'm saying that it wouldn't be the main, like, ignition of the movement. California being the one will just make California, maybe Oregon and Washington secede. Maybe. I want there to be massive insurgency in Chicago, because from Chicago, that connects to California and New York. It is a key stronghold in, like, the fucking center of the most important part of the country. You don't understand how important the Great Lakes are. They are the only source of fresh water on the planet that is not depleting. That's it. Like, it's the only one. It's so gross to see these tech guys so high on their own supply. They think they're better than everyone. That's literally their entire ideology. Good. I'm glad you are. I'm glad you are. I need this to, like, if you continued in California, yeah, it's not just about ICE at all, by the way. If you continued in California and Chicago and New York lost, you will lose. It's like, it's that simple. You will not save the country. You need the stronghold in the center. Now, California is fucking important. You need to, let me make that clear. The California insurgency is crucial, but it should not be the center focus. It should be Chicago. The Great Lakes is the most important part of the, country. I don't see the people of Chicago or any state stepping in to fight. Well, I've seen the salt trucks out. I've seen people fighting before. And this is how they're acting. So, I don't know. I think maybe some of these guys need to get the shit beat out of them. Ah, fuck you. Go away, Grok.
Stick away, you pussy ass bitch! Put that stick away, you pussy ass!
There's video circulating of an ICE agent being questioned by a protester, asking him for his badge number and his name. The guy didn't want to give it to him back. He then asked another one. Then he ended up going to a third one. After the third one, he didn't realize that none of them wanted to give him his name or his badge number, while they continued to tell him, hey, I need your badge number and I need your name. They had no nameplates, they had no badges, they had nothing.
Kaname, I'm really glad to hear that. I really, really think you guys should start implementing, squads, like I had suggested. I mean, obviously, into what works for what you want. They want more people in, look at this. They're calling this terrorism. This is terrorism to them. Those ICE agents that don't have fucking IDs, they're just bounty hunters. This is what they're doing to citizens now. Again, U.S. citizen. Right there.
Why are you telling me? Where are you sitting here? Where are you? Where are you sitting here? Where are you sitting here? Where are you taking that?
Just ask you a question.
Where are you taking us?
Where are you taking
Where are you
civilians
taking us?
just
You have to tell us.
without identifying
You
yourself
have
as a
to
police
tell us.
officer?
You are kidnapping them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you are taking them. You cannot do this. Tell us where. Hey.
Can you feel the pain in that woman's voice? Because I watched that video 7 times and I cried the first time. I heard they're paying off your student debt if you join ICE. Yes, I've told people, I said, get a group of 10, 12 organized leftists, pretend to be a right-winger, join ICE, and then sabotage. Good, I'm glad. Like, I have no doubt that California is doing what it needs to do. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. And it seems like maybe it's out of pride. Like, I'm not talking down about California at all. I'm talking strategic battle plan tactics-wise. California is incredibly important. We need Chicago to be a fucking hotbed of insurgency. We need New York. There is no success without all 3 of these cities. And also, I do know what's happening on the ground as well. That's not the point, yeah. I'm with you right there, Buncor. We used to hear people talk about what the police do, and they denied it. And then they got body cams because they keep killing. Like, literally, it's this again. Where is it? Where is it? What the fuck? Hold on. So it's literally.
What you're seeing now is disturbing new video released today of Chicago police officers appearing to handle a situation non-violently.
Hey there, how you doing?
Body cam footage obtained exclusively by ONN captured what began as a routine traffic stop before turning into something far more shocking.
You can put your hands down, sir. Real quick, can I get your license and your registration, my friend?
Officers can be seen approaching the vehicle before issuing the driver a warning for a broken taillight, letting him go without even so much as drawing their firearms.
So just do me a favor and get that fixed up as soon as possible, all right? Hey, you take care. Drive safe.
Cameron Howard, who was seen in the video not being brutalized, says he was stunned.
I just never imagined anyone would ever be treated that way by the police, especially not someone like me.
While these types of incidents make up less than half of 1% of police interactions, law enforcement officials are assuring the public they do not expect anything like this to.
It's barely satire. This and is the government spying on schizophrenics enough? They're barely satire. Last week I showed one of is the government throwing enough money into the hole? That was also like 2 decades ago.
To ever happen again.
When you wear that badge, put on that uniform, there are certain standards and expectations that come with it. This is not who we are.
According to police, the officers in question have been suspended indefinitely and will now be required to attend extensive combat escalation training before.
Meanwhile, let's listen to this sweaty fucking ghoul.
Thousands will be apprehended in Chicago.
Oh, we'll see. But I said that we always prioritize public safety threats and national security threats. But if you're in a country legally, you're not off the table. As a matter of fact, if you wanted less what we call collateral arrest, less criminals to public safety threats, then let us in the jails. Let us in Cook County, which is a huge jail that don't allow us in the jail. They don't accept our retainers. The more people we have in the jails to actually arrest the public safety threat and the safety and security of a jail, rather than release them in the public, which is a public safety threat, that's less officers in the neighborhood. But when they knowingly release these public safety threats back in the community, we have to go to the community and find them. And when we find that public safety threat, and we find most of them, they're with others. Others who aren't a criminal threat, but they're in the country illegally, they're coming too. Because we're not going to tell ICE to ignore the oath you took, ignore the laws enacted by Congress. We're enforcing the laws, and we're not going to apologize for doing it.
I hear you on jails. What about businesses? What about schools?
We don't do operations at schools.
Yes, you do. Multiple instances of it. What the actual fuck? Yeah, this is on TV. This is treason. This is demonic. This is not a human being. This is a monster.
And that's
cover them in salt and holy water. I don't know.
Another false narrative. The left is really scaring the public. We don't, we ended the sense of location policy because business, we absolutely are going to increase worksite enforcement operations because first of all, it's a crime to enter the country illegally, and second of all, it's a crime to knowingly.
You're saying we shouldn't arrest them? I think these people should die. I think we need a Nuremberg trial to arrest them, to try them, and to execute them. That's what I believe. 13-year-old arrested, 23 guns seized after alleged school shooting. Jesus Christ.
To Washington now, where police say they seized 23 guns from the home of a 13-year-old who appeared to be fixated on school shooters.
America.
Police arrested the teen after finding some disturbing social media posts. Yesterday, he pleaded not guilty to charges of unlawful firearms possession and making a threat. Let's go to CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez covering the story for us. Andres, what did deputies find and why did they act so quickly?
Well, Elizabeth, a possible tragedy was averted all because someone saw something and said something. Let's say.
Right, okay, don't care. Jesus. Oh yeah, we sent C-17s over towards Venezuela. We failed as a society. Our kids can't go to school without mass shootings. I mean, like, we failed as a society on multiple levels. Multiple. But I do like seeing...
Why you can't respond to me? That is a reasonable question from a citizen. It feels terrible, and we were all videoing it. We all chased them out of here, and it's distressful. We feel invaded and witnessed. About a dozen federal agents, ATF, backed up by MPD, raid an apartment building, literally precisely at school drop-off time.
It's rush hour.
You know what? Actually, let us be three. I said something very similar yesterday to a demon. I said that I needed them to... they were a religious one. It was one of those Zionist ones. I told them that if God was real, that they would be in a mental prison with eternal suffering for 10,000 years until they get out of it, and then they go right back in. Our representatives are supposed to squash this. Institutions... For breakfast banana. Institutions only work when the people are willing to sacrifice for them to work. Our representatives are not willing to give up their money, their jobs. Most Americans are not willing to go out on a Tuesday and protest. They have to go to work, you know? That's the plot. That's the whole plan, is make it so you are too tired, too busy, and too poor to survive while protesting. They want you to be so poor that you commit a crime and they can arrest you and then put you in prison where they can be extra slavery. But beyond that, you need to accept in your mind what you are willing to sacrifice. That is a personal decision. And it doesn't matter what it is. It could be nothing. And I won't judge you for it. No one should. But we all need to figure out, what are we willing to sacrifice? You should be scared of Trump's paramilitary, or, Miller's, rather.
Kids are going to school, people are going to work, and they are saying that it's for a routine arrest warrant, but we have literally 20 cars, now motorcycles.
Say, we're here for a drug warrant. The suspected drug dealer's been arrested. No federal assets here on the scene. Just
ATF's right there, down the street.
I lied.
So
there's ATF, but I hear your frustrations. My job is to take it, so...
Yeah. No, we appreciate your talking to us at least.
God damn it, I'm muted again. It's now or it's never. Fight.
Need to be fought. and we are going to bring our warrior culture to our products,
Let's finish
to
this.
our market fit, and the results of which we are going to bring to our allies.
When a company's revenue is dependent on conflict, there's a clear incentive to find enemies everywhere.
That focus on civil liberties is making us really rich, which drives the woke, pagan, religious practicing, Neanderthal thinking people who ignore technology absolutely nuts on the right and the left.
Lettuce, do you know how to use like YouTube moderation stuff? Can you fuck with the mod tools? Because I'll just give you managing mod if you will fix the censorship issues, because I don't know how it works, because I don't fuck around with that. I'm mainly on Twitch. Did you understand what he just said? Because that was fucking insane.
That focus on civil liberties is
that's okay. I'll figure it out.
Making us really rich, which drives the woke, pagan, religious practicing, Neanderthal thinking people who ignore technology absolutely nuts on the right and the left.
Every earnings call, every public appearance, he repeats the same messages: collapse, crisis, existential threat. He makes it seem like we're living in this permanent emergency and only Palantir can save us. What makes Karp different from other CEOs and effectively more dangerous is he doesn't need you. When Target's CEO makes controversial decisions, customers boycott, revenue drops, the CEO resigns. Karp can say whatever he wants on earnings calls because his customers aren't the American people. It's the apparatus that surveils them. But the true genius of their strategy isn't in any single product. It's in how they've woven themselves into the fabric of governments, law enforcement, and corporations until these institutions can no longer operate without them. Palantir isn't just another government contractor.
I wish you would burn all of your computers. I mean, to be fair, like, computers are fine. It's really the tablets. It's the iPhones. It's these things. I think I may have fixed it. You guys can give it a go, but I'll talk to you after the show about it, Latino Mufune, if it's still going.
In my opinion, they've made themselves irreplaceable, and it started with a lawsuit that changed everything. In 2015, the US Army sought a single contractor to build a custom software system from scratch. Palantir sued them, claiming federal law requires the government to consider the purchase of commercial software before building custom solutions. The Army fought back, but ultimately Palantir won.
My 84-year-old mother is on the iPad all day.
Think about what that means. A private company successfully sues the United States Army, leading to the Army eventually purchasing Palantir's software.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination. I don't like this win-lose thing because it kind of presupposes.
That's not true, Pre-Breakfast Banana. We have committed thought crimes.
It's okay to lose. And I think domination is important because I think if it's just about money, if it's just about winning, if it's just about having prestige, for me, that's not enough to do that. That's not enough because that is just real, and it's super humiliating.
Suing the government in hopes that they will eventually purchase their software was just step one. The evil genius of Palantir is how they deploy engineers. In Palantir contracts, they include what they call forward deployed engineers. These are Palantir engineers who embed themselves directly into agencies.
I forgot to show
in the
you
Pentagon,
France, damn it.
the CIA, and
Good news
even
there.
in combat zones. They don't just install software, they build custom solutions that only they understand. The knowledge.
Private contractors are a bane on this country's existence. We've gotten weaker and shittier ever since we started doing this. We used to have all of this stuff happen internally from the U.S. military. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, all of that stuff. IShowSpeed is interesting. I saw his thing in China. I saw him go to Eastern Europe and get, like, incredible racism thrown at him. I felt bad for him there. We're going to do one more after this because France is going to have mass strikes and, just shut down everything. Strikes.
of how it works stays with Palantir. And after a while, agencies become completely dependent on these solutions.
What is the product we can build that will create the product we ought to build? Not even the product the customers wanted, whether it was government or commercial. We never built the product the customer asked us to build. We built the product that they ought to.
Are you talking about Alex Oxpecker? Because that's untrue. He's said in interviews before that he doesn't mind being seen as the villain. In fact, like, he's happy about it, and then he likes that because they can't do anything to him.
Ask us to build.
Then there was the executive order titled Stopping Waste, Fraud, and Abuse by Eliminating Information Silos. Sounds reasonable, right? I mean, who doesn't want efficiency? The order directs federal agencies to share information, breaking down the walls between agencies like the IRS, Social Security Administration, Medicare, and Medicaid. The Privacy Act of 1974 was specifically designed to prevent this kind of cross-agency data sharing. Now, through the private contractor loophole, aka Palantir, and this executive order, those protections are effectively
Doge was literally just a hack on the government.
Circumvented. The Army consolidated 75 separate contracts into one and awarded it to Palantir.
75 contracts into one.
It is a single contract worth $10 billion being awarded to one company. The financial reality makes removal impossible. Billions in sunk costs, years.
The only option now is to nationalize the company.
Of custom development that can't be used elsewhere.
At least in the current
entire
system.
Operations that would collapse without the platform. When the governments run surveillance, there are restrictions. There's congressional oversight, Freedom of Information Act requests, constitutional limitations, and public accountability. But when a private company does surveillance, there are limited oversight requirements. And even then, those requirements can have loopholes. Now, Palantir claims that their software includes privacy protections and that they're not storing data. They just analyze it, even though they have their own cloud storage service. They claim there are audit trails, access controls, and oversight mechanisms.
And they're full of shit.
Built in. But here's the problem. Those protections only work when someone's watching the watchers. When the same system is used by the CIA, the FBI, your local police department, who exactly is checking those audit logs? When Palantir's own engineers have root access to customized...
Oh yes, it is the point. They're gonna do reverse nationalization. The state is just gonna become Palantir. I mean, to be fair, it kind of already is, Ethan. But like, no. The goal here is freedom cities. Remember those? There's been rumors that they're going to start with New Moscow, but I think that that might actually end up being Chicago. Because Chicago is the most important city in the country. It has water, a key resource
the system
that is very limited and running out. Now, let me just jump on to the French... Oh, actually, hold on. This is quite funny. The decapitated body of Alexei Sinsin, the general director of a company extracting potash magnesium salts, K Potash Service, was found in Kaliningrad. The cause of death was ruled as suicide. How does someone do that? Can anyone explain to me how you can commit suicide by decapitation? Because I don't think that that's real. I'm worried about Intel and the government bailout. Oh, are you kidding me? No. Intel is compromised. Every Intel chip now spies on you. They're not bailing out. Intel just has to pay 10% of everything to the government. They nationalized it a little bit. It's like that. That's just what Nazis do. It's socialism for the rich and fascism for the poor. Beyond that, can somebody explain to me how that happens? Brilliant, he cut off his own head. Darth Putin, the satirical account that pretends to be Vladimir Putin, committed suicide by decapitating himself. I remain a master strategist. That sounds like what happened to Malcolm X's dad with the bad faith suicide claim. He got suicided. I agree. And also, I need you to understand, because Americans are becoming more and more and more like Russians. That's part of the propaganda. And this is what Russians are just kind of like. This isn't, and I don't mean that in like a innate way. Russians are like this because of at least partially us. The fact that Russia has never had a stable civil society since like in this century at all is the cause of this. Novosibirsk, a man snuck into the break room of a warehouse and tried to rape and rob a female employee. Now, obviously, like, I can show this, so it's not happening, but it's pretty bad. If you have, like, trauma for this, you might not want to watch this section. We'll be quick. This is what America wants to make legal. This is what right-wing men think that they should be able to do. Kill that orc. I'm gonna get banned. Yeah, but he said that, well, come to your place, only people who know me are built like that. Hippie dude with the turtle from comments. I have no idea what the... Oh, I think More Perfect Union actually interfered with their ability to blend in. I have no idea. Very little gets to me. This did, though. Yeah, it did to me, too. That's why we're gonna stop it halfway through the video. Disgusting. These aren't humans. People don't act like that. Whoa. I think I just doxed myself. What did I show there? Oh, thank God. Okay, good. I didn't know that was a button. All right, so ending on some little bit of good news, and then we're gonna raid.
French authorities are calling it a horizontal movement, or one without a leader. And officials say that means September 10th's Bloquons Tout, or Let's Block Everything call, is all the harder to anticipate. France's interior minister says they're deploying 80,000 police officers and gendarmes and won't tolerate any violence or illegal blockades. With online rallying cries to impede access to roads, refineries, train stations, as well as other symbolic places across the nation, and actions like abstaining from using bank cards, the protests are expected to be far from a classic day of strikes. Peaceful protests are being planned, and some labor unions have been holding general assemblies for organized action. But most unions have decided to wait for a joint protest on September 18th. But for many who support the Let's Block...
Well done, France. Exactly. This is fantastic. I like seeing it. I would much rather see Nepal, but you know.
Everything call, they say political leaders need to start listening now.
It's exaggerating to say we'll break everything, but we will block things so that the political system reacts. Some salaries are 10 times higher than the little workers earning 1,500 euros a month.
Enough is enough. We have to share
I'm
for
not
there to be
rating
public
redolent,
service, for
and I'm not rating into politics, but this is going to be fun. You might actually learn something.
social justice, for the climate, with people who are going hungry. I think this is the moment, and I feel like something different is happening.
While so-called surprise acts are expected, many sectors have been planning and preparing. The French aviation body said it's asked airlines to cut down by 50% flights leaving from Nice and the Corsican airports. As for rail travel, the SNCF warned passengers to expect disruptions, particularly on intercity lines. And in the Paris region, the RATP said subway and bus lines are expected to run normally.
So, on that, I think that it's fantastic because, like, we're not doing anything. No, I'm reading into Rivas. So, YouTube chat, I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully we can be a bit more structured. There was so much happening today that it just wasn't working. We had to jump from thing to thing to thing, and it was just fucking insane. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to join the Discord if you haven't already, and drop a like on the YouTube stream, and you can donate to me via this link if you want. That way YouTube will not steal half of the money. Where's my YouTube channel? There we are. Thank you. Discord, donate. I will see you all tomorrow and have a lovely evening. Or rather, I have to start the raid. I'm gonna wait 10 more seconds. Alright, have a lovely night, guys. Bye-bye.
A few Visora official welcome in.